Chapter 17 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. But their difficulties were not surmounted. The fire now had communicated to the main deck and burst out of the portholes amidships, and the raft, which had been forming alongside, was obliged to be drifted astern, where it was more exposed to the swell. This retarded their labour, and, in the meantime, the fire was making rapid progress. The mainmast, which had long been burning, fell over the side with the lurching of the vessel, and the flames out of the main deck ports soon showed their points above the bulwarks, while volumes of smoke were poured in upon the upper deck, almost suffocating the numbers which were crowded there, for all communication with the forepart of the ship had been for some time cut off by the flames, and everyone had retreated aft. The women and children were now carried on to the poop, not only to remove them farther from the suffocating smoke, but that they might be lowered down to the raft from the stern. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning when all was ready, and by the exertions of Philip and the seamen, notwithstanding the swell, the women and children were safely placed on the raft, where it was considered that they would be less in the way, as the men could relieve each other in pulling when they were tired. After the women and children had been lowered down, the troops were next ordered to descend by the ladders. Some few were lost in the attempt, falling under the boat's bottom and not reappearing, but 2/3 of the men were safely put in the berths they were ordered to take by Krantz, who had gone down to superintend this important arrangement. Such had been the vigilance of Philip, who had requested Captain Barentz to stand over the spirit-room hatch with pistols until the smoke on the main deck rendered the precaution unnecessary, that not a single person was intoxicated, and to this might be ascribed the order and regularity which had prevailed during this trying scene. But before 1/3 of the soldiers had descended by the stern ladder, the fire burst out of the stern windows with a violence that nothing could withstand. Spouts of vivid flame extended several feet from the vessel, roaring with the force of a blowpipe. At the same time, the flames burst through all the afterports of the main deck, and those remaining on board found themselves encircled with fire and suffocated with smoke and heat. The stern ladders were consumed in a minute and dropped into the sea. The boats which had been receiving the men were obliged also to back astern from the intense heat of the flames. Even those on the raft shrieked as they found themselves scorched by the ignited fragments which fell on them, as they were enveloped in an opaque cloud of smoke, which hid from them those who still remained on the deck of the vessel. Philip attempted to speak to those on board, but he was not heard. A scene of confusion took place, which ended in great loss of life. The only object appeared to be who should first escape, though, except by jumping overboard, there was no escape. Had they waited, and, as Philip would have pointed out to them, have one by one thrown themselves into the sea, the men in the boats were fully prepared to pick them up. Or had they climbed out to the end of the lateen mizzen-yard, which was lowered down, they might have descended safely by a rope, but the scorching of the flames which surrounded them, and the suffocation from the smoke, was overpowering, and most of the soldiers sprang over the taffrail at once, or as nearly so as possible. The consequence was that there were 30 or 40 in the water at the same time, and the scene was as heartrending as it was appalling. The sailors in the boats dragging them in as fast as they could, the women on the raft throwing to them loose garments to haul them in. At one time, a wife shrieking as she saw her husband struggling and sinking into eternity. At another, curses and execrations from the swimmer who was grappled with by the drowning man and dragged with him under the surface. Of 80 men who were left of the troops on board at the time of the bursting out of the flames from the stern windows, but 25 were saved. There were but few seamen left on board with Philip, the major part having been employed in making the raft or manning the 3 boats. Those who were on board remained by his side, regulating their motions by his. After allowing full time for the soldiers to be picked up, Philip ordered the men to climb out to the end of the lanteen-yard, which hung on the taffrail, and either to lower themselves down on the raft if it was under, or to give notice to the boats to receive them. The raft had been dropped farther astern by the seamen, that those on board of it might not suffer from the smoke and heat, and the sailors, one after another, lowered themselves down and were received by the boats. Philip desired Captain Berrance to go before him, but the captain refused. He was too much choked with smoke to say why, but no doubt but that it would have been something in praise of the Vrouw Catharina. Philip then climbed out. He was followed by the captain, and they were both received into one of the boats. The rope, which had hitherto held the raft to the ship, was now cast off, and it was taken in by the boats, and in a short time the Vrouw Catharina was borne to leeward of them, and Philip and Krantz now made arrangements for the better disposal of the people. The sailors were almost all put into boats, that they might relieve one another in pulling. The remainder were placed on the raft, along with the soldiers, the women, and the children. Notwithstanding that the boats were all as much loaded as they could well bear, the numbers on the raft were so great that it sunk nearly a foot under water when the swell of the sea poured upon it. But stanchions and ropes to support those on board had been fixed, and the men remained at the sides, while the women and children were crowded together in the middle. As soon as these arrangements were made, the boats took the raft in tow, and just as the dawn of day appeared, pulled in the direction of the land. The Vrouw Catharina was by this time one volume of flame. She had drifted about half a mile to leeward, and Captain Berrance, who was watching her as he sat in the boat with Philip, exclaimed, "Well, there goes a lovely ship. A ship that could do everything but speak. I'm sure that not a ship in the fleet would have made such a bonfire as she has. Does she not burn beautifully, nobly? My poor Vrouw Catharina, perfect to the last. We shall never see such a ship as you again. Well, I'm glad my father did not live to see this sight, for it would have broken his heart, poor man." Philip made no reply. He felt a respect even for Captain Berrance's misplaced regard for the vessel. They made but little way, for the swell was rather against them, and the raft was deep in the water. The day dawned, and the appearance of the weather was not favourable. It promised the return of the gale. Already a breeze ruffled the surface of the water, and the swell appeared to increase rather than go down. The sky was overcast, and the horizon thick. Philip looked out for the land, but could not perceive it, for there was a haze on the horizon, so that he could not see more than 5 miles. He felt that to gain the shore before the coming night was necessary for the preservation of so many individuals, of whom more than 60 were women and children, who, without any nourishment, were sitting on a frail raft immersed in the water. No land in sight, a gale coming on, and in all probability a heavy sea and dark night. The chance was indeed desperate, and Philip was miserable, most miserable, when he reflected so many innocent beings might, before the next morning, be consigned to a watery tomb. And why? Yes, there was the feeling that although Philip could reason against, he never could conquer. For his own life he cared nothing. Even the idea of his beloved Amene was nothing in the balance at these moments. The only point which sustained him was the knowledge that he had his duty to perform, and in the full exercise of his duty he recovered himself. "Land ahead!" was now cried out by Krantz, who was in the headmost boat, and the news was received with a shout of joy from the raft and the boats. The anticipation and the hope the news gave was like manna in the wilderness, and the poor women on the raft, drenched sometimes above the waist by the swell of the sea, clasped their children in their arms still closer, and cried, "My darling, you shall be saved!" Philip stood upon the stern sheets to survey the land, and he had the satisfaction of finding that it was not 5 miles distant, and a ray of hope warmed his heart. The breeze now had gradually increased and rippled the water. The quarter from which the wind came was neither favourable nor adverse, being on the beam. Had they had sails for the boats, it would have been otherwise, but they had been stowed away and could not be procured. The sight of land naturally rejoiced them all, and the seamen in the boats cheered and double-banked the oars to increase their way, but the towing of a large raft sunk under water was no easy task, and they did not, with all their exertions, advance more than 1/2 mile an hour. Until noon they continued their exertions, not without success. They were not 3 miles from the land, but, as the sun passed the meridian, a change took place. The breeze blew strong, the swell of the sea rose rapidly, and the raft was often so deeply immersed in the waves as to alarm them for the safety of those upon her. Their way was proportionally retarded, and by 3 o'clock they had not gained 1/2 mile from where they had been at noon. The men, not having had refreshment of any kind during the labour and excitement of so many hours, began to flag in their exertions. The wish for water was expressed by all, from the child who appealed to its mother to the seaman who strained at the oar. Philip did all he could to encourage the men, but, finding themselves so near to the land, and so overcome with fatigue, and that the raft in tow would not allow them to approach their haven, they murmured, and talked of the necessity of casting loose the raft and looking out for themselves. A feeling of self prevailed, and they were mutinous, but Philip expostulated with them, and, out of respect for him, they continued their exertions for another hour, when a circumstance occurred which decided the question upon which they had recommenced a debate. The increased swell and the fresh breeze had so beat about and tossed the raft that it was with difficulty for some time that its occupants could hold themselves on it. A loud shout, mingled with screams, attracted the attention of those in the boats, and Philip, looking back, perceived that the lashings of the raft had yielded to the force of the waves, and that it had separated amidships. The scene was agonizing. Husbands were separated from their wives and children, each floating away from each other, for the part of the raft which was still towed by the boats had already left the other far astern. The women rose up and screamed, and held up their children. Some, more frantic, dashed into the water between them, and attempted to gain the floating wreck upon which their husbands stood, and sank before they could be assisted. But the horror increased. One lashing having given way, all the rest soon followed, and before the boats could turn and give assistance, the sea was strewed with the spars which composed the raft, with women and children clinging to them. Loud were the yells of despair and the shrieks of the women, as they embraced their offspring, and in attempting to save them, were lost themselves. The spars of the raft, still close together, were hurled one upon the other by the swell, and many found death by being jammed between them. Although all the boats hastened to their assistance, there was so much difficulty and danger in forcing them between the spars that but few were saved, and even those few were more than the boats could well take in. The seamen and a few soldiers were picked up, but all the females and the children had sank beneath the waves. The effect of this catastrophe may be imagined, but hardly described. The seamen who had debated as to casting them adrift to perish wept as they pulled towards the shore. Philip was overcome. He covered his face and remained for some time without giving directions and heedless of what passed. It was now 5 o'clock in the evening. The boats had cast off the tow lines and vied with each other in their exertions. Before the sun had set, they all had arrived at the beach and were safely landed in the little sand bay into which they had steered, for the wind was off the shore and there was no surf. The boats were hauled up, and the exhausted men lay down on the sands till, warm with the heat of the sun, and forgetting that they had neither eaten nor drank for so long a time, they were soon fast asleep. Captain Barentz, Philip, and Krantz, as soon as they had seen the boats secured, held a short consultation, and were then glad to follow the example of the seamen. Harassed and worn out with the fatigue of the last 24 hours, their senses were soon drowned in oblivion. For many hours they all slept soundly, dreamt of water, and awoke to the sad reality that they were tormented with thirst, and were on a sandy beach with the salt waves mocking them. But they reflected how many of their late companions had been swallowed up, and felt thankful that they had been spared. It was early dawn when they all rose from the forms which they had impressed on the yielding sand, and, by the directions of Philip, they separated in every direction to look for the means of quenching their agony of thirst. As they proceeded over the sandhills, they found growing in the sand a low, spongy-leaf sort of shrub, something like what in our greenhouses is termed the ice plant, the thick leaves of which were covered with large drops of dew. They sank down on their knees, and proceeded from one to the other, licking off the moisture which was abundant, and soon felt a temporary relief. They continued their search till noon without success, and hunger was now added to their thirst. They then returned to the beach to ascertain if their companions had been more successful. They had also quenched their thirst with the dew of heaven, but had found no water or means of subsistence. But some of them had eaten the leaves of the plant, which had contained the dew in the morning, and had found them, although acid, full of watery sap, and grateful to the palate. The plant in question is the one provided by bounteous Providence for the support of the camel and other beasts in the arid desert, only to be found there, and devoured by all ruminating animals with avidity. By the advice of Philip they collected a quantity of this plant and put it into the boats, and then launched. They were not more than 50 miles from Table Bay, and although they had no sails, the wind was in their favour. Philip pointed out to them how useless it was to remain, when before morning they would, in all probability, arrive at where they would obtain all they required. The advice was approved of and acted upon. The boats were shoved off, and the oars resumed. So tired and exhausted were the men that their oars dipped mechanically into the water, for there was no strength left to be applied. It was not until the next morning at daylight that they arrived opposite False Bay, and they had still many miles to pull. The wind in their favour had done almost all. The men could do little or nothing. Encouraged, however, by the sight of land which they knew, they rallied, and at about noon they pulled exhausted to the beach at the bottom of Table Bay, near to which were the houses and the fort protecting the settlers who had for some few years resided there. They landed close to where a broad rivulet at that season, but a torrent in the winter, poured its stream into the bay. At the sight of fresh water, some of the men dropped their oars, threw themselves into the sea when out of their depth, others when the water was above their waists, yet they did not arrive so soon as those who waited till the boat struck the beach and jumped out upon dry land. And then they threw themselves into the rivulet, which coursed over the shingle about 5 or 6 inches in depth, allowing the refreshing stream to pour into their mouths till they could receive no more, immersing their hot hands and rolling in it with delight. Despots and fanatics have exerted their ingenuity to invent torments for their victims. How useless! The rack, the boot, fire, all that they have imagined are not to be compared to the torture of extreme thirst. In the extremity of agony the sufferers cry for water, and it is not refused. They might have spared themselves their refined ingenuity of torment and the disgusting exhibition of it, had they only confined the prisoner in his cell and refused him water. As soon as they had satisfied the most pressing of all wants, they rose dripping from the stream and walked up to the houses of the factory, the inhabitants of which, perceiving that boats had landed when there was no vessel in the bay, naturally concluded that some disaster had happened, and were walking down to meet them. Their tragical history was soon told. The 36 men that stood before them were all that were left of the nearly 300 souls embarked, and they had been more than 2 days without food. At this intimation no further questions were asked by the considerate settlers, until the hunger of the sufferers had been appeased, when the narrative of their sufferings was fully detailed by Philip and Krantz. "I have an idea that I have seen you before," observed one of the settlers. "Did you come on shore when the fleet anchored?" "I did not," replied Philip, "but I have been here." "I recollect now," replied the man. "You were the only survivor of the XXIII, which was lost in False Bay." "Not the only survivor," replied Philip. "I thought so myself, but afterwards met the pilot, a one-eyed man of the name of Schriften, who was my shipmate. He must have arrived here after me. You saw him, of course." "No, I did not. No one belonging to the XXIII ever came here after you, for I have been a settler here ever since, and it is not likely that I should forget such a circumstance." "He must then have returned to Holland by some other means." "I know not how. Our ships never go near the coast after they leave the bay. It is too dangerous." "Nevertheless, I saw him," replied Philip, musing. "If you saw him, that is sufficient. Perhaps some vessel had been blown down to the eastern side and picked him up, but the natives in that part are not likely to have spared the life of a European. The Kaffirs are a cruel people." The information that Schriften had not been seen at the Cape was a subject of meditation to Philip. He had always an idea, as the reader knows, that there was something supernatural about the man, and this opinion was corroborated by the report of the settler. We must now pass over the space of 2 months, during which the wrecked seamen were treated with kindness by the settlers, and, at the expiration of which, a small brig arrived at the bay and took in refreshments. She was homeward bound, with a full cargo, and being chartered by the company, could not refuse to receive on board the crew of the Vrouw Catharina. Philip, Krantz, and the seamen embarked, but Captain Barentz remained behind to settle at the Cape. "Should I go home?" said he to Philip, who argued with him. "I have nothing in this world to return for. I have no wife, no children. I had but one dear object, my Vrouw Catharina, who was my wife, my child, my everything. She is gone, and I never shall find another vessel like her, and if I could, I should not love it as I did her. No, my affections are buried with her, are entombed in the deep sea. How beautifully she burnt! She went out of the world like a phoenix, as she was. No, no, I will be faithful to her. I will send for what little money I have, and live as near to her tomb as I can. I never shall forget her as long as I live. I shall mourn over her, and Vrouw Catharina, when I die, will be found engraven on my heart." Philip could not help wishing that his affections had been fixed upon a more deserving object, as then, probably, the tragical loss had not taken place. But he changed the subject, feeling that, being no sailor, Captain Barentz was much better on shore than in the command of a vessel. They shook hands and parted, Philip promising to execute Barentz's commission, which was to turn his money into articles most useful to a settler and have them sent out by the first fleet which should sail from the Zuyder Zee. But this commission it was not Philip's good fortune to execute. The brig named the Wilhelmina sailed, and soon arrived at St. Helena. After watering, she proceeded on her voyage. They had made the Western Isles, and Philip was consoling himself with the anticipation of soon joining his Amin, when to the nor'ard of the islands they met with a furious gale, before which they were obliged to scud for many days, with the vessel's head to the southeast, and, as the wind abated, and they were able to haul to it, they fell in with a Dutch fleet of 5 vessels, commanded by an admiral, which had left Amsterdam more than 2 months, and had been buffeted about by contrary gales for the major part of that period. Cold, fatigue, and bad provisions had brought on the scurvy, and the ships were so weakly manned that they could hardly navigate them. When the captain of the Wilhelmina reported to the admiral that he had part of the crew of the Frau Katharina on board, he was ordered to send them immediately to assist in navigating his crippled fleet. Remonstrance was useless. Philip had but time to write to Amine, acquainting her with his misfortunes and disappointment, and confiding the letter to his wife as well as his narrative of the loss of the Frau Katharina for the directors, to the charge of the captain of the Wilhelmina. He hastened to pack up his effects and repaired on board of the admiral's ship with Krantz and the crew. To them were added 6 of the men belonging to the Wilhelmina, which the admiral insisted on retaining, and the brig, having received the admiral's dispatches, was then permitted to continue her voyage. Perhaps there is nothing more trying to the seaman's feelings than being unexpectedly forced to recommence another series of trials, at the very time when they anticipate repose from the former. Yet how often does this happen? Philip was melancholy. "It is my destiny," thought he, using the words of Amine, "and why should I not submit?" Krantz was furious, and the seamen discontented and mutinous. But it was useless. Might is right on the vast ocean, where there is no appeal, no trial, or injunction to be obtained. But hard as their case appeared to them, the admiral was fully justified in his proceeding. His ships were almost unmanageable with the few hands who could still perform their duty, and this small increase of physical power might be the means of saving hundreds who lay helpless in their hammocks. In his own vessel, the Lion, which was manned with 250 men when she sailed from Amsterdam, there were not more than 70 capable of doing duty, and the other ships had suffered in proportion. The first captain of the Lion was dead, the second captain in his hammock, and the admiral had no one to assist him but the mates of the vessel, some of whom crawled up to their duty, more dead than alive. The ship of the second in command, the Dort, was even in a more deplorable plight. The Commodore was dead. The first captain was still doing his duty, but he had but one more officer capable of remaining on deck. The admiral sent for Philip into his cabin, and having heard his narrative of the loss of the Frau Katharina, he ordered him to go on board of the Commodore's ship as captain, giving the rank of Commodore to the captain at present on board of her. Krantz was retained on board his own vessel as second captain, for, by Philip's narrative, the admiral perceived at once that they were both good officers and brave men. The end of Chapter 17. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 18 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The fleet, under Admiral Reimlandt's command, was ordered to proceed to the East Indies by the western route, through the Straits of Magellan, into the Pacific Ocean, it being still imagined, notwithstanding previous failures, that this route offered facilities which might shorten the passage of the Spice Islands. The vessels composing the fleet were the Lion, of 44 guns, bearing the Admiral's flag, the Dort, of 36 guns, with the Commodore's pendant, to which Philip was appointed, the Zuyder Zee of 20, the Jungfrau of 12, and the Ketch of 4 guns, called the Scheveling. The crew of the Frau Katharina were divided between the 2 larger vessels. The others, being smaller, were easier worked with fewer hands. Every arrangement having been made, the boats were hoisted up, and the ships made sail. For 10 days they were baffled by light winds, and the victims to the scurvy increased considerably on board of Philip's vessel. Many died and were thrown overboard, and others were carried down to their hammocks. The newly appointed Commodore, whose name was Avonhorn, went on board of the Admiral to report the state of the vessel, and to suggest, as Philip had proposed to him, that they should make the coast of South America and endeavour by bribery or by force to obtain supplies either from the Spanish inhabitants or the natives. But to this the Admiral would not listen. He was an imperious, bold, and obstinate man, not to be persuaded or convinced, and with little feeling for the sufferings of others. Tenacious of being advised, he immediately rejected a proposition which, had it originated with himself, would probably have been immediately acted upon, and the Commodore returned on board his vessel, not only disappointed, but irritated by the language used towards him. "What are we to do, Captain Vanderdecken? You know too well our situation. It is impossible we can continue long at sea. If we do, the vessel will be drifting at the mercy of the waves, while the crew die a wretched death in their hammocks. At present we have 40 men left. In 10 days more we shall probably have but 20, for as the labour becomes more severe, so do they drop down the faster. Is it not better to risk our lives in combat with the Spaniards than die here like rotten sheep?" "I perfectly agree with you, Commodore," replied Philip. "But still we must obey orders. The Admiral is an inflexible man, and a cruel one. I have a great mind to part company in the night, and, if he finds fault, I will justify myself to the directors on my return." "Do nothing rashly. Perhaps when day by day he finds his own ship's company more weakened, he will see the necessity of following your advice." A week had passed away after this conversation, and the fleet had made little progress. In each ship the ravages of the fatal disease became more serious, and, as the Commodore had predicted, he had but 20 men really able to do duty. Nor had the Admiral's ship and the other vessels suffered less. The Commodore again went on board to reiterate his proposition. Admiral Rhineland was not only a stern but a vindictive man. He was aware of the propriety of the suggestion made by his second-in-command, but, having refused it, he would not acquiesce, and he felt revengeful against the Commodore, whose counsel he must now either adopt, or, by refusing it, be prevented from taking the steps so necessary for the preservation of his crew and the success of his voyage. Too proud to acknowledge himself in error, again did he decidedly refuse, and the Commodore went back to his own ship. The fleet was then within 3 days of the coast, steering to the southward for the Straits of Magellan, and that night, after Philip had retired to his cot, the Commodore went on deck and ordered the course of the vessel to be altered some points more to the westward. The night was very dark, and the Lion was the only ship which carried a poop lantern, so that the parting company of the Dort was not perceived by the Admiral and the other ships of the fleet. When Philip went on deck next morning, he found that their consorts were not in sight. He looked at the compass, and, perceiving that the course was altered, inquired at what hour and by whose directions. Finding that it was by his superior officer, he of course said nothing. When the Commodore came on deck, he stated to Philip that he felt himself warranted in not complying with the Admiral's orders, as it would have been sacrificing the whole ship's company. This was, indeed, true. In 2 days they made the land, and, running into the shore, perceived a large town and Spaniards on the beach. They anchored at the mouth of the river, and hoisted English colours, when a boat came on board to ask them who they were and what they required. The Commodore replied that the vessel was English, for he knew that the hatred of the Spanish to the Dutch was so great that, if known to belong to that nation, he would have had no chance of procuring any supplies except by force. He stated that he had fallen in with a Spanish vessel, a complete wreck, from the whole of the crew being afflicted with the scurvy, that he had taken the men out, who were now in their hammocks below, as he considered it cruel to leave so many of his fellow creatures to perish, and that he had to come out of his course to land them at the first Spanish fort he could reach. He requested that they would immediately send on board vegetables and fresh provisions for the sick men, whom it would be death to remove until after a few days, when they would be a little restored, and added that in return for their assisting the Spaniards, he trusted the governor would also send supplies for his own people. This well-made-up story was confirmed by the officer sent on board by the Spanish governor. Being requested to go down below and see the patients, the sight of so many poor fellows in the last stage of that horrid disease, their teeth fallen out, gums ulcerated, bodies full of tumours and sores, was quite sufficient, and, hurrying up from the lower deck as he would have done from a charnel house, the officer hastened on shore and made his report. In 2 hours a large boat was sent off with fresh beef and vegetables sufficient for 3 days' supply for the ship's company, and these were immediately distributed among the men. A letter of thanks was returned by the Commodore, stating that his health was so indifferent as to prevent his coming on shore in person to thank the governor, and forwarding a pretended list of the Spaniards on board, in which he mentioned some officers and people of distinction, whom he imagined might be connected with the family of the governor, whose name and titles he had received from the messenger sent on board. For the Dutch knew full well the majority of the noble Spanish families. Indeed, alliances had continually taken place between them, previous to their assertion of their independence. The Commodore concluded his letter by expressing a hope that, in a day or 2, he should be able to pay his respects and make arrangements for the landing of the sick, as he was anxious to proceed on his voyage of discovery. On the 3rd day a fresh supply of provisions was sent on board, and, so soon as they were received, the Commodore, in an English uniform, went on shore and called upon the governor, gave a long detail of the sufferings of the people he had rescued, and agreed that they should be sent on shore in 2 days, and they would, by that time, be well enough to be moved. After many compliments, he went on board, the governor having stated his intention to return his visit on the following day, if the weather were not too rough. Fortunately, the weather was rough for the next 2 days, and it was not until the 3rd that the governor made his appearance. This was precisely what the Commodore wished. There is no disease, perhaps, so dreadful or so rapid in its effects upon the human frame, and at the same time so instantaneously checked, as the scurvy, if the remedy can be procured. A few days were sufficient to restore those who were not able to turn in their hammocks to their former vigour. In the course of the 6 days nearly all the crew of the Dort were convalescent and able to go on deck, but still they were not cured. The Commodore waited for the arrival of the governor, received him with all due honours, and then, so soon as he was in the cabin, told him very politely that he and all his officers with him were prisoners, that the vessel was a Dutch man-of-war, and that it was his own people, and not Spaniards, who had been dying of the scurvy. He consoled him, however, by pointing out that he had thought it preferable to obtain provisions by this ruse than to sacrifice lives on both sides by taking them by force, and that His Excellency's captivity would endure no longer than until he had received on board a sufficient number of live bullocks and fresh vegetables to ensure the recovery of the ship's company, and in the meantime not the least insult would be offered to him. Whereupon the Spanish governor first looked at the Commodore, and then at the file of armed men at the cabin door, and then to his distance from the town, and then called to mind the possibility of his being taken out to sea. Weighing all these points in his mind, and the very moderate ransom demanded, 4 bullocks were not worth $1 apiece in that country, he resolved, as he could not help himself, to comply with the Commodore's terms. He called for pen and ink, and wrote an order to send on board immediately all that was demanded. Before sunset the bullocks and vegetables were brought off, and, so soon as they were alongside, the Commodore, with many bows and many thanks, escorted the governor to the gangway, complimenting him with a salvo of great guns, as he had done before on his arrival. The people on shore thought that His Excellency had paid a long visit, but, as he did not like to acknowledge that he had been deceived, nothing was said about it, at least in his hearing, although the facts were soon well known. As soon as the boats were cleared, the Commodore weighed anchor and made sail, well satisfied with having preserved his ship's company, and, as the Falkland Islands, in case of parting company, had been named as the rendezvous, he steered for them. In a fortnight he arrived, and found that his admiral was not yet there. His crew were now all recovered, and his fresh beef was not yet expended, when he perceived the admiral and the 3 other vessels in the offing. It appeared that so soon as the Dort had parted company, the admiral had immediately acted upon the advice that the Commodore had given him, and had run for the coast. Not being so fortunate in a ruse as his second-in-command, he had landed an armed force from the 4 vessels, and had succeeded in obtaining several head of cattle, at the expense of an equal number of men killed and wounded. But at the same time they had collected a large quantity of vegetables of one sort or another, which they had carried on board and distributed with great success to the sick, who were gradually recovering. Immediately that the admiral had anchored, he made the signal for the Commodore to repair on board, and taxed him with disobedience of orders in having left the fleet. The Commodore did not deny that he had so done, but excused himself upon the plea of necessity, offering to lay the whole matter before the Court of Directors so soon as they returned. But the admiral was vested with most extensive powers, not only of the trial, but the condemnation and punishment of any person guilty of mutiny and insubordination in his fleet. In reply, he told the Commodore that he was a prisoner, and, to prove it, he confined him in irons under the half-deck. A signal was then made for all the captains. They went on board, and, of course, Philip was of the number. On their arrival, the admiral held a summary court-martial, proving to them by his instructions that he was so warranted to do. The result of the court-martial could be but one: condemnation for a breach of discipline, to which Philip was obliged reluctantly to sign his name. The admiral then gave Philip the appointment of second-in-command, and the Commodore's pendant, much to the annoyance of the captains commanding the other vessels. But in this the admiral proved his judgment, as there was no one of them so fit for the task as Philip. Having done so, he dismissed them. Philip would have spoken to the late Commodore, but the sentry opposed it, as against his orders, and, with a friendly nod, Philip was obliged to leave him without the desired communication. The fleet remained 3 weeks at the Falkland Islands to recruit the ship's companies. Although there was no fresh beef, there was plenty of scurvy grass and penguins. These birds were in myriads on some parts of the island, which, from the propinquity of their nests, built of mud, went by the name of towns. There they sat, close together, the whole area which they covered being bare of grass, hatching their eggs and rearing their young. The men had but to select as many eggs and birds as they pleased, and so numerous were they that, when they had supplied themselves, there was no apparent diminution of the numbers. This food, although in a short time not very palatable to the seamen, had the effect of restoring them to health, and before the fleet sailed there was not a man who was afflicted with the scurvy. In the meantime the Commodore remained in irons, and many were the conjectures concerning his ultimate fate. The power of life and death was known to be in the admiral's hands, but no one thought that such a power would be exerted upon a delinquent of so high a grade. The other captains kept aloof from Philip, and he knew little of what was the general idea. Occasionally, when on board of the admiral's ship, he ventured to bring up the question, but was immediately silenced, and feeling that he might injure the late Commodore, for whom he had a regard, he would risk nothing by importunity, and the fleet sailed for the Straits of Magellan, without anybody being aware of what might be the result of the court-martial. It was about a fortnight after they had left the Falkland Islands that they entered the Straits. At first they had a leading wind which carried them half through, but this did not last, and they then had to contend not only against the wind, but against the current, and they daily lost ground. The crews of the ships also began to thicken from fatigue and cold. Whether the admiral had before made up his mind, or whether, irritated by his fruitless endeavours to continue his voyage, it is impossible to say, but after 3 weeks' useless struggle against the wind and currents, he hove to, and ordered all the captains on board, when he proposed that the prisoner should receive his punishment, and that punishment was to be deserted, that is, to be sent on shore with a day's food, where there was no means of obtaining support, so as to die miserably of hunger. This was a punishment frequently resorted to by the Dutch at that period, as will be seen by reading an account of their voyages, but, at the same time, seldom, if ever, awarded to one of so high a rank as that of Commodore. Philip immediately protested against it, and so did Krantz, although they were both aware that by doing so they would make the admiral their enemy. But the other captains, who viewed both of them with a jealous eye, and considered them as interlopers and interfering with their advancement, sided with the admiral. Notwithstanding this majority, Philip thought it his duty to expostulate. "You know well, Admiral," said he, "that I joined in his condemnation for a breach of discipline, but at the same time there was much in extenuation. He committed a breach of discipline to save his ship's company, but not an error in judgment, as you yourself proved by taking the same measure to save your own men. Do not, therefore, visit an offence of so doubtful a nature with such cruelty. Let the company decide the point when you send him home, which you can do so soon as you arrive in India. He is sufficiently punished by losing his command. To do what you propose will be ascribed to feelings of revenge more than to those of justice. What success can we deserve if we commit an act of such cruelty? And how can we expect a merciful Providence to protect us from the winds and waves when we are thus barbarous towards each other?" Philip's arguments were of no avail. The admiral ordered him to return on board his ship, and had he been able to find an excuse, he would have deprived him of his command. This he could not well do, but Philip was aware that the admiral was now his inveterate enemy. The Commodore was taken out of irons and brought into the cabin, and his sentence was made known to him. "Be it so, Admiral," replied Avenhorn, "for to attempt to turn you from your purpose I know would be unavailing. I am not punished for disobedience of orders, but for having, by my disobedience, pointed out to you your duty, a duty which you were forced to perform afterwards by necessity. Then be it so. Let me perish on these black rocks as I shall, and my bones be withered by the chilly blasts which howl over their desolation. But mark me, cruel and vindictive man, I shall not be the only one whose bones will bleach there. I prophesy that many others will share my fate, and even you, Admiral, may be of the number. If I mistake not, we shall lie side by side." The Admiral made no reply, but gave a sign for the prisoner to be removed. He then had a conference with the captains of the 3 smaller vessels, and as they had been all along retarded by the heavier sailing of his own ship, and the Dort commanded by Philip, he decided that they should part company, and proceed on as fast as they could to the Indies, sending on board of the 2 larger vessels all the provisions they could spare, as they already began to run short. Philip had left the cabin with Krantz after the prisoner had been removed. He then wrote a few lines upon a slip of paper. Do not leave the beach when you are put on shore until the vessels are out of sight, and, requesting Krantz to find an opportunity to deliver this to the Commodore, he returned on board of his own ship. When the crew of the Dort heard of the punishment about to be inflicted upon their old commander, they were much excited. They felt that he had sacrificed himself to save them, and they murmured much at the cruelty of the admiral. About an hour before Philip's return to his ship, the prisoner was sent on shore and landed on the desolate and rocky coast with a supply of provisions for 2 days. Not a single article of extra clothing or the means of striking a light was permitted him. When the boat's keel grazed the beach, he was ordered out, the boat shoved off, and the men were not permitted even to bid him farewell. The fleet, as Philip expected, remained hove to, shifting the provisions, and it was not till after dark that everything was arranged. This opportunity was not lost. Philip was aware that it would be considered a breach of discipline, but to that he was indifferent. Neither did he think it likely that it would come to the ears of the admiral, as the crew of the Dort were partial both to the Commodore and to him. He had desired a seaman whom he could trust to put into one of the boats a couple of muskets and a quantity of ammunition, several blankets, and various other articles, besides provisions for 2 or 3 months for one person, and, as soon as it was dark, the men pulled on shore with the boat, found the Commodore on the beach waiting for them, and supplied him with all these necessaries. They then rejoined their ship, without the admiral's having the least suspicion of what had been done, and shortly after the fleet made sail on a wind, with their heads offshore. The next morning the 3 smaller vessels parted company, and by sunset had gained many miles to windward, after which they were not again seen. The admiral had sent for Philip to give him his instructions, which were very severe, and evidently framed so as to be able to afford him hereafter some excuse for depriving him of his command. Among others, his orders were, as the Dort drew much less water than the admiral's ship, to sail ahead of him during the night, that, if they approached too near the land as they beat across the channel, timely notice might be given to the admiral if in too shallow water. This responsibility was the occasion of Philip's being always on deck when they approached the land of either side of the straits. It was the second night after the fleet had separated that Philip had been summoned on deck, as they were nearing the land of Terra del Fuego. He was watching the man in the chains heaving the lead, when the officer of the watch reported to him that the admiral's ship was ahead of them instead of astern. Philip made enquiry as to when he passed, but could not discover. He went forward and saw the admiral's ship with her poop light, which, when the admiral was astern, was not visible. "What can be the admiral's reason for this?" thought Philip. "Has he run ahead on purpose to make a charge against me of neglect of duty? It must be so. Well, let him do as he pleases. He must wait now till we arrive in India, for I shall not allow him to desert me. And with the company I have as much, and I rather think, as a large proprietor, more interest than he has. Well, as he has thought proper to go ahead, I have nothing to do but follow. You may come out of the chains there." Philip went forward. They were now, as he imagined, very near to the land, but the night was dark, and they could not distinguish it. For half an hour they continued their course, much to Philip's surprise, for he now thought he could make out the loom of the land, dark as it was. His eyes were constantly fixed upon the ship ahead, expecting every minute that she would go about, but no, she continued her course, and Philip followed with his own vessel. "We are very close to the land, sir," observed Vanderdecken, the lieutenant, who was the officer of the watch. "So it appears to me, but the admiral is closer and draws much more water than we do," replied Philip. "I think I see the rocks on the beam to the leeward, sir. I believe you are right," replied Philip. "I cannot understand this. Ready about, and get a gun ready. They must suppose us to be ahead of them, depend upon it." Hardly had Philip given the order when the vessel struck heavily on the rocks. Philip hastened aft. He found that the rudder had been unshipped and the vessel was immovably fixed. His thoughts then reverted to the Admiral. Was he on shore? He ran forward, and the Admiral was still sailing on, with his poop light about 2 cables' length ahead of him. "Fire the gun, there!" cried Philip, perplexed beyond measure. The gun was fired, and immediately followed up by the flash and report of another gun close astern of them. Philip looked with astonishment over the quarter and perceived the Admiral's ship close astern to him, and evidently on shore as well as his own. "Merciful heaven!" exclaimed Philip, rushing forward. "What can this be?" He beheld the other vessel with her light ahead, still sailing on and leaving them. The day was now dawning, and there was sufficient light to make out the land. The Dort was on shore, not 50 yards from the beach, and surrounded by the high and barren rocks, yet the vessel ahead was apparently sailing on over the land. The seamen crowded on the forecastle, watching this strange phenomenon. At last it vanished from their sight. "That's the Flying Dutchman, by all that's holy!" cried one of the seamen, jumping off the gun. Hardly had the man uttered these words when the vessel disappeared. Philip felt convinced that it was so, and he walked away aft in a very perturbed state. It must have been his father's fatal ship, which had decoyed them to probable destruction. He hardly knew how to act. The Admiral's wrath he did not wish, just at that moment, to encounter. He sent for the officer of the watch, and, having desired him to select a crew for the boat out of those men who had been on deck, and could substantiate his assertions, ordered him to go on board of the Admiral and state what had happened. As soon as the boat had shoved off, Philip turned his attention to the state of his own vessel. The daylight had increased, and Philip perceived that they were surrounded by rocks, and had run on shore between 2 reefs, which extended half a mile from the mainland. He sounded round his vessel, and discovered that she was fixed from forward to aft, and that, without lightening her, there was no chance of getting her off. He then turned to where the Admiral's ship lay aground, and found that, to all appearance, she was in even a worse plight, as the rocks to leeward of her were above the water, and she was much more exposed should bad weather come on. Never, perhaps, was there a scene more cheerless and appalling. A dark wintry sky, a sky loaded with heavy clouds, the wind cold and piercing. The whole line of the coast one mass of barren rocks, without the slightest appearance of vegetation. The inland part of the country presented an equally sombre appearance, and the higher points were capped with snow, although it was not yet the winter season. Sweeping the coast with his eye, Philip perceived not 4 miles to leeward of them, so little progress had they made, the spot where they had deserted the Commodore. "Surely this has been a judgment on him for his cruelty," thought Philip, "and the prophecy of poor Avonhorn will come true. More bones than his will bleach on those rocks." Philip turned round again to where the Admiral's ship was on shore, and started back, as he beheld a sight even more dreadful than all that he had viewed. The body of Vanderdecken, the officer sent on board of the Admiral, hanging at the main yard arm. "My God, is it possible?" exclaimed Philip, stamping with sorrow and indignation. His boat was returning on board, and Philip awaited it with impatience. The men hastened up the side and breathlessly informed Philip that the Admiral, as soon as he had heard the lieutenant's report and his acknowledgment that he was the officer of the watch, had ordered him to be hung, and that he had sent them back with a summons for him to repair on board immediately, and that they had seen another rope preparing at the other yard-arm. "But not for you, sir," cried the men. "That shall never be. You shall never go on board, and we will defend you with our lives." The whole ship's company joined in this resolution, and expressed their determination to resist the Admiral. Philip thanked them kindly, stated his intention of not going on board, and requested that they would remain quiet until it was ascertained what steps the Admiral might take. He then went down to his cabin to reflect upon what plan he should pursue. As he looked out of the stern windows, and perceived the body of the young man still swinging in the wind, he almost wished that he was in his place, for then there would be an end to his wayward fate. But he thought of Amene, and felt that for her he wished to live. That the phantom ship should have decoyed him to destruction was also a source of much painful feeling, and Philip meditated with his hands pressed to his temples. "It is my destiny," he thought at last, "and the will of heaven must be done. We could not have been so deceived if heaven had not permitted it." And then his thoughts reverted to his present situation. That the admiral had exceeded his powers in taking the life of the officer was undeniable, as, although his instructions gave him power of life and death, still it was only to be decided by the sentence of the court-martial held by the captains commanding the vessels of the fleet. He therefore felt himself justified in resistance. But Philip was troubled with the idea that such resistance might lead to much bloodshed, and he was still debating how to act when they reported to him that there was a boat coming from the admiral's ship. Philip went upon deck to receive the officer, who stated that it was the admiral's order that he should immediately come on board, and that he must consider himself now under arrest, and deliver up his sword. "No, no!" exclaimed the ship's company of the Dort. "He shall not go on board. We will stand by our captain to the last." "Silence, men, silence!" cried Philip. "You must be aware, sir," said he to the officer, "that in the cruel punishment of that innocent young man the admiral has exceeded his powers, and, much as I regret to see any symptoms of mutiny and insubordination, it must be remembered that, if those in command disobey the orders they have received, by exceeding them they not only set the example, but give an excuse for those who otherwise would be bound to obey them, to do the same. Tell the admiral that his murder of that innocent man has determined me no longer to consider myself under his authority, and that I will hold myself, as well as him, answerable to the company whom we serve for our conduct. I do not intend to go on board and put myself in his power that he might gratify his resentment by my ignominious death. It is a duty that I owe these men under my command to preserve my life, that I may, if possible, preserve theirs in this strait, and you may also add that a little reflection must point out to him that this is no time for us to war with, but to assist each other with all our energies. We are here shipwrecked on a barren coast, with provisions insufficient for any lengthened stay, no prospect of succour, and little of escape. As the Commodore truly prophesied, many more are likely to perish as well as him, and even the Admiral himself may be of the number. I shall wait his answer. If he choose to lay aside all animosity, and refer our conduct to a higher tribunal, I am willing to join with him in rendering that assistance to each other which our situation requires. If not, you must perceive, and of course will tell him, that I have those with me who will defend me against any attempt at force. You have my answer, sir, and may go on board." The officer went to the gangway, but found that none of his crew, except the bowmen, were in the boat. They had gone up to gain from the men of the Dort the true history of what they had but imperfectly heard, and, before they were summoned to return, had received full intelligence. They conceded with the seamen of the Dort that the appearance of the phantom ship, which had occasioned their present disaster, was a judgment upon the Admiral for his conduct in having so cruelly deserted the poor Commodore. Upon the return of the officer with Philip's answer, the rage of the Admiral was beyond all bounds. He ordered the guns aft, which would bear upon the Dort, to be double-shotted and fired into her, but Krantz pointed out to him that they could not bring more guns to bear upon the Dort in their present situation than the Dort could bring to bear upon them, that their superior force was thus neutralized, and that no advantage could result from taking such a step. The Admiral immediately put Krantz under arrest, and proceeded to put into execution his insane intentions. In this he was, however, prevented by the seamen of the Lion, who neither wished to fire upon their consort, nor to be fired at in return. The report of the boat's crew had been circulated through the ship, and the men felt too much ill will against the admiral, and perceived at the same time the extreme difficulty of their situation, so wished to make it worse. They did not proceed to open mutiny, but they went down below, and when the officers ordered them up, they refused to go upon deck, and the officers, who were equally disgusted with the admiral's conduct, merely informed him of the state of the ship's company without naming individuals, so as to excite his resentment against anyone in particular. Such was the state of affairs when the sun went down. Nothing had been done on board the admiral's ship, for Krantz was under arrest, and the admiral had retired in a state of fury to his cabin. In the meantime, Philip and the ship's company had not been idle. They had laid an anchor out astern and hove taut. They had started all the water, and were pumping it out, when a boat pulled alongside, and Krantz made his appearance on deck.
"Captain Vanderdecken, I have come to put myself under your orders, if you will receive me. If not, render me your protection, for, as sure as fate, I should have been hanged tomorrow morning, if I had remained on my own ship. The men in the boat have come with the same intention, that of joining you, if you will permit them."
Although Philip would have wished it had been otherwise, he could not well refuse to receive Krantz under the circumstances of the case. He was very partial to him, and, to save his life, which certainly was in danger, he would have done much more. He desired that the boat's crew should return, but when Krantz had stated to him what had occurred on board the Lion, and the crew earnestly begged him not to send them back to almost certain death, which, having effected the escape of Krantz, would have assured, Philip reluctantly allowed them to remain. The night was tempestuous, but the wind being now offshore, the water was not rough. The crew of the Dort, under the directions of Philip and Krantz, succeeded in lightening the vessel so much during the night that the next morning they were able to haul her off, and found that her bottom had received no serious injury. It was fortunate for them that they had not discontinued their exertions, for the wind shifted a few hours before sunrise, and by the time that they had shipped their rudder, it came on to blow fresh down the straits, the wind being accompanied with a heavy swell. The admiral's ship still lay aground, and apparently no exertions were used to get her off. Philip was much puzzled how to act. Leave the crew of the Lion he could not, nor indeed could he refuse, or did he wish to refuse, the admiral if he proposed coming on board, but he now made up his mind that it should only be as a passenger, and that he would himself retain the command. At present he contented himself with dropping his anchor outside, clear of the reef, where he was sheltered by a bluff cape, under which the water was smooth, about a mile distant from where the admiral's ship lay on shore, and he employed his crew in replenishing his water casks from a rivulet close to where the ship was anchored. He waited to see if the other vessel got off, being convinced that if she did not, some communication must soon take place. As soon as the water was complete, he sent one of the boats to the place where the Commodore had been landed, having resolved to take him on board, if they could find him. But the boat returned without having seen anything of him, although the men had clambered over the hills to a considerable distance. On the second morning after Philip had hauled his vessel off, they observed that the boats of the admiral's ship were passing and repassing from the shore, landing her stores and provisions, and the next day, from the tents pitched on shore, it was evident that she was abandoned, although the boats were still employed in taking articles out of her. That night it blew fresh, and the sea was heavy. The next morning her masts were gone, and she turned on her broadside. She was evidently a wreck, and Philip now consulted with Krantz how to act. To leave the crew of the Lion on shore was impossible. They must all perish when the winter set in upon such a desolate coast. On the whole, it was considered advisable that the first communication should come from the other party, and Philip resolved to remain quietly at anchor. It was very plain that there was no longer any subordination among the crew of the Lion, who were to be seen in the daytime climbing over the rocks in every direction, and at night, when their large fires were lighted, carousing and drinking. This waste of provisions was a subject of much vexation to Philip. He had not more than sufficient for his own crew, and he took it for granted that, so soon as what they had taken on shore should be expended, the crew of the Lion would ask to be received on board of the Dort. For more than a week did affairs continue in this state, when, one morning, a boat was seen pulling towards the ship, and in the stern sheets Philip recognized the officer who had been sent on board to put him under arrest. When the officer came on deck, he took off his hat to Philip. "You do, then, acknowledge me as in command?" observed Philip. "Yes, sir, most certainly. You were second in command, but now you are first, for the Admiral is dead." "Dead?" exclaimed Philip. "And how?" "He was found dead on the beach under a high cliff, and the body of the Commodore was in his arms. Indeed, they were both grappled together. It is supposed that in his walk up to the top of the hill, which he used to take every day to see if any vessels might be in the straits, he fell in with the Commodore, that they had come to contention, and had both fallen over the precipice together. No one saw the meeting, but they must have fallen over the rocks, as the bodies were dreadfully mangled." On inquiry, Philip ascertained that all chance of saving the Lion had been lost after the second night, when she had beat in her larboard streak, and had 6 feet of water in the hold, that the crew had been very insubordinate, and had consumed almost all the spirits, and that not only all the sick had already perished, but also many others who had either fallen over the rocks when they were intoxicated, or had been found dead in the morning from their exposure during the night. "Then the poor Commodore's prophecy has been fulfilled," observed Philip to Krantz. "Many others, and even the Admiral himself, have perished with him. Peace be with them. And now let us get away from this horrible place as soon as possible." Philip then gave orders to the officer to collect his men and the provisions that remained for immediate embarkation. Krantz followed soon after with all the boats, and before night everything was on board. The bodies of the Admiral and Commodore were buried where they lay, and the next morning the Dort was under way, and, with a slanting wind, was laying a fair course through the straits. The end of Chapter 18. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 19 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. It appeared as if their misfortunes were to cease after the tragical death of the two commanders. In a few days the Dort had passed through the Straits of Magellan, and was sailing in the Pacific Ocean, with a blue sky and a quiet sea. The ship's company recovered their health and spirits, and the vessel being now well manned, the duty was carried on with cheerfulness. In about a fortnight they had gained well up on the Spanish coast, but although they had seen many of the inhabitants on the beach, they had not fallen in with any vessels belonging to the Spaniards. Aware that if he met with a Spanish ship of superior force it would attack him, Philip had made every preparation, and had trained his men to the guns. He had now, with the joint crews of the vessels, a well-manned ship, and the anticipation of prize money had made his men very eager to fall in with some Spaniard, which they knew that Philip would capture if he could. Light winds and calms detained them for a month on the coast, when Philip determined upon running for the Isle Sainte Marie, where, though he knew it was in possession of the Spaniards, he yet hoped to be able to procure refreshments for the ship's company, either by fair means or by force. The Dort was, by their reckoning, about 30 miles from the island, and having run in until after dark, they had hove to till the next morning. Krantz was on deck. He leant over the side, and as the sails flapped to the masts, he attempted to define the line of the horizon. It was very dark, but as he watched, he thought that he perceived a light for a moment, and which then disappeared. Fixing his eyes on the spot, he soon made out a vessel hove to, and not 2 cables' lengths distant. He hastened down to apprise Philip, and procure a glass. By the time Philip was on deck, the vessel had been distinctly made out to be a 3-masted xebac,
very low in the water. After a short consultation, it was agreed that the boats on the quarter should be lowered down, and manned and armed without noise, and that they should steal gently alongside and surprise her. The men were called up, silence enjoined, and in a few minutes the boat's crew had possession of the vessel, having boarded her and secured the hatches before the alarm could be given by the few who were on deck. More men were then taken on board by Krantz, who, as agreed upon, lay to under the lee of the Dort until the daylight made its appearance. The hatches were then taken off, and the prisoners sent on board of the Dort. There were 60 people on board, a large number for a vessel of that description. On being interrogated, 2 of the prisoners, who were well dressed and gentlemanlike persons, stepped forward and stated that the vessel was from St. Mary's, bound to Lima, with a cargo of flour and passengers, that the crew and captain consisted of 25 men, and all the rest who were on board had taken that opportunity of going to Lima, that they themselves were among the passengers, and trusted that the vessel and cargo would be immediately released, as the 2 nations were not at war. "Not at war at home, I grant," replied Philip, "but in these seas the constant aggressions of your armed ships compel me to retaliate, and I shall therefore make a prize of your vessel and cargo. At the same time, as I have no wish to molest private individuals, I will land all the passengers and crew at St. Mary's, to which place I am bound in order to obtain refreshments, which now I shall expect to be given cheerfully as your ransom, so as to relieve me from resorting to force." The prisoners protested strongly against this, but without avail. They then requested leave to ransom the vessel and cargo, offering a larger sum than they both appeared to be worth, but Philip, being short of provisions, refused to part with the cargo, and the Spaniards appeared much disappointed at the unsuccessful issue of their request. Finding that nothing would induce him to part with the provisions, they then begged hard to ransom the vessel, and to this, after a consultation with Krantz, Philip gave his assent. The 2 vessels then made sail and steered on for the island, then about 4 leagues distant. Although Philip had not wished to retain the vessel, yet, as they stood in together, her superior speed became so manifest that he almost repented that he had agreed to ransom her. At noon the Dort was anchored in the roads out of gunshot, and a portion of the passengers allowed to go on shore and make arrangements for the ransom of the remainder, while the prize was hauled alongside and her cargo hoisted into the ship. Towards evening, 3 large boats with livestock and vegetables and the sum agreed upon for the ransom of the Zwieback came alongside, and as soon as one of the boats was cleared, the prisoners were permitted to go on shore in it, with the exception of the Spanish pilot, who, at the suggestion of Krantz, was retained, with a promise of being released directly the Dort was clear of the Spanish seas. A negro slave was also, at his own request, allowed to remain on board, much to the annoyance of the 2 passengers before mentioned, who claimed the man as their property, and insisted that it was an infraction of the agreement which had been entered into. "You prove my right by your own words," replied Philip. "I agreed to deliver up all the passengers, but no property. The slave will remain on board." Finding their endeavours ineffectual, the Spaniards took a haughty leave. The Dort remained at anchor that night to examine her rigging, and the next morning they discovered that the Zwieback had disappeared, having sailed unperceived by them during the night. As soon as the anchor was up and sail made on the ship, Philip went down to his cabin with Krantz to consult as to their best course. They were followed by the negro slave, who, shutting the door and looking watchfully round, said that he wished to speak with them. His information was most important, but given rather too late. The vessel which had been ransomed was a government advice boat, the fastest sailer the Spaniards possessed. The 2 pretended passengers were officers of the Spanish Navy,
and the others were the crew of the vessel. She had been sent down to collect the bullion and take it to Lima, and at the same time to watch for the arrival of the Dutch fleet, intelligence of whose sailing had been some time before received overland. When the Dutch fleet made its appearance, she was to return to Lima with the news, and a Spanish force would be dispatched against it. They further learnt that some of the supposed casks of flour contained 2,000 gold doubloons each, others bars of silver, this precaution having been taken in case of capture. That the vessel had now sailed for Lima there was no doubt. The reason why the Spaniards were so anxious not to leave the negro on board of the Dort was that they knew that he would disclose what he now had done. As for the pilot, he was a man whom the Spaniards knew they could trust, and for that reason they had better be careful of him, or he would lead the Dort into some difficulty. Philip now repented that he had ransomed the vessel, as he would, in all probability, have to meet and cope with a superior force before he could make his way clear out of these seas. But there was no help for it. He consulted with Krantz, and it was agreed that they should send for the ship's company and make them acquainted with these facts, arguing that a knowledge of the valuable capture they had made would induce the men to fight well and stimulate them with the hopes of further success. The ship's company heard the intelligence with delight, professed themselves ready to meet double their force, and then, by the directions of Philip, the casks were brought up on the quarter-deck, opened, and the bullion taken out. The whole, when collected, amounted to about $500,000, as near as they could estimate it, and a distribution of the coined money was made from the capstan the very next day, the bars of metal being reserved until they could be sold and their value ascertained. For 6 weeks Philip worked his vessel up the coast, without falling in with any vessel under sail. Notice had been given by the advice boat as it appeared, and every craft, large and small, was at anchor under the batteries. They had nearly run up the whole coast, and Philip had determined that the next day he would stretch across to Batavia, when a ship was seen inshore under a press of sail running towards Lima. Chase was immediately given, but the water shoaled, and the pilot was asked if they could stand on. He replied in the affirmative, stating that they were now in the shallowest water, and that it was deeper within. The leadsman was ordered into the chains, but at the first heave the lead line broke. Another was sent for, and the Dort still carried on under a heavy press of sail. Just then the negro slave went up to Philip and told him that he had seen the pilot with his knife in the chains, and that he thought he must have cut the lead line so far through as to occasion it being carried away, and told Philip not to trust him. The helm was immediately put down, but as the ship went round she touched on the bank, dragged, and was again clear. "Scoundrel!" cried Philip. "So you cut the lead line. The negro saw you, and has saved us." The Spaniard leaped down off the gun, and before he could be prevented, had buried his knife in the heart of the negro. "My ghetto, take that for your pains!" cried he, in a fury, grinding his teeth and flourishing his knife. The negro fell dead. The pilot was seized and disarmed by the crew of the Dort, who were partial to the negro, as it was from his information that they had become rich. "Let them do with him as they please," said Krantz to Philip. "Yes," replied Philip, "summary justice." The crew debated a few minutes, and then lashed the pilot to the negro, and carried him off to the taffrail. There was a heavy plunge, and he disappeared under the eddying waters in the wake of the vessel. Philip now determined to shape his course for Batavia. He was within a few days' sail of Lima, and had every reason to believe that vessels had been sent out to intercept him. With a favourable wind he now stood away from the coast, and for 3 days made a rapid passage. On the 4th, at daylight, 2 vessels appeared to windward, bearing down upon him. That they were large armed vessels was evident, and the display of Spanish ensigns and pennants as they rounded to, about a mile to windward, soon showed that they were enemies. They proved to be a frigate of a larger size than the Dort, and a corvette of 22 guns. The crew of the Dort showed no alarm at this disparity of force. They clinked their doubloons in their pockets, vowed not to return them to their lawful owners, if they could help it, and flew with alacrity to their guns. The Dutch ensign was displayed in defiance, and the two Spanish vessels, again putting their heads towards the Dort, that they might lessen their distance, received some raking shot, which somewhat discomposed them, but they rounded to at a cable's length, and commenced the action with great spirit, the frigate lying on the beam, and the corvette on the bow of Philip's vessel. After an hour's determined exchange of broadsides, the foremast of the Spanish frigate fell, carrying away with it the maintopmast, and this accident impeded her firing. The Dort immediately made sail, stood on to the corvette, which she crippled with 3 or 4 broadsides, then tacked and fetched alongside of the frigate, whose lee guns were still impeded with the wreck of the foremast. The two vessels now lay head and stern within 10 feet of each other, and the action recommenced to the disadvantage of the Spaniard. In a quarter of an hour the canvas hanging overside caught fire from the discharge of the guns, and very soon communicated to the ship, the Dort still pouring in a most destructive broadside, which could not be effectually returned. After every attempt to extinguish the flames, the captain of the Spanish vessel resolved that both vessels should share the same fate. He put his helm up, and, running her onto the Dort, grappled with her, and attempted to secure the two vessels together. Then raged the conflict, the Spaniards attempting to pass their grappling chains so as to prevent the escape of their enemy, and the Dutch endeavouring to frustrate their attempt. The chains and sides of both vessels were crowded with men fighting desperately, those struck down falling between the two vessels, which the wreck of the foremast still prevented from coming into actual collision. During this conflict, Philip and Krantz were not idle. By squaring the after-yards, and putting all sail on forward, they contrived that the Dort should pay off before the wind with her antagonist, and by this manoeuvre they cleared themselves of the smoke which so incommoded them, and, having good way on the two vessels, they then rounded to so as to get on the other tack and bring the Spaniard to leeward. This gave them a manifest advantage, and soon terminated the conflict. The smoke and flames were beat back on the Spanish vessel, the fire which had communicated to the Dort was extinguished, the Spaniards were no longer able to prosecute their endeavours to fasten the two vessels together, and retreated to within the bulwarks of their own vessel, and after great exertions the Dort was disengaged and forged ahead of her opponent, who was soon enveloped in a sheet of flame. The corvette remained a few cables' lengths to windward, occasionally firing a gun. Philip poured in a broadside, and she hauled down her colours. The action might now be considered at an end, and the object was to save the crew of the burning frigate. The boats of the Dort were hoisted out, but only 2 of them could swim. One of them was immediately dispatched to the corvette, with orders for her to send all her boats to the assistance of the frigate, which was done, and the major part of the surviving crew were saved. For 2 hours the guns of the frigate, as they were heated by the flames, discharged themselves, and then, the fire having communicated to the magazine, she blew up, and the remainder of her hull sank slowly and disappeared. Among the prisoners in the uniform of the Spanish service, Philip perceived the 2 pretended passengers, this proving the correctness of the Negro's statement. The 2 men of war had been sent out of Lima on purpose to intercept him, anticipating, with such a preponderating force, an easy victory. After some consultation with Krantz, Philip agreed that, as the corvette was in such a crippled state, and the nations were not actually at war, it would be advisable to release her with all the prisoners. This was done, and the Dort again made sail for Batavia, and anchored in the roads 3 weeks after the combat had taken place. He found the remainder of the fleet which had been dispatched before them and had arrived there some weeks, had taken in their cargoes, and were ready to sail for Holland. Philip wrote his dispatches, in which he communicated to the directors the events of the voyage, and then went on shore to reside at the house of the merchant who had formerly received him, until the Dort could be freighted for her voyage home. The end of Chapter 19. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 20 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. We must return to Amene, who is seated on the mossy bank where she and Philip conversed when they were interrupted by Shrifton the pilot. She is in deep thought, with her eyes cast down, as if trying to recall the past. "Alas for my mother's power!" exclaimed she. "But it is gone, gone for ever. This torment and suspense I cannot bear. Those foolish priests, too." And Amene rose from the bank and walked towards her cottage. Father Matthias had not returned to Lisbon. At first he had not found an opportunity, and afterwards his debt of gratitude towards Philip induced him to remain by Amene, who appeared each day to hold more in aversion the tenets of the Christian faith. Many and many were the consultations with Father Sayson, many were the exhortations of both the good old men to Amene, who at times would listen without reply, and at others argue boldly against them. It appeared to them that she rejected their religion with an obstinacy as unpardonable as it was incomprehensible. But to her the case was more simple. She refused to believe, she said, that which she could not understand. She went so far as to acknowledge the beauty of the principles, the purity of the doctrine, but when the good priests would enter into the articles of their faith, Amene would either shake her head or attempt to turn the conversation. This only increased the anxiety of the good Father Matthias to convert and save the soul of one so young and beautiful, and he now no longer thought of returning to Lisbon, but devoted his whole time to the instruction of Amene, who, wearied by his incessant importunities, almost loathed his presence. Upon reflection, it will not appear surprising that Amene rejected a creed so dissonant to her wishes and intentions. The human mind is of that proud nature that it requires all its humility to be called into action before it will bow even to the deity. Amene knew that her mother had possessed superior knowledge and an intimacy with unearthly intelligences. She had seen her practice her art with success, although so young at the time that she could not now call to mind the mystic preparations by which her mother had succeeded in her wishes, and it was now that her thoughts were wholly bent upon recovering what she had forgotten, that Father Matthias was exhorting her to a creed which positively forbade even the attempt. The peculiar and awful mission of her husband strengthened her opinion in the lawfulness of calling in the aid of supernatural agencies, and the arguments brought forward by these worthy, but not over-talented, professors of the Christian creed had but little effect upon a mind so strong and so decided as that of Amene, a mind which, bent as it was upon one object, rejected with scorn tenets in proof of which they could offer no visible manifestation, and which would have bound her blindly to believe what appeared to her contrary to common sense. That her mother's art could bring evidence of its truth she had already shown, and satisfied herself in the effect of the dream which she had proved upon Philip. But what proof would they bring forward? Records which they would not permit her to read. "Oh, that I had my mother's art!" repeated Amene once more, as she entered the cottage. "Then would I know where my Philip was at this moment. Oh, for the black mirror in which I used to peer at her command, and tell her what passed in array before me.
How well do I remember that time, the time of my father's absence, when I looked into the liquid on the palm of my hand and told her of the Bedouin camp, of the skirmish, the horse without a rider, and the turban on the sand.
And again Amin fell into deep thought.
Yes,
cried she, after a time.
Thou canst assist me, mother. Give me in a dream thy knowledge. Thy daughter begs it as a boon. Let me think again. The word, what was the word? What was the name of the spirit? Tershun. Yes, methinks it was Tershun. Mother, mother, help your daughter.
Dost thou call upon the Blessed Virgin, my child?
Said Father Matthias, who had entered the room as she pronounced the last words.
If so, thou dost well, for she may appear to thee in thy dreams, and strengthen thee in the true faith.
I called upon my own mother, who is in the land of spirits, good father, replied Amin.
Yes, but as an infidel, not, I fear, in the land of the blessed spirits, my child.
She hardly will be punished for following the creed of her fathers, living where she did, where no other creed was known, replied Amin indignantly. If the good on earth are blessed in the next world, if she had, as you assert she had, a soul to be saved, an immortal spirit, he who made that spirit will not destroy it, because she worshipped as her fathers did. Her life was good. Why should she be punished for ignorance of that creed which she never had an opportunity of rejecting?
Who shall dispute the will of heaven, my child? Be thankful that you are permitted to be instructed, and to be received into the bosom of the Holy Church.
I am thankful for many things, father, but I am weary, and must wish you a good night.
Amin retired to her room, but not to sleep. Once more did she attempt the ceremonies used by her mother, changing them each time, as doubtful of her success. Again the censer was lighted, the charm essayed, again the room was filled with smoke, as she threw in the various herbs which she had knowledge of. For all the papers thrown aside at her father's death had been carefully collected, and on many were directions found as to the use of those herbs.
The word! The word! I have the first, the second word. Help me, mother,
cried Amin as she sat by the side of the bed, in the room, which was now so full of smoke that nothing could be distinguished.
It is of no use,
thought she at last, letting her hands fall at her side.
I have forgotten the art. Mother, mother, help me in my dreams this night.
The smoke gradually cleared away, and when Amin lifted up her eyes, she perceived a figure standing before her. At first she thought she had been successful in her charm, but as the figure became more distinct, she perceived that it was Father Matthias, who was looking at her with a severe frown and contracted brow, his arms folded before him.
Unholy child, what dost thou?
Amin had roused the suspicions of the priests not only by her conversation, but by several attempts which she had before made to recover her lost art, and on one occasion in which she had defended it, both Father Matthias and Father Seyson had poured out the bitterest anathemas upon her, or anyone who had resort to such practices. The smell of the fragrant herbs thrown into the censer, and the smoke which afterwards had escaped through the door and ascended the stairs, had awakened the suspicions of Father Matthias, and he had crept up silently and entered the room without her perceiving it. Amin at once perceived her danger. Had she been single, she would have dared the priest, but for Philip's sake she determined to mislead him.
I do no wrong, father,
replied she calmly,
but it appears to me not seemly that you should enter the chamber of a young woman during her husband's absence. I might have been in my bed. It is a strange intrusion.
Thou canst not mean this, woman. My age, my profession, are a sufficient warranty,
replied Father Matthias, somewhat confused at this unexpected attack.
Not always, father, if what I have been told of monks and priests be true, replied Amin. I ask again, why comest thou here into an unprotected woman's chamber?
Because I felt convinced that she was practicing unholy arts.
Unholy arts? What mean you? Is the leech's skill unholy? Is it unholy to administer relief to those who suffer, to charm the fever and the ague which rack the limbs of those who live in this unwholesome climate?
All charms are most unholy.
When I said charms, father, I meant not what you mean. I simply would have said a remedy. If a knowledge of certain wonderful herbs, which, properly combined, will form a specific to ease the suffering wretch, an art well known unto my mother, and which I now would fain recall, if that knowledge, or a wish to retain that knowledge, be unholy, then are you correct?
I heard thee call upon thy mother for her help.
I did, for she well knew the ingredients, but I fear, have not the knowledge that she had. Is that sinful, good father?
'Tis, then, a remedy that you would find,
replied the priest.
I thought that you didst practice that which is most unlawful.
Can the burning of a few weeds be then unlawful? What did you expect to find? Look you, father, at these ashes. They may, with oil, be rubbed into the pores and give relief, but can they do more? What do you expect from them? A ghost? A spirit?
Like the prophet raised for the king of Israel?
And Amin laughed aloud.
I am perplexed, but not convinced,
replied the priest. I, too, am perplexed and not convinced, responded Amin scornfully. I cannot satisfy myself that a man of your discretion could really suppose that there was mischief in burning weeds, nor am I convinced that such was the occasion of your visit at this hour of the night to a lone woman's chamber. There may be natural charms more powerful than those you call supernatural. I pray you, father, leave this chamber. It is not seemly. Should you again presume, you leave the house. I thought better of you. In future, I will not be left at any time alone. This attack of Amin's upon the reputation of the old priest was too severe. Father Matthias immediately quitted the room, saying, as he went out,
May God forgive you for your false suspicions and great injustice. I came here for the cause I have stated, and no more.
Yes, soliloquized Amin as the door closed. I know you did, but I must rid myself of your unwelcome company. I will have no spy upon my actions, no meddler to thwart me in my will. In your zeal you have committed yourself, and I will take the advantage you have given me. Is not the privacy of a woman's chamber to be held sacred by you sacred men? In return for assistance in distress, for food and shelter, you would become a spy? How grateful and how worthy of the creed which you profess! Amin opened her door as soon as she had removed the censer, and summoned one of the women of the house to stay that night in her room, stating that the priest had entered her chamber, and she did not like the intrusion. Holy Father, is it possible? Replied the woman. Amin made no reply, but went to bed. But Father Matthias heard all that passed, as he paced the room below. The next day he called upon Father Seyson, and communicated to him what had occurred, and the false suspicions of Amin. You have acted hastily, replied Father Seyson, to visit a woman's chamber at such an hour of the night.
I had my suspicions, good Father Seyson.
And she will have hers. She is young and beautiful.
Now, by the Blessed Virgin,
I absolve you, good Matthias, replied Father Seyson. But still, if known, it would occasion much scandal to our church. And known it soon was, for the woman who had been summoned by Amin did not fail to mention the circumstance, and Father Matthias found himself everywhere so coldly received and, besides, so ill at ease with himself that he very soon afterwards quitted the country, and returned to Lisbon, angry with himself for his imprudence, but still more angry with Amene for her unjust suspicions. The end of Chapter 20. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 21 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The cargo of the Dort was soon ready, and Philip sailed and arrived at Amsterdam without any further adventure. That he reached his cottage and was received with delight by Amene need hardly be said. She had been expecting him, for the 2 ships of the squadron which had sailed on his arrival at Batavia, and which had charge of his dispatches, had, of course, carried letters to her from Philip, the first letters she had ever received from him during his voyages. 6 weeks after the letters, Philip himself made his appearance, and Amene was happy. The directors were, of course, highly satisfied with Philip's conduct, and he was appointed to the command of a large armed ship which was to proceed to India in the spring, and 1/3 of which, according to agreement, was purchased by Philip out of the funds which he had in the hands of the company. He had now 5 months of quiet and repose to pass away, previous to his once more trusting to the elements, and this time, as it was agreed, he had to make arrangements on board for the reception of Amene. Amene narrated to Philip what had occurred between her and the priest Matthias, and by what means she had rid herself of his unwished-for surveillance. "And were you practising your mother's arts, Amene?" "Nay, not practising them, for I could not recall them, but I was trying to recover them." "Why so, Amene? This must not be. It is, as the good father said, unholy. Promise me you will abandon them, now and forever." "If that act be unholy, Philip, so is your mission. You would deal and cooperate with the spirits of another world. I would do no more. Abandon your terrific mission. Abandon your seeking after disembodied spirits. Stay at home with your Amene, and she will cheerfully comply with your request." "Mine is an awful summons from the Most High." "Then the Most High permits your communion with those who are not of this world?" "He does. You know, even the priests do not gainsay it, although they shudder at the very thought."
"If, then, he permits to one, he will to another. Nay, aught that I can do is but with his permission."
"Yes, Amene. So does he permit evil to stalk on the earth, but he countenances it not."
"He countenances your seeking after your doomed father, your attempts to meet him. Nay, more, he commands it. If you are thus permitted, why may not I be? I am your wife, a portion of yourself, and when I am left over a desolate hearth while you pursue your course of danger, may not I appeal also to the immaterial world to give me that intelligence which will soothe my sorrow, lighten my burden, and which, at the same time, can hurt no living creature? Did I attempt to practice these arts for evil purposes, it were just to deny them me, and wrong to continue them, but I would but follow in the steps of my husband, and seek as he seeks with a good intent."
"But it is contrary to our faith."
"Have the priests declared your mission contrary to their faith? Or, if they have they not been convinced to the contrary, and been awed to silence?" "But why argue, my dear Philip? Shall I not now be with you? And while with you, I will attempt no more. You have my promise, but if separated, I will not say but I shall then require of the invisible a knowledge of my husband's motions, when in search of the invisible also."
The winter passed rapidly away, for it was passed by Philip in quiet and happiness. The spring came on, the vessel was to be fitted out, and Philip and Amene repaired to Amsterdam. The Utrecht was the name of the vessel to which he had been appointed, a ship of 400 tons, newly launched, and pierced for 24 guns. 2 more months passed away, during which Philip superintended the fitting and loading of the vessel, assisted by his favourite Krantz, who served in her as first mate. Every convenience and comfort that Philip could think of was prepared for Amin, and in the month of May he started, with orders to stop at Gambroon and Ceylon, run down the Straits of Sumatra, and from thence to force his way into the China seas, the company having every reason to expect from the Portuguese the most determined opposition to the attempt. His ship's company was numerous, and he had a small detachment of soldiers on board to assist the supercargo, who carried out many $1,000s to make purchases at ports in China, where their goods might not be appreciated. Every care had been taken in the equipment of the vessel, which was perhaps the finest, the best manned, and freighted with the most valuable cargo which had been sent out by the India Company. The Utrecht sailed with a flowing sheet, and was soon clear of the English Channel. The voyage promised to be auspicious. Favouring gales bore them without accident to within a few 100 miles of the Cape of Good Hope, when, for the first time, they were becalmed. Amin was delighted. In the evening she would pace the deck with Philip. Then all was silent, except the splash of the wave as it washed against the side of the vessel. All was in repose and beauty, as the bright southern constellations sparkled over their heads. Whose destinies can be in these stars which appear not to those who inhabit the northern regions? Said Amin, as she cast her eyes above and watched them in their brightness. And what does that falling meteor portend? What causes its rapid descent from heaven? Do you, then, put faith in stars, Amin? In Araby we do. And why not? They were not spread over the sky to give light. For what, then? To beautify the world. They have their uses, too. Then you agree with me? They have their uses, and the destinies of men are there concealed. My mother was one of those who could read them well. Alas, for me they are a sealed book. Is it not better so, Amin? Better? Say better to grovel on this earth with our selfish, humbled race, wandering in mystery and awe and doubt, when we can communicate with the intelligences above. Does not the soul leap at her admission to confer with superior powers? Does not the proud heart bound at the feeling that its owner is one of those more gifted than the usual race of mortals? Is it not a noble ambition? A dangerous one, most dangerous. And therefore most noble. They seem as if they would speak to me. Look at yon bright star. It beckons to me. For some time Amin's eyes were raised aloft. She spoke not, and Philip remained at her side. She walked to the gangway of the vessel, and looked down upon the placid wave, pierced by the moonbeams far below the surface. And does your imagination, Amin, conjure up a race of beings gifted to live beneath that deep blue wave, who sport amid the coral rocks, and braid their hair with pearls? Said Philip, smiling. I know not, but it appears to me that it would be sweet to live there. You may call to mind your dream, Philip. I was then, according to your description, one of those same beings. You were, replied Philip thoughtfully, and yet I feel as if water would reject me, even if the vessel were to sink. In what manner this mortal frame of mine may be resolved into its elements, I know not, but this I do feel, that it never will become the sport of, or be tossed by, the mocking waves. But come in, Philip, dearest. It is late, and the decks are wet with dew. When the day dawned, the lookout man at the masthead reported that he perceived something floating on the still surface of the water on the beam of the vessel. Krantz went up with his glass to examine, and made it out to be a small boat, probably cut adrift from some vessel. As there was no appearance of wind, Philip permitted a boat to be sent to examine it, and after a long pull the seaman returned on board, towing the small boat astern.
"There is a body of a man in it, sir," said the second mate to Krantz as he gained the gangway. "But whether he is quite dead or not, I cannot tell." Krantz reported this to Philip, who was at that time sitting at breakfast with Ameen in the cabin, and then proceeded to the gangway to where the body of the man had been already handed up by the seaman. The surgeon, who had been summoned, declared that life was not yet extinct, and was ordering him to be taken below for recovery, when, to their astonishment, the man turned as he lay, sat up, and ultimately rose upon his feet and staggered to a gun, when, after a time, he appeared to be fully recovered. In reply to questions put to him, he said that he was in a vessel which had been upset in a squall, that he had had time to cut away the small boat astern, and that all the rest of the crew had perished. He had hardly made this answer when Philip with Ameen came out of the cabin and walked up to where the seamen were crowded round the man. The seamen retreated so as to make an opening, when Philip and Ameen, to their astonishment and horror, recognized their old acquaintance, the one-eyed pilot, Schriften.
"Captain Vanderdecken, I believe. Glad to see you in command. And you too, fair lady."
Philip turned away with a chill at his heart. Ameen's eyes flashed as she surveyed the wasted form of the wretched creature. After a few seconds she turned round and followed Philip into the cabin, where she found him with his face buried in his hands.
"Courage, Philip, courage," said Ameen. "It was indeed a heavy shock, and I fear me forebodes evil. But what then? It is our destiny."
"It is. It ought perhaps to be mine," replied Philip, raising his head. "But you, Ameen, why should you be a partner?"
"I am your partner, Philip, in life and in death. I would not die first, Philip, because it would grieve you, but your death will be the signal for mine, and I will join you quickly."
"Surely, Ameen, you would not hasten your own."
"Yes, and require but one moment for this little steel to do its duty."
"Nay, Ameen, that is not lawful. Our religion forbids it."
"It may do so, but I cannot tell why. I came into this world without my own consent. Surely I may leave it without asking the leave of priests. But let that pass for the present. What will you do with that Schriften?"
"Put him on shore at the Cape. I cannot bear the odious wretch's presence. Did you not feel the chill as before when you approached him?"
"I did. I knew that he was there before I saw him. But still, I know not why, I feel as if I would not send him away."
"Why not?"
"I believe it is because I am inclined to brave destiny, not to quail at it. The wretch can do no harm."
"Yes, he can, much. He can render the ship's company mutinous and disaffected. Besides, he attempted to deprive me of my relic."
"I almost wish he had done so. Then must you have discontinued this wild search."
"Nay, Ameen, say not so. It is my duty, and I have taken my solemn oath."
"But this Schriften, you cannot well put him ashore at the Cape, being a company's officer. You might send him home if you found a ship there homeward bound. Still, were I you, I would let destiny work. He is woven in with ours, that is certain. Courage, Philip, and let him remain."
"Perhaps you are right, Ameen. I may retard, but cannot escape, whatever may be my intended fate."
"Let him remain, then, and let him do his worst. Treat him with kindness. Who knows what we may gain from him?"
True, Ameen. He has been my enemy without cause. Who can tell? Perhaps he may become my friend."
"And if not, you will have done your duty. Send for him now."
"No, not now. Tomorrow. In the meantime I will order him every comfort."
"We are talking as if he were one of us, which I feel that he is not," replied Ameen. "But still, mundane or not, we cannot but offer mundane kindness, and what this world, or rather what this ship, affords. I long now to talk with him, to see if I can produce any effect upon his ice-like frame. Shall I make love to the ghoul?"
And Amin burst into a bitter laugh. Here the conversation dropped, but its substance was not disregarded. The next morning, the surgeon having reported that Shrifton was apparently quite recovered, he was summoned into the cabin. His frame was wasted away to a skeleton, but his motions and his language were as sharp and petulant as ever. "I have sent for you, Shrifton, to know if there is anything that I can do to make you more comfortable. Is there anything that you want?"
"Want?"
replied Shrifton, eyeing first Philip, then Amin.
"I think I want filling out a little."
"That you will, I trust, in good time. My steward has my orders to take care of you."
"Poor man,"
said Amin, with a look of pity.
"How much he must have suffered. Is not this the man who brought you the letter from the company, Philip?" "Yes. Not very welcome, was it, lady?" "No, my good fellow. It's never a welcome message to a wife that sends her husband away from her, but that was not your fault." "If a husband will go to sea and leave a handsome wife, when he has, as they say, plenty of money to live upon on shore." "Yes, indeed, you may well say that," replied Amin. "Better give it up. All folly, all madness, eh, Captain?"
"I must finish this voyage at all events," replied Philip to Amin, "whatever I may do afterwards. I have suffered much, and so have you, Shrifton. You have been twice wrecked. Now tell me, what do you wish to do? Go home in the first ship, or go ashore at the Cape, or—"
"Or do anything so I get out of this ship."
"Not so. If you prefer sailing with me, as I know you are a good seaman, you shall have your rating and pay of pilot. That is, if you choose to follow my fortunes."
"Follow? Must follow, yes. I'll sail with you, Mynheer Vanderdecken. I wish to be always near you."
"Be it so, then. As soon as you are strong again, you will go to your duty. Till then, I will see that you want for nothing."
"Nor I, my good fellow. Come to me if you do, and I will be your help," said Amin. "You have suffered much, but we will do what we can to make you forget it." "Very good, very kind,"
replied Shrifton, surveying the lovely face and figure of Amin. After a time, shrugging up his shoulders, he added,
"A pity, yes it is. Must be, though." "Farewell," continued Amin, holding out her hand to Shrifton. The man took it, and a cold shudder went to her heart, but she, expecting such a result, would not appear to feel it. Shrifton held her hand for a second or two in his own, looking at it earnestly, and then at Amin's face. "So fair, so good, Mynheer Vanderdecken. I thank you. Lady, may heaven preserve you."
Then, squeezing the hand of Amin, which he had not released, Shrifton hastened out of the cabin. So great was the sudden icy shock which passed through Amin's frame when Shrifton pressed her hand, that when with difficulty she gained the sofa, she fell upon it. After remaining with her hand pressed against her heart for some time, during which Philip bent over her, she said in a breathless voice, "That creature must be supernatural. I am sure of it. I am now convinced. Well," continued she, after a pause of some little while, "all the better if we can make him a friend, and if I can, I will." "But think you, Amin, that those who are not of this world have feelings of kindness, gratitude, and ill will, as we have? Can they be made subservient?"
"Most surely so. If they have ill will, as we know they have, they must also be endowed with the better feelings. Why are there good and evil intelligences? They may have disencumbered themselves of their mortal clay, but the soul must be the same. A soul without feeling were no soul at all. The soul is active in this world, and must be so in the next. If angels can pity, they must feel like us. If demons can vex, they must feel like us. Our feelings change, then why not theirs? Without feelings there were no heaven, no hell. Here our souls are confined, cribbed and overladen, borne down by the heavy flesh by which they are, for the time, polluted. But the soul that has winged its flight from clay is, I think, not one jot more pure, more bright, or more perfect than those within ourselves. Can they be made subservient, say you? Yes, they can. They can be forced. When mortals possess the means and power, the evil inclined may be forced to good, as well as to evil. It is not the good and perfect spirits that we subject by art, but those that are inclined to wrong. It is over them that mortals have the power. Our arts have no power over the perfect spirits, but over those which are ever working evil, and which are bound to obey and do good, if those who master them require it.
You still resort to forbidden arts, is that right?
Right. If we have the power given to us, it is right to use it.
Yes, most certainly for good, but not for evil.
Mortals in power possessing nothing but what is mundane are answerable for the use of that power, so those gifted by superior means are answerable as they employ those means. Does the God above make a flower to grow, intending that it should not be gathered? No, neither does he allow supernatural aid to be given, if he did not intend that mortals should avail themselves of it. As Amin's eyes beamed upon Philip's, he could not for the moment subdue the idea rising in his mind that she was not like other mortals, and he calmly observed, "Am I sure, Amin, that I am wedded to one mortal as myself?" Yes, yes, Philip. Compose yourself. I am but mortal. Would to heaven I were not. Would to heaven I were one of those who could hover over you, watch you in all your perils, save and protect you in this your mad career. But I am but a poor weak woman, whose heart beats fondly, devotedly, for you, who, for you, would dare all and everything, who, changed in her nature, has become courageous and daring from her love, and who rejects all creeds which would prevent her from calling upon heaven or earth or hell to assist her in retaining with her her soul's existence.
Nay, nay, Amin, say not you reject the creed. Does not this, and Philip pulled from his bosom the holy relic, does not this and the message sent by it prove our creed is true?
I have thought much of it, Philip. At first it startled me almost into a belief, but even your own priests helped to undeceive me. They would not answer you. They would have left you to guide yourself. The message and the holy word and the wonderful signs given were not in unison with their creed, and they halted. May I not halt if they did? The relic may be as mystic, as powerful as you describe, but the agencies may be false and wicked. The power given to it may have fallen into wrong hands. The power remains the same, but it is applied to uses not intended.
The power, Amin, can only be exercised by those who are friends to him who died upon it.
Then is it no power at all, or if a power not half so great as that of the arch-fiend, for his can work for good and evil both. But on this point, dear Philip, we do not well agree, nor can we convince each other. You have been taught in one way, I another. That which our childhood has imbibed, which has grown up with our growth and strengthened with our years, is not to be eradicated. I have seen my mother work great charms and succeed. You have knelt to priests. I blame not you. Blame not then your Amin. We both mean well, I trust, do well.
If a life of innocence and purity were all that were required, my Amin would be sure of future bliss.
I think it is, and thinking so it is my creed. There are many creeds. Who shall say which is the true one? And what matters it? They all have the same end in view, a future heaven.
True, Amin, true, replied Philip, pacing the cabin thoughtfully. And yet our priests say otherwise.
What is the basis of their creed, Philip?
Charity and goodwill.
Does charity condemn to eternal misery those who have never heard this creed, who have lived and died worshipping the great being after their best endeavours and little knowledge?
No, surely.
Amin made no further observations, and Philip, after pacing for a few minutes in deep thought, walked out of the cabin. The Utrecht arrived at the Cape, watered, and proceeded on her voyage, and, after 2 months of difficult navigation, cast anchor off Gambroon. During this time, Amin had been unceasing in her attempts to gain the goodwill of Schriften. She had often conversed with him on deck, and had done him every kindness, and had overcome that fear which his near approach had generally occasioned. Schriften gradually appeared mindful of this kindness, and at last to be pleased with Amin's company. To Philip he was at times civil and courteous, but not always. But to Amin he was always deferent. His language was mystical. She could not prevent his chuckling laugh, his occasional heh from breaking forth. But when they anchored at Gambroon, he was on such terms with her that he would occasionally come into the cabin, and although he would not sit down, would talk to Amin for a few minutes and then depart. While the vessel lay at anchor at Gambroon, Schriften one evening walked up to Amin, who was sitting on the poop.
"Lady,"
said he, after a pause,
"yon ship sails for your own country in a few days."
"So I am told," replied Amin.
"Will you take the advice of one who wishes you well? Return in that vessel, go back to your own cottage, and stay there till your husband comes to you once more."
"Why is this advice given?"
"Because I forebode danger, nay, perhaps death, a cruel death, to one I would not harm."
"To me?" replied Amin, fixing her eyes upon Schriften, and meeting his piercing gaze.
"Yes, to you. Some people can see into futurity farther than others."
"Not if they are mortal," replied Amin.
"Yes, if they are mortal, but mortal or not, I do see that which I would avert. Tempt not destiny farther."
"Who can avert it? If I take your counsel, still was it my destiny to take your counsel. If I take it not, still it was my destiny."
"Well, then, avoid what threatens you."
"I fear not, yet do I thank you. Tell me, Schriften, hast thou not thy fate some way interwoven with that of my husband? I feel that thou hast."
"Why think you so, lady?"
"For many reasons. Twice you have summoned him, twice you have been wrecked, and miraculously have reappeared and recovered. You know, too, of his mission. That is evident."
"That proves nothing."
"Yes, it proves much, for it proves that you knew what was supposed to be known but to him alone."
"It was known to you, and holy men debated on it,"
replied Schriften with a sneer. "How knew you that? Again?"
"Heh heh,"
replied Schriften.
"Forgive me, lady, I meant not to affront you."
"You cannot deny that you are connected mysteriously and incomprehensibly with this mission of my husband's. Tell me, is it as he believes, true and holy?"
"If he thinks that it is true and holy, it becomes so."
"Why then do you appear his enemy?"
"I am not his enemy, fair lady."
"You are not his enemy? Why then did you once attempt to deprive him of the mystic relic by which the mission is to be accomplished?"
"I would prevent his further search for reasons which must not be told. Does that prove that I am his enemy?" Would it not be better that he should remain on shore with competence and you, than be crossing the wild seas on this mad search? Without the relic it is not to be accomplished. It were a kindness then to take it from him."
Ameen answered not, for she was lost in thought.
"Lady," continued
Shrifton after a time,
"I wish you well. For your husband I care not, yet do I wish him no harm. Now hear me. If you wish for your future life to be one of ease and peace, if you wish to remain long in this world with the husband of your choice, of your first and warmest love, if you wish that he should die in his bed at a good old age, and that you should close his eyes with children's tears lamenting, and their smiles reserved to cheer their mother, all this I see and can promise in futurity, if you will take that relic from his bosom, and give it to me. But if you would that he should suffer more than man has ever suffered, pass his whole life in doubt, anxiety, and pain, until the deep wave receive his corpse, then let him keep it. If you would that your own days be shortened, and yet those remaining be long in human sufferings, if you would be separated from him and die a cruel death, then let him keep it. I can read futurity, and such must be the destiny of both. Lady, consider well. I must leave you now. Tomorrow I will have your answer."
Shrifton walked away and left Ameen to her own reflections. For a long while she repeated to herself the conversation and denunciations of the man, whom she was now convinced was not of this world, and was in some way or another deeply connected with her husband's fate.
"To me he wishes well, no harm to my husband, and would prevent his search. Why would he? That he will not tell. He has tempted me most strangely. How easy 'twere to take the relic whilst Philip sleeps upon my bosom, but how treacherous! And yet a life of competence and ease, a smiling family, a good old age, what offers to a fond and doting wife? And if not, toil, anxiety, and a watery grave. And for me, pshaw, that's nothing. And yet to die, separated from Philip, is that nothing? Oh no, the thought is dreadful. I do believe him. Yes, he has foretold the future, and told it truly. Could I persuade Philip? No. I know him well. He has vowed and is not to be changed. And yet, if the relic were taken without his knowledge, he would not have to blame himself. Who then would he blame? Could I deceive him? I, the wife of his bosom, tell a lie? No, no, it must not be. Come what will, it is our destiny, and I am resigned. I would that Shrifton had not spoken. Alas, we search into futurity, and then would fain retrace our steps, and wish we had remained in ignorance.
"What makes you so pensive, Ameen?" said Philip, who some time afterwards walked up to where she was seated. Ameen replied not at first.
"Shall I tell him all?" thought she. "It is my only chance. I will."
Ameen repeated the conversation between her and Shrifton. Philip made no reply. He sat down by Ameen and took her hand. Ameen dropped her head upon her husband's shoulder. "What think you, Ameen?" said Philip after a time.
"I could not steal your relic, Philip. Perhaps you'll give it to me."
"And my father, Ameen, my poor father, his dreadful doom to be eternal. He who appealed was permitted to appeal to his son, that dreadful doom might be averted. Does not the conversation of this man prove to you that my mission is not false? Does not his knowledge of it strengthen all? Yet why would he prevent it?" continued Philip, musing.
"Why, I cannot tell, Philip, but I would fain prevent it. I feel that he has power to read the future, and has read
aright."
"Be it so. He has spoken, but not plainly. He has promised me what I have long been prepared for, what I vowed to heaven to suffer. Already have I suffered much, and am prepared to suffer more. I have long looked upon this world as a pilgrimage, and, selected as I have been, trust that my reward will be in the other. But, Amin, you are not bound by oath to heaven. You have made no compact. He advised you to go home. He talked of a cruel death. Follow his advice and avoid it."
"I am not bound by oath, Philip, but hear me, as I hope for future bliss, I now bind myself."
"Hold, Amin."
"Nay, Philip, you cannot prevent me, for if you do now, I will repeat it when you are absent. A cruel death were a charity to me, for I shall not see you suffer. Then may I never expect future bliss. May eternal misery be my portion, if I leave you as long as fate permits us to be together. I am yours, your wife. My fortunes, my present, my future, my all are embarked with you. And destiny may do its worst, for Amin will not quail. I have no recreant heart to turn aside from danger or from suffering. In that one point, Philip, at least you chose. You wedded well."
Philip raised her hand to his lips in silence, and the conversation was not resumed. The next evening Shrifton came up again to Amin.
"Well, lady,"
said he.
"Shrifton, it cannot be," replied Amin. "Yet do I thank you much."
"Lady, if he must follow up his mission, why should you?"
"Shrifton, I am his wife, his forever, in this world and the next. You cannot blame me."
"No,"
replied Shrifton.
"I do not blame. I admire you. I feel sorry, but after all, what is death? Nothing."
And Shrifton hastened away and left Amin to herself. The end of Chapter 21. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 22 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Utrecht sailed from Gambroon, touched at Ceylon, and proceeded on her voyage in the eastern seas. Shrifton still remained on board, but since his last conversation with Amin he had kept aloof, and appeared to avoid both her and Philip. Still, there was not, as before, any attempt to make the ship's company disaffected, nor did he indulge in his usual taunts and sneers. The communication he had made to Amin had also its effect upon her and Philip. They were more pensive and thoughtful. Each attempted to conceal their gloom from the other, and when they embraced, it was with the mournful feeling that perhaps it was an indulgence they would soon be deprived of. At the same time, they steeled their hearts to endurance and prepared to meet the worst. Krantz wondered at the change, but of course could not account for it. The Utrecht was not far from the Andaman Isles when Krantz, who had watched the barometer, came in early one morning and called Philip. "We have every prospect of a typhoon, sir," said Krantz. "The glass and the weather are both threatening." "Then we must make all snug. Send down top-gallant yards and small sails directly. We will strike top-gallant masts. I will be out in a minute." Philip hastened on deck. The sea was smooth, but already the moaning of the wind gave notice of the approaching storm. The vacuum in the air was about to be filled up, and the convulsion would be terrible. A white haze gathered fast, thicker and thicker. The men were turned up. Everything of weight was sent below, and the guns were secured. Now came a blast of wind which careened the ship, passed over, and in a minute she righted as before. Then another, and another, fiercer and fiercer still. The sea, although smooth, at last appeared white as a sheet with foam as the typhoon swept along in its impetuous career. It burst upon the vessel, which bowed down to her gunwale
and there remained. In a quarter of an hour the hurricane had passed over, and the vessel was relieved. But the sea had risen, and the wind was strong. In another hour the blast again came, more wild, more furious than the first. The waves were dashed into their faces. Torrents of rain descended. The ship was thrown on her beam ends, and thus remained till the wind blast had passed away, to sweep destruction far beyond them, leaving behind it a tumultuous, angry sea. "It is nearly over, I believe, sir," said Krantz. "It is clearing up a little to windward." "We have had the worst of it, I believe," said Philip.
"No, there is worse to come,"
said a low voice near to Philip. It was Shrifton who spoke. "A vessel to windward, scudding before the gale," cried Krantz. Philip looked to windward, and in the spot where the horizon was clearest he saw a vessel under topsails and foresail, standing right down. "She is a large vessel. Bring me my glass." The telescope was brought from the cabin, but before Philip could use it, a haze had again gathered up to windward, and the vessel was not to be seen. "Dick, again," observed Philip, as he shut in his telescope. "We must look out for that vessel, that she does not run too close to us. She has seen us, no doubt, sir," said Krantz. After a few minutes the typhoon again raged, and the atmosphere was of a murky gloom. It seemed as if some heavy fog had been hurled along by the furious wind. Nothing was to be distinguished, except the white foam of the sea, and that not the distance of half a cable's length, where it was lost in one dark grey mist. The storm staysail, yielding to the force of the wind, was rent into strips and flogged and cracked with a noise even louder than the gale. The furious blast again blew over, and the mist cleared up a little. "Ship on the weather beam, close aboard of us," cried one of the men. Krantz and Philip sprung upon the gunwale, and beheld the large ship bearing right down upon them, not 3 cables' length distant. "Helm up! She does not see us, and she will be aboard of us," cried Philip. "Helm up, I say, hard up, quick!" The helm was put up, as the men, perceiving their imminent danger, climbed upon the guns to look if the vessel altered her course. But no, down she came, and the head sails of the Utrecht having been carried away, to their horror they perceived that she would not answer her helm, and pay off as they required. "Ship ahoy!" roared Philip through his trumpet, but the gale drove the sound back. "Ship ahoy!" cried Krantz on the gunwale, waving his hat. It was useless. Down she came, with the waters foaming under her bows, and was now within pistol-shot of the Utrecht. "Ship ahoy!" roared all the sailors, with a shout that must have been heard. It was not attended to. Down came the vessel upon them, and now her cutwater was within 10 yards of the Utrecht. The men of the Utrecht, who expected that their vessel would be severed in half by the concussion, climbed upon the weather gunwale, all ready to catch at the ropes of the other vessel and climb on board of her. Amin, who had been surprised at the noise on deck, had come out and had taken Philip by the arm. "Trust to me. The shock," said Philip. He said no more. The cutwater of the stranger touched their sides. One general cry was raised by the sailors of the Utrecht. They sprang to catch at the rigging of the other vessel's bowsprit, which was now pointed between their masts. They caught at nothing. Nothing. There was no shock, no concussion of the 2 vessels. The stranger appeared to cleave through them. Her hull passed along in silence. No cracking of timbers, no falling of mast. The foreyard passed through their mainsail, yet the canvas was unrent. The whole vessel appeared to cut through the Utrecht, yet left no trace of injury. Not fast, but slowly, as if she were really soaring through her by the heaving and tossing of the sea with her sharp prow. The stranger's forechains had passed their gunwale before Philip could recover himself. "Amin!" cried he at last. "The phantom ship! My father!" The seamen of the Utrecht, more astounded by the marvellous result than by their former danger, threw themselves down upon deck. Some hastened below, some prayed, others were dumb with astonishment and fear.
Ameen appeared more calm than any, not excepting Philip. She surveyed the vessel as it slowly forced its way through. She beheld the seamen on board of her coolly leaning over her gunwale, as if deriding the destruction they had occasioned. She looked for Vanderdecken himself, and on the poop of the vessel, with his trumpet under his arm, she beheld the image of her Philip. The same hardy, strong build, the same features, about the same age apparently. There could be no doubt it was the doomed Vanderdecken. "See, Philip," said she, "see your father! Even so, merciful heaven! It is! It is!" And Philip, overpowered by his feelings, sank upon deck. The vessel had now passed over the Utrecht. The form of the elder Vanderdecken was seen to walk aft and look over the taffrail. Ameen perceived it, to start and turn away suddenly. She looked down and saw Schriften shaking his fist in defiance at the supernatural being. Again the phantom ship flew to leeward before the gale, and was soon lost in the mist. But before that, Ameen had turned and perceived the situation of Philip. No one but herself and Schriften appeared able to act or move. She caught the pilot's eye, beckoned to him, and with his assistance, Philip was led into the cabin. The end of Chapter 22. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 23 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. "I have then seen him," said Philip, after he had lain down on the sofa in the cabin for some minutes to recover himself, while Ameen bent over him. "I have at last seen him, Ameen. Can you doubt now?" "No, Philip, I have now no doubt," replied Ameen mournfully. "But take courage, Philip." "For myself I want not courage, but for you, Ameen. You know that his appearance portends a mischief that will surely come." "Let it come," replied Ameen calmly. "I have long been prepared for it, and so have you." "Yes, for myself, but not for you." "You have been wrecked often, and have been saved. Then why should not I?" "But the sufferings." "Those suffer least who have most courage to bear up against them. I am but a woman, weak and frail in body, but I trust I have that within me which will not make you feel ashamed of Ameen. No, Philip, you will have no wailing, no expression of despair from Ameen's lips. If she can console you, she will. If she can assist you, she will. But, come what may, if she cannot serve you, at least she will prove no burden to you." "Your presence in misfortune would unnerve me, Ameen." "It shall not. It shall add to your resolution. Let fate do its worst." "Depend upon it, Ameen, that will be ere long." "Be it so," replied Ameen. "But, Philip, it were as well you showed yourself on deck. The men are frightened, and your absence will be observed." "You are right," said Philip, and rising and embracing her, he left the cabin. "It is but too true, then," thought Ameen. "Now to prepare for disaster and death. The warning has come. I would I could know more. O mother, mother, look down upon thy child, and in a dream reveal the mystic arts which I have forgotten. Then should I know more. But I have promised Philip that unless separated, yes, that idea is worse than death, and I have a sad foreboding. My courage fails me only when I think of that." Philip, on his return to the deck, found the crew of the vessel in great consternation. Krantz himself appeared bewildered. He had not forgotten the appearance of the phantom ship off Desolation Harbour, and the vessels following her to their destruction. This second appearance, more awful than the former, quite unmanned him, and when Philip came out of the cabin, he was leaning in gloomy silence against the weather bulkhead. "We shall never reach port again, sir," said he to Philip as he came up to him. "Silence, silence, the men may hear you." "It matters not, they think the same," replied Krantz. "But they are wrong," replied Philip, turning to the seamen. "My lads, that some disaster may happen to us after the appearance of this vessel is most probable. I have seen her before more than once, and disasters did then happen. But here I am alive and well, therefore it does not prove that we cannot escape, as I have before done. We must do our best, and trust in heaven. The gale is breaking fast, and in a few hours we shall have fine weather. I have met this phantom ship before, and care not how often I meet it again. Mr. Krantz, get up the spirits. The men have had hard work, and must be fatigued." The very prospect of obtaining liquor appeared to give courage to the men. They hastened to obey the order, and the quantity served out was sufficient to give courage to the most fearful, and induce others to defy old Vanderdecken and his whole crew of imps. The next morning the weather was fine, the sea smooth, and the Utrecht went gaily on her voyage. Many days of gentle breezes and favouring winds gradually wore off the panic occasioned by the supernatural appearance, and, if not forgotten, it was referred to either in jest or with indifference. They now had run through the Straits of Malacca and entered the Polynesian archipelago. Philip's orders were to refresh and call for instructions at the small island of Boton, then in possession of the Dutch. They arrived there in safety, and after remaining 2 days again sailed on their voyage, intending to make their passage between the Celebes and the island of Galago. The weather was still clear and the wind light. They proceeded cautiously on account of the reefs and currents, and with a careful watch for the piratical vessels which have for centuries infested those seas. But they were not molested, and had gained well up among the islands to the north of Galago, when it fell calm, and the vessel was borne to the eastward of it by the current. The calm lasted several days, and they could procure no anchorage. At last they found themselves among the cluster of islands near to the north coast of New Guinea. The anchor was dropped, and the sails furled for the night. A drizzling small rain came, the weather was thick, and the watches were stationed in every part of the ship, that they might not be surprised by pirate proas, for the current ran past the ship at the rate of 8 or 9 miles per hour, and these vessels, if hid among the islands, might sweep down upon them unperceived. It was 12 o'clock at night when Philip, who was in bed, was awakened by a shock. He thought it might be a proa running alongside, and he started from his bed and ran out. He found Krantz, who had been awakened by the same cause, running up undressed. Another shock succeeded, and the ship careened to port. Philip then knew that the ship was on shore. The thickness of the night prevented them from ascertaining where they were, but the lead was thrown over the side, and they found that they were lying on shore on a sandbank, with not more than 14 feet of water on the deepest side, and that they were broadside on, with a strong current pressing them further up on the bank. Indeed, the current ran like a mill race, and each minute they were swept into shallower water. On examination they found that the ship had dragged her anchor, which, with the cable, was still taut from the starboard bow, but this did not appear to prevent the vessel from being swept further up on the bank. It was supposed that the anchor had parted at the shank, and another anchor was let go. Nothing more could be done till daybreak, and impatiently did they wait till the next morning. As the sun rose, the mist cleared away, and they discovered that they were on shore on a sandbank, a small portion of which was above water, and round which the current ran with great impetuosity. About 3 miles from them was a cluster of small islands with cocoa trees growing on them, but with no appearance of inhabitants. "I fear we have little chance," observed Krantz to Philip. "If we lighten the vessel, the anchor may not hold, and we shall be swept further on, and it is impossible to lay out an anchor against the force of this current." At all events we must try, but I grant that our situation is anything but satisfactory. Send all the hands aft." The men came aft, gloomy and dispirited. "My lads," said Philip, "why are you disheartened?" "We are doomed, sir. We knew it would be so." "I thought it probable that the ship would be lost. I told you so. But the loss of the ship does not involve that of the ship's company. Nay, it does not follow that the ship is to be lost, although she may be in great difficulty, as she is at present. What fear is there for us, my men? The water is smooth. We have plenty of time before us. We can make a raft and take to our boats. It never blows among these islands, and we have land close under our lee. Let us first try what we can do with the ship. If we fail, we must then take care of ourselves." The men caught at the idea and went to work willingly. The water casks were started, the pumps set going, and everything that could be spared was thrown over to lighten the ship. But the anchor still dragged from the strength of the current, and bad holding ground, and Philip and Krantz perceived that they were swept further on the bank. Night came on before they quitted their toil, and then a fresh breeze sprung up and created a swell, which occasioned the vessel to beat on the hard sand. Thus did they continue, until the next morning. At daylight the men resumed their labours, and the pumps were again manned to clear the vessel of water which had been started, but after a time they pumped up sand. This told them that a plank had started, and that their labours were useless. The men left their work, but Philip again encouraged them, and pointed out that they could easily save themselves, and all that they had to do was to construct a raft, which would hold provisions for them, and receive that portion of the crew who could not be taken into the boats. After some repose the men again set to work. The topsails were struck, the yards lowered down, and the raft was commenced under the lee of the vessel, where the strong current was checked. Philip, recollecting his former disaster, took great pains in the construction of this raft, and aware that as the water and provisions were expended, there would be no occasion to tow so heavy a mass. He constructed it in two parts which might easily be severed, and thus the boats would have less to tow, as soon as circumstances would enable them to part with one of them. Night again terminated their labours, and the men retired to rest, the weather continuing fine, with very little wind. By noon the next day the raft was complete. Water and provisions were safely stowed on board. A secure and dry place was fitted up for Amin in the centre of one portion. Spare ropes, sails, and everything which could prove useful in case of their being forced on shore were put in. Muskets and ammunition were also provided, and everything was ready, when the men came aft and pointed out to Philip that there was plenty of money on board, which it was folly to leave, and that they wished to carry as much as they could away with them. As this information was given in a way that made it evident they intended that it should be complied with, Philip did not refuse, but resolved in his own mind that when they arrived at a place where he could exercise his authority, the money should be reclaimed for the company to whom it belonged. The men went down below, and while Philip was making arrangements with Amin, handed the casks of dollars out of the hold, broke them open, and helped themselves, quarrelling with each other for the first possession as each cask was opened. At last every man had obtained as much as he could carry, and had placed his spoil on the raft with his baggage, or in the boat to which he had been appointed. All was now ready. Amin was lowered down, and took her station. The boats took in tow the raft, which was cast off from the vessel, and away they went with the current, pulling with all their strength to avoid being stranded upon that part of the sandbank which appeared above water. This was the great danger which they had to encounter, and which they very narrowly escaped. They numbered 86 souls in all. In the boats there were 32. The rest were on the raft, which, being well built and full of timber, floated high out of the water, now that the sea was so smooth. It had been agreed upon by Philip and Krantz that one of them should remain on the raft and the other in one of the boats. But at the time the raft quitted the ship, they were both on the raft,
as they wished to consult, as soon as they discovered the direction of the current, which would be the most advisable course for them to pursue. It appeared that as soon as the current had passed the bank, it took a more southerly direction towards New Guinea. It was then debated between them whether they should or should not land on that island, the natives of which were known to be pusillanimous, yet treacherous. A long debate ensued, which ended, however, in their resolving not to decide as yet, but wait and see what might occur. In the meantime, the boats pulled to the westward, while the current set them fast down in a southerly direction. Night came on, and the boats dropped the grapnels with which they had been provided, and Philip was glad to find that the current was not near so strong, and the grapnels held both boats and raft. Covering themselves up with the spare sails with which they had provided themselves, and setting a watch, the tired seamen were soon fast asleep. "Had I not better remain in one of the boats?" observed Krantz. "Suppose, to save themselves, the boats were to leave the raft?" "I have thought of that," replied Philip, "and have therefore not allowed any provisions or water in the boats. They will not leave us for that reason." "True, I had forgotten that." Krantz remained on watch, and Philip retired to the repose which he so much needed. Amene met him with open arms. "I have no fear, Philip," said she. "I rather like this wild adventurous change. We will go on shore and build our hut beneath the cocoa trees, and I shall repine when the day comes which brings succour and releases us from our desert isle. What do I require but you?" "We are in the hands of one above, dear, who will act with us as he pleases. We have to be thankful that it is no worse," replied Philip. "But now to rest, for I shall soon be obliged to watch." The morning dawned, with a smooth sea and a bright blue sky. The raft had been borne to leeward of the cluster of uninhabited islands of which we spoke, and was now without hopes of reaching them. But to the westward were to be seen on the horizon the refracted heads and trunks of coconut trees, and in that direction it was resolved that they should tow the raft. The breakfast had been served out, and the men had taken to the oars when they discovered a proa full of men sweeping after them from one of the islands to windward. That it was a pirate vessel there could be no doubt, but Philip and Krantz considered that their force was more than sufficient to repel them should an attack be made. This was pointed out to the men. Arms were distributed to all in the boats as well as to those on the raft, and that the seamen might not be fatigued, they were ordered to lie on their oars and await the coming up of the vessel. As soon as the pirate was within range, having reconnoitred her antagonists, she ceased pulling and commenced firing from a small piece of cannon which was mounted on her bows. The grape and langrage which she poured upon them wounded several of the men, although Philip had ordered them to lie down flat on the raft and in the boats. The pirate advanced nearer, and her fire became more destructive, without any opportunity of returning it by the Utrecht's people. At last it was proposed as the only chance of escape that the boats should attack the pirate. This was agreed to by Philip. More men were sent in the boats. Krantz took the command. The raft was cast off, and the boats pulled away. But scarcely had they cleared the raft when, as by one sudden thought, they turned round and pulled away in the opposite direction. Krantz's voice was heard by Philip, and his sword was seen to flash through the air. A moment afterwards he plunged into the sea and swam to the raft. It appeared that the people in the boats, anxious to preserve the money which they had possession of, had agreed among themselves to pull away and leave the raft to its fate. The proposal for attacking the pirate had been suggested with that view, and as soon as they were clear of the raft they put their intentions into execution. In vain had Krantz expostulated and threatened. They would have taken his life, and when he found that his efforts were of no avail, he leapt from the boat. "Then are we lost, I fear," said Philip. "Our numbers are so reduced that we cannot hope to hold out long. What think you, Schriften?" ventured Philip, addressing the pilot who stood near to him.
Lost but not lost by the pirates, no harm there.
The remark of Shrifton was correct. The pirates, imagining that in taking to their boat the people had carried with them everything that was valuable, instead of firing at the raft, immediately gave chase to the boats. The sweeps were now out, and the proa flew over the smooth water like a sea-bird, past the raft, and was at first evidently gaining on the boats. But their speed soon slackened, and as the day passed, the boats, and then the pirate vessel, disappeared in the southward, the distance between them being apparently much the same as at the commencement of the chase. The raft being now at the mercy of the winds and waves, Philip and Krantz collected the carpenter's tools which had been brought from the ship, and selecting 2 spars from the raft, they made every preparation for stepping a mast and setting sail by the next morning. The morning dawned, and the first objects that met their view were the boats pulling back towards the raft, followed closely by the pirate. The men had pulled the whole night, and were worn out with fatigue. It was presumed that a consultation had been held, in which it was agreed that they should make a sweep so as to return to the raft, as, if they gained it, they would be able to defend themselves, and moreover obtain provisions and water, which they had not on board at the time of their desertion. But it was fated otherwise. Gradually the men dropped from their oars exhausted into the bottom of the boat, and the pirate vessel followed them with renewed ardour. The boats were captured one by one. The booty found was more than the pirates anticipated, and it hardly need be said that not one man was spared. All this took place within 3 miles of the raft, and Philip anticipated that the next movement of the vessel would be towards them, but he was mistaken. Satisfied with their booty, and imagining that there could be no more on the raft, the pirate pulled away to the eastward, towards the island from amongst which she had first made her appearance. Thus were those who expected to escape, and who had deserted their companions, deservedly punished, whilst those who anticipated every disaster from this desertion discovered that it was the cause of their being saved. The remaining people on board the raft amounted to about 45. Philip, Krantz, Shrifton, Amin, the 2 mates, 16 seamen, and 24 soldiers who had been embarked at Amsterdam. Of provisions they had sufficient for 3 or 4 weeks, but of water they were very short, already not having sufficient for more than 3 days at the usual allowance. As soon as the mast had been stepped and rigged, the sails set, although there was hardly a breath of wind, Philip explained to the men the necessity of reducing the quantity of water, and it was agreed that it should be served out so as to extend the supply to 12 days, the allowance being reduced to half a pint per day. There was a debate at this time, as the raft was in 2 parts, whether it would not be better to cast off the smaller one and put all the people on board the other, but this proposal was overruled, as, in the first place, although the boats had deserted them, the number on the raft had not much diminished, and moreover the raft would steer much better under sail, now that it had length, than it would do if they reduced its dimensions and altered its shape to a square mass of floating wood. For 3 days it was a calm. The sun poured down his hot beams upon them, and the want of water was severely felt. Those who continued to drink spirits suffered the most. On the 4th day the breeze sprung up favourably, and the sail was filled. It was a relief to their burning brows and blistered backs, and as the raft sailed on at the rate of 4 miles an hour, the men were gay and full of hope. The land below the coconut trees was now distinguishable, and they anticipated that the next day they could land and procure the water which they now so craved for. All night they carried sail, but the next morning they discovered that the current was strong against them, and that what they gained when the breeze was fresh, they lost from the adverse current as soon as it went down. The breeze was always fresh in the morning, but it fell calm in the evening. Thus did they continue for 4 days more, every noon being not 10 miles from the land, but the next morning
swept away to a distance, and having their ground to retrace. 8 days had now passed, and the men, worn out with exposure to the burning sun, became discontented and mutinous. At one time they insisted that the raft should be divided, that they might gain the land with the other half. At another, that the provisions which they could no longer eat should be thrown overboard to lighten the raft. The difficulty under which they lay was the having no anchor or grapnel to the raft, the boats having carried away with them all that had been taken from the ship. Philip then proposed to the men that, as every one of them had such a quantity of dollars, the money should be sewed up in canvas bags, each man's property separate, and that with this weight to the ropes they would probably be enabled to hold the raft against the current for one night, when they would be able the next day to gain the shore. But this was refused. They would not risk their money. No, no, fools! They would sooner part with their lives by the most miserable of all deaths. Again and again was this proposed to them by Philip and Krantz, but without success. In the meantime, Amene had kept up her courage and her spirits, proving to Philip a valuable adviser and a comforter in his misfortunes.
"Cheer up, Philip,"
would she say.
"We shall yet build our cottage under the shade of those coconut trees, and pass a portion, if not the remainder of our lives, in peace. For who indeed is there who would think to find us in these desolate and untrodden regions?" Shrifton was quiet and well behaved, talked much with Amene, but with nobody else. Indeed, he appeared to have a stronger feeling in favour of Amene than he had ever shown before. He watched over her and attended her, and Amene would often look up after being silent and perceive Shrifton's face wear an air of pity and melancholy which she had believed it impossible that he could have exhibited. Another day passed. Again they neared the land, and again did the breeze die away, and they were swept back by the current. The men now rose, and in spite of the endeavours of Philip and Krantz, they rolled into the sea all the provisions and stores, everything but one cask of spirits and the remaining stock of water. They then sat down at the upper end of the raft, with gloomy, threatening looks, and in close consultation. Another night closed in. Philip was full of anxiety. Again he urged them to anchor with their money, but in vain. They ordered him away, and he returned to the after part of the raft, upon which Amene's secure retreat had been erected. He leant on it, in deep thought and melancholy, for he imagined that Amene was asleep. "What disturbs you, Philip?"
"What disturbs me? The avarice and folly of these men. They will die, rather than risk their hateful money. They have the means of saving themselves and us, and they will not. There is weight enough in bullion on the fore part of the raft to hold 12 floating masses such as this, yet they will not risk it. Cursed love of gold! It makes men fools, madmen, villains. We have now but 2 days' water, doled out as it is, drop by drop. Look at their emaciated, broken-down, wasted forms, and yet see how they cling to money, which probably they will never have occasion for, even if they gain the land. I am distracted."
"You suffer, Philip. You suffer from privation, but I have been careful. I thought that this would come. I have saved both water and biscuit. I have here 4 bottles. Drink, Philip, and it will relieve you."
Philip drank. It did relieve him, for the excitement of the day had pressed heavily on him. "Thanks, Amene. Thanks, dearest. I feel better now. Good heaven, are there such fools as to value the dross of metal above 1 drop of water in a time of suffering and privation such as this?" The night closed in as before. The stars shone bright, but there was no moon. Philip had risen at midnight to relieve Krantz from the steerage of the raft. Usually the men had lain about in every part of the raft, but this night the majority of them remained forward. Philip was communing with his own bitter thoughts,
when he heard a scuffle forward and the voice of Krantz crying out to him for help. He quitted the helm and, seizing his cutlass, ran forward, where he found Krantz down and the men securing him. He fought his way to him, but was himself seized and disarmed. "Cut away! Cut away!" was called out by those who held him, and in a few seconds Philip had the misery to behold the after part of the raft, with Amene upon it, drifted apart from the one on which he stood. "For mercy's sake, my wife, my Amene, for heaven's sake, save her!" cried Philip, struggling in vain to disengage himself. Amene also, who had run to the side of the raft, held out her arms. It was in vain. They were separated more than a cable's length. Philip made one more desperate struggle, and then fell down, deprived of sense and motion. The end of Chapter 23. Recorded by Andy Sames. Chapter 24 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. It was not until the day had dawned that Philip opened his eyes and discovered Krantz kneeling at his side. At first his thoughts were scattered and confused. He felt that some dreadful calamity had happened to him, but he could not recall to mind what it was. At last it rushed upon him, and he buried his face in his hands. "Take comfort," said Krantz. "We shall probably gain the shore today, and we will go in search of her as soon as we can." "This, then, is the separation and the cruel death to her which that wretch Shrifton prophesies to us," thought Philip. "Cruel indeed to waste away to a skeleton under a burning sun, with one drop of water left to cool her parched tongue, at the mercy of the winds and waves, drifting about, alone, all alone, separated from her husband, in whose arms she would have died without regret, maddened with suspense and with the thoughts of what I may be suffering, or what may have been my fate. Pilot, you are right. There can be no more cruel death to a fond and doting wife. Oh, my head reels. What has Philip Vanderdecken to live for now?" Krantz offered such consolation as his friendship could suggest, but in vain. He then talked of revenge, and Philip raised his head. After a few minutes' thought, he rose up. "Yes," replied he, "revenge. Revenge upon those dastards and traitors. Tell me, Krantz, how many can we trust?" "Half of the men, I should think, at least. It was a surprise." A spar had been fitted as a rudder, and the raft had now gained nearer the shore than it ever had done before. The men were in high spirits at the prospect, and every man was sitting on his own store of dollars, which, in their eyes, increased in value in proportion, as did their prospect of escape. Philip discovered from Krantz that it was the soldiers and the most indifferent seamen who had mutinied on the night before and cut away the other raft, and that all the best men had remained neuter. "And so they will be now, I imagine," continued Krantz. "The prospect of gaining the shore has, in a manner, reconciled them to the treachery of their companions." "Probably," replied Philip, with a bitter laugh. "But I know what will rouse them. Send them here to me." Philip talked to the seamen whom Krantz had sent over to him. He pointed out to them that the other men were traitors, not to be relied upon, that they would sacrifice everything and everybody for their own gain, that they had already done so for money, and that they themselves would have no security either on the raft or on shore with such people, that they dare not sleep for fear of having their throats cut, and that it were better at once to get rid of those who could not be true to each other, that it would facilitate their escape, and that they could divide between themselves the money which the others had secured, and by which they would double their own shares. That it had been his intention, although he had said nothing, to enforce the restoration of the money for the benefit of the company as soon as they had gained a civilized port where the authorities could interfere,
but that, if they consented to join and aid him, he would now give them the whole of it for their own use. What will not the desire of gain effect? Is it, therefore, to be wondered at that these men, who were indeed but little better than those who were thus, in his desire of retaliation, denounced by Philip, consented to his proposal? It was agreed that if they did not gain the shore, the others would be attacked that very night and tossed into the sea. But the consultation with Philip had put the other party on the alert. They too held counsel, and kept their arms by their sides. As the breeze died away, they were not 2 miles from the land, and once more they drifted back into the ocean. Philip's mind was borne down with grief at the loss of Amin, but it recovered to a certain degree when he thought of revenge. That feeling stayed him up, and he often felt the edge of his cutlass, impatient for the moment of retribution. It was a lovely night. The sea was now smooth as glass, and not a breath of air moved in the heavens. The sail of the raft hung listless down the mast, and was reflected upon the calm surface by the brilliancy of the starry night alone. It was a night for contemplation, for examination of oneself, and adoration of the deity, and here, on a frail raft, were huddled together more than 40 beings ready for combat, for murder, and for spoil. Each party pretended to repose, yet each were quietly watching the motions of the other with their hands upon their weapons. The signal was to be given by Philip. It was to let go the halyards of the yard, so that the sail would fall down upon a portion of the other party and entangle them. By Philip's directions, Shrifton had taken the helm, and Krantz remained by his side. The yard and sail fell clattering down, and then the work of death commenced. There was no parley, no suspense. Each man started upon his feet and raised his sword. The voices of Philip and Krantz alone were heard, and Philip's sword did its work. He was nerved to his revenge, and never could be satiated as long as one remained who had sacrificed his Amin. As Philip had expected, many had been covered up and entangled by the falling of the sail, and their work was thereby made easier. Some fell where they stood, others reeled back and sunk down under the smooth water, others were pierced as they floundered under the canvas. In a few minutes the work of carnage was complete. Shrifton, meanwhile, looked on, and ever and anon gave vent to his chuckling laugh, his demoniacal The strife was over, and Philip stood against the mast to recover his breath. "So far art thou revenged, my Amin," thought he, "but oh, what are these paltry lives compared to thine?" And now that his revenge was satiated, and he could do no more, he covered his face up in his hands and wept bitterly, while those who had assisted him were already collecting the money of the slain for distribution. These men, when they found that 3 only of their side had fallen, lamented that there had not been more, as their own shares of the dollars would have been increased. There were now but 13 men besides Philip, Krantz, and Shrifton left upon the raft. As the day dawned, the breeze again sprung up, and they shared out the portions of water, which would have been the allowance of their companions who had fallen. Hunger they felt not, but the water revived their spirits. Although Philip had had little to say to Shrifton since the separation from Amin, it was very evident to him and to Krantz that all the pilot's former bitter feelings had returned. His chuckle, his sarcasms, his "ha-ha" were incessant, and his eye was now as maliciously directed to Philip as it was when they first met. It was evident that Amin alone had for the time conquered his disposition, and that, with her disappearance, had vanished all the goodwill of Shrifton towards her husband. For this Philip cared little. He had a much more serious weight on his heart, the loss of his dear Amin, and he felt reckless and indifferent concerning anything else. The breeze now freshened, and they expected that in 2 hours they would run on the beach, but they were disappointed. The step of the mast gave way from the force of the wind, and the sail fell upon the raft. This occasioned great delay, and before they could repair the mischief, the wind again subsided, and they were left about a mile from the beach. Tired and worn out with his feelings, Philip at last fell asleep by the side of Krantz, leaving Schriften at the helm. He slept soundly. He dreamt of Amene. He thought she was under a grove of coconuts in a sweet sleep, that he stood by and watched her, and that she smiled in her sleep and murmured, "Philip," when suddenly he was awakened by some unusual movement. Half dreaming still, he thought that Schriften, the pilot, had in his sleep been attempting to gain his relic, had passed the chain over his head, and was removing quietly from underneath his neck the portion of the chain which, in his reclining posture, he lay upon. Startled at the idea, he threw up his hand to seize the arm of the wretch, and found that he had really seized hold of Schriften, who was kneeling by him and in possession of the chain and relic. The struggle was short. The relic was recovered, and the pilot lay at the mercy of Philip, who held him down with his knee on his chest. Philip replaced the relic on his bosom, and, excited to madness, rose from the body of the now breathless Schriften, caught it in his arms, and hurled it into the sea. "Man or devil, I care not which," exclaimed Philip, breathless. "Escape now if you can." The struggle had already roused up Krantz and others, but not in time to prevent Philip from wreaking his vengeance upon Schriften. In few words he told Krantz what had passed. As for the men, they cared not. They laid their heads down again, and, satisfied that their money was safe, inquired no further. Philip watched to see if Schriften would rise up again and try to regain the raft, but he did not make his appearance above water, and Philip felt satisfied. The end of Chapter 24. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 25 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. What pen could portray the feelings of the fond and doting Amene when she first discovered that she was separated from her husband? In a state of bewilderment, she watched the other raft as the distance between them increased. At last the shades of night hid it from her aching eyes, and she dropped down in mute despair. Gradually she recovered herself, and turning round, she exclaimed, "Who's here?" No answer. "Who's here?" cried she in a louder voice. "Alone, alone, and Philip gone. Mother, mother, look down upon your unhappy child." And Amene frantically threw herself down so near to the edge of the raft that her long hair, which had fallen down, floated on the wave. "Ah, me! Where am I?" cried Amene, after remaining in a state of torpor for some hours. The sun glared fiercely upon her, and dazzled her eyes as she opened them. She cast them on the blue wave close by her, and beheld a large shark, motionless by the side of the raft, waiting for his prey. Recoiling from the edge, she started up. She turned round and beheld the raft vacant, and the truth flashed on her. "Oh, Philip, Philip!" cried she. "Then it is true, and you are gone forever. I thought it was only a dream. I recollect all now. Yes, all, all." And Amene sank down again upon her cot, which had been placed in the centre of the raft, and remained motionless for some time. But the demand for water became imperious. She seized one of the bottles and drank. "Yet why should I drink or eat? Why should I wish to preserve life?" She rose and looked round the horizon. Sky and water, nothing more. Is this the death I am to die? The cruel death prophesied by Schriften? A lingering death under a burning sun, while my vitals are parched within. Be it so. Fate, I dare thee to thy worst. We can die but once, and without him what care I to live? But yet I may see him again," continued Amene hurriedly, after a pause. "Yes, I may. Who knows? Then
welcome life, I'll nurse thee for that bare hope, bare indeed with naught to feed on. Let me see, is it here still?
Amene looked at her zone and perceived her dagger was still in it.
Well then, I will live, since death is at my command, and be grateful of life for my dear husband's sake.
And Amene threw herself on her resting place, that she might forget everything. She did, from that morning till the noon of the next day, she remained in a state of torpor. When she again rose, she was faint. Again she looked round her. There was but sky and water to be seen.
Oh, this solitude, it is horrible. Death would be a release. But no, I must not die. I must live for Philip.
She refreshed herself with water and a few pieces of biscuit, and folded her arms across her breast.
A few more days without relief, and all must be over. Was ever a woman situated as I am? And yet I dare to indulge hope. Why, 'tis madness. And why am I thus singled out? Because I have wedded with Philip? It may be so. If so, I welcome it. Wretches, who thus severed me from my husband, who to save their own lives sacrificed a helpless woman. Nay, they might have saved me, if they had had the least pity. But no, they never felt it. And these are Christians, the creed that the old priests would have had me, yes, that Philip would have had me embrace. Charity and goodwill. They talk of it, but I have never seen them practice it. Loving one another, forgiving one another, say rather hating and preying upon one another. A creed never practised. Why? If not practised, of what value is it? Any creed were better. I abjure it, and if I be saved, I will abjure it still forever. Shade of my mother, is it that I have listened to these men, that I have, to win my husband's love, tried to forget that which thou taughtest, even when a child at thy feet, that faith which our forefathers for thousands of years lived and died in, that creed proved by works and obedience to the prophet's will? Is it for this that I am punished? Tell me, mother, oh, tell me in my dreams.
The night closed in, and with the gloom rose heavy clouds. The lightning darted through the firmament, ever and anon lifting up the raft. At last the flashes were so rapid, not following each other, but darting down from every quarter at once, that the whole firmament appeared as if on fire, and the thunder rolled along the heavens, now near and loud, then rumbling in the distance. The breeze rose up fresh, and the waves tossed the raft, and washed occasionally even to Amene's feet, as she stood in the centre of it.
I like this. This is far better than that calm and withering heat. This rouses me,
said Amene, as she cast her eyes up and watched the forked lightning till her vision became obscured.
Yes, this is as it should be. Lightning, strike me, if you please. Waves, wash me off and bury me in a briny tomb. Pour the wrath of the whole elements upon this devoted head. I care not, I laugh at, I defy it all. Thou canst but kill. This little steel can do as much. Let those who hoard up wealth, those who live in splendour, those that are happy, those who have husbands, children, aught to love, let them tremble. I have nothing. Elements, be ye fire or water or earth or air, Amene defies you. And yet, no, no, deceive not thyself, Amene, there is no hope. Thus will I mount my funeral bier, and wait the will of destiny.
And Amene regained the secure place which Philip had fitted up for her in the centre of the raft, threw herself down upon her bed, and shut her eyes. The thunder and lightning was followed up by torrents of heavy rain which fell till daylight. The wind still continued fresh, but the sky cleared, and the sun shone out. Amene remained shivering in her wet garments. The heat of the sun proved too powerful for her exhausted state, and her brain wandered. She rose up in a sitting posture, looked around her, saw verdant fields in every direction, the coconuts waving to the wind, imagined even that she saw her own Philip in the distance,
hastening to her. She held out her arms, strove to get up and run to meet him, but her limbs refused their office. She called to him, she screamed, and sank back, exhausted, on her resting place. The end of Chapter 25. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 26 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. We must for a time return to Philip and follow his strange destiny. A few hours after he had thrown the pilot into the sea, they gained the shore, so long looked at with anxiety and suspense. The spars of the raft, jerked by the running swell, undulated and rubbed against each other as they rose and fell to the waves breaking on the beach. The breeze was fresh, but the surf was trifling, and the landing was without difficulty. The beach was shelving, of a firm white sand, interspersed and strewed with various brilliant-coloured shells, and here and there the bleached fragments and bones of some animal which had been forced out of its element to die. The island was, like all the others, covered with a thick wood of coconut trees, whose tops waved to the breeze or bowed to the blast, producing a shade and a freshness which would have been duly appreciated by any other party than the present, with the exception only of Krantz. For Philip thought of nothing but his lost wife, and the seamen thought of nothing but their sudden wealth. Krantz supported Philip to the beach and led him to the shade, but after a minute he rose, and running down to the nearest point, looked anxiously for the portion of the raft which held Ameen, which was now far, far away. Krantz had followed, aware that, now the first paroxysms were past, there was no fear of Philip's throwing away his life. "Gone, gone forever!" exclaimed Philip, pressing his hands to the balls of his eyes. "Not so, Philip. The same Providence which has preserved us will certainly assist her. It is impossible that she can perish among so many islands, many of which are inhabited, and a woman will be certain of kind treatment." "If I could only think so," replied Philip. "A little reflection may induce you to think that it is rather an advantage than otherwise that she is thus separated, not from you, but from so many lawless companions, whose united force we could not resist. Do you think that after any lengthened sojourn on this island, these people with us would permit you to remain in quiet possession of your wife? No, they would respect no laws, and Ameen has, in my opinion, been miraculously preserved from shame and ill treatment, if not from death." "They durst not, surely." "Well, but Krantz, we must make a raft and follow her. We must not remain here. I will seek her through the wide world." "Be it so, if you wish, Philip, and I will follow your fortunes," replied Krantz, glad to find that there was something, however wild the idea, for his mind to feed on. "But now let us return to the raft, seek the refreshment we so much require, and after that we will consider what may be the best plan to pursue." To this Philip, who was much exhausted, tacitly consented, and he followed Krantz to where the raft had been beached. The men had left it, and were each of them sitting apart from one another under the shade of his own chosen coconut tree. The articles which had been saved on the raft had not been landed, and Krantz called upon them to come and carry the things on shore, but no one would answer or obey. They each sat watching their money, and afraid to leave it, lest they should be dispossessed of it by the others. Now that their lives were, comparatively speaking, safe, the demon of avarice had taken full possession of their souls. There they sat, exhausted, pining for water, and longing for sleep, and yet they dared not move. They were fixed as if by the wand of the enchanter. "It is the cursed dollars which have turned their brains," observed Krantz to Philip. "Let us try if we cannot manage to remove what we most stand in need of, and then we will search for water." Philip and Krantz collected the carpenter's tools, the best arms, and all the ammunition, as the possession of the latter would give them advantage in case of necessity. They then dragged on shore the sail and some small spars, all of which they carried up to a clump of coconut trees about 100 yards from the beach. In half an hour they had erected an humble tent, and put into it what they had brought with them, with the exception of the major part of the ammunition, which, as soon as he was screened by the tent, Krantz buried in a heap of dry sand behind it. He then, for their immediate wants, cut down with an axe a small coconut tree in full bearing. It must be for those who have suffered the agony of prolonged thirst to know the extreme pleasure with which the milk of the nuts were, one after the other, poured down the parched throats of Krantz and Philip. The men witnessed their enjoyment in silence and with gloating eyes. Every time that a fresh coconut was seized and its contents quaffed by their officers, more sharp and agonizing was their own devouring thirst. Still closer did their dry lips glue themselves together, yet they moved not, although they felt the tortures of the condemned. Evening closed in. Philip had thrown himself down on the spare sails and had fallen asleep, when Krantz set off to explore the island upon which they had been thrown. It was small, not exceeding 3 miles in length, and at no one part more than 500 yards across. Water there was none, unless it were to be obtained by digging. Fortunately, the young coconuts prevented the absolute necessity for it. On his return, Krantz passed the men in their respective stations. Each was awake, and raised himself on his elbow to ascertain if it were an assailant, but perceiving Krantz, they again dropped down. Krantz passed the raft. The water was now quite smooth, for the wind had shifted offshore, and the spars which composed the raft hardly jostled each other. He stepped upon it, and as the moon was bright in the heavens, he took the precaution of collecting all the arms which had been left, and throwing them as far as he could into the sea. He then walked to the tent, where he found Philip still sleeping soundly, and in a few minutes he was reposing by his side. And Philip's dreams were of a mean. He thought that he saw the hated Schriften rise again from the waters, and, climbing up to the raft, seat himself by her side. He thought that he again heard his unearthly chuckle and his scornful laugh, as his unwelcome words fell upon her distracted ears. He thought that she fled into the sea to avoid Schriften, and that the waters appeared to reject her. She floated on the surface. The storm rose, and once more he beheld her in the seashell, skimming over the waves. Again she was in a furious surf on the beach, and her shell sank, and she was buried in the waves, and then he saw her walking on shore without fear and without harm, for the water which spared no one appeared to spare her. Philip tried to join her, but was prevented by some unknown power, and Amine waved her hand and said, "We shall meet again, Philip. Yes, once more on this earth shall we meet again." The sun was high in the heavens and scorching in his heat, when Krantz first opened his eyes and awakened Philip. The axe again procured for them their first morning's meal. Philip was silent. He was ruminating upon his dreams, which had afforded him consolation. "We shall meet again," thought he. "Yes, once more at least we shall meet again. Providence, I thank thee." Krantz then stepped out to ascertain the condition of the men. He found them faint and so exhausted that they could not possibly survive much longer, yet still watching over their darling treasure. It was melancholy to witness such perversion of intellect, and Krantz thought of a plan which might save their lives. He proposed to them each separately that they should bury their money so deep that it was not to be recovered without time. This would prevent anyone from attacking the treasure of the other without its being perceived, and the attempt frustrated, and would enable them to obtain their necessary food and refreshment without danger of being robbed. To this plan they acceded. Krantz brought out of the tent the only shovel in their possession, and they, one by one, buried their dollars many feet deep in the yielding sand. When they had all secured their wealth, he brought them one of the axes, and the coconut trees fell, and they were restored to new life and vigour.
Having satiated themselves, they then lay down upon the several spots under which they had buried their dollars, and were soon enjoying that repose which they all so much needed. Philip and Krantz had now many serious consultations as to the means which should be taken for quitting the island and going in search of Ameen, for although Krantz thought the latter part of Philip's proposal useless, he did not venture to say so. To quit this island was necessary, and provided they gained one of those which were inhabited, it was all that they could expect. As for Ameen, he considered that she was dead before this, either having been washed off the raft, or that her body was lying on it, exposed to the decomposing heat of a torrid sun. To cheer Philip, he expressed himself otherwise, and whenever they talked about leaving the island, it was not to save their own lives, but invariably to search after Philip's lost wife. The plan which they proposed and acted upon was to construct a light raft, the centre to be composed of 3 water casks sawed in half in a row behind each other, firmly fixed by cross-pieces to 2 long spars on each side. This, under sail, would move quickly through the water, and be manageable so as to enable them to steer a course. The outside spars had been selected and hauled on shore, and the work was already in progress, but they were left alone in their work, for the seamen appeared to have no idea at present of quitting the island. Restored by food and repose, they were not content with the money which they had. They were anxious for more. A portion of each party's wealth had been dug up, and they now gambled all day with pebbles which they had collected on the beach, and with which they had invented a game. Another evil had crept among them. They had cut steps in the largest cocoanut trees, and with all the activity of seamen had mounted them, and by tapping the tops of the trees and fixing empty cocoanuts underneath, had obtained the liquor which in its first fermentation is termed toddy, and is afterwards distilled into arrack. But as toddy it is quite sufficient to intoxicate, and every day the scenes of violence and intoxication, accompanied with oaths and execrations, became more and more dreadful. The losers tore their hair and rushed like madmen upon those who had gained their dollars, but Krantz had fortunately thrown their weapons into the sea, and those he had saved, as well as the ammunition, he had secreted. Blows and bloodshed therefore were continual, but loss of life there was none, as the contending parties were separated by the others, who were anxious that the play should not be interrupted. Such had been the state of affairs for now nearly a fortnight, while the work of the raft had slowly proceeded. Some of the men had lost their all, and had, by the general consent of those who had won their wealth, been banished to a certain distance, that they might not pilfer from them. These walked gloomily round the island or on the beach, seeking some instrument by which they might avenge themselves and obtain repossession of their money. Krantz and Philip had proposed to these men to join them and leave the island, but they had sullenly refused. The axe was now never parted with by Krantz. He cut down what cocoanut trees they required for subsistence, and prevented the men from notching more trees to procure the means of inebriation. On the 16th day, all the money had passed into the hands of 3 men, who had been more fortunate than the rest. The losers were now by far the more numerous party, and the consequence was that the next morning these 3 men were found lying strangled on the beach. The money had been redivided, and the gambling had recommenced with more vigour than ever. "How can this end?" exclaimed Philip to Krantz, as he looked upon the blackened countenances of the murdered men. "In the death of all," replied Krantz. "We cannot prevent it. It is a judgment." The raft was now ready. The sand had been dug from beneath it, so as to allow the water to flow in and float it, and it was now made fast to a stake and riding on the peaceful waters. A large store of cocoanuts, old and young, had been procured and put on board of her, and it was the intention of Philip and Krantz to have quitted the island the next day. Unfortunately, one of the men, when bathing, had perceived the arms lying in the shallow water.
He had dived down and procured a cutlass. Others had followed his example, and all had armed themselves. This induced Philip and Krantz to sleep on board of the raft and keep watch, and that night, as the play was going on, a heavy loss on one side ended in a general fray. The combat was furious, for all were more or less excited by intoxication. The result was melancholy, for only 3 were left alive. Philip, with Krantz, watched the issue. Every man who fell wounded was put to the sword, and the 3 left, who had been fighting on the same side, rested, panting, on their weapons. After a pause, 2 of them communicated with each other, and the result was an attack upon the 3rd man, who fell dead beneath their blows. "Merciful Father! Are these thy creatures?" exclaimed Philip. "No," replied Krantz. "They worship the devil as Mammon. Do you imagine that those 2, who could now divide more wealth than they could well spend if they returned to their country, will consent to a division? Never. They must have all. Yes, all." Krantz had hardly expressed his opinion when one of the men, taking advantage of the other turning round for a moment from him, passed his sword through his back. The man fell with a groan, and the sword was again passed through his body. "Said I not so? But the treacherous villain shall not reap his reward," continued Krantz, levelling the musket which he held in his hand, and shooting him dead. "You have done wrong, Krantz. You have saved him from the punishment he deserved. Left alone on the island, without the means of obtaining his subsistence, he must have perished miserably and by inches, with all his money round him. That would have been torture indeed." "Perhaps I was wrong. If so, may Providence forgive me. I could not help it. Let us go ashore, for we are now on this island alone. We must collect the treasure and bury it, so that it may be recovered, and at the same time take a portion with us, for who knows but that we may have occasion for it. Tomorrow we had better remain here, for we shall have enough to do in burying the bodies of these infatuated men, and the wealth which has caused their destruction." Philip agreed to the propriety of the suggestion. The next day they buried the bodies where they lay, and the treasure was all collected in a deep trench under a coconut tree, which they carefully marked with their axe. About 500 pieces of gold were selected and taken on board of the raft, with the intention of secreting them about their persons, and resorting to them in case of need. The following morning they hoisted their sail and quitted the island. Need it be said in what direction they steered? As may be well imagined, in that quarter where they had last seen the raft with the isolated Amin. The end of Chapter 26. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 27 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. The raft was found to answer well, and although her progress through the water was not very rapid, she obeyed the helm and was under command. Both Philip and Krantz were very careful in taking such marks and observations of the island as should enable them, if necessary, to find it again. With the current to assist them, they now proceeded rapidly to the southward, in order that they might examine a large island which lay in that direction. Their object, after seeking for Amin, was to find out the direction of Ternate, the king of which they knew to be at variance with the Portuguese, who had a fort and factory at Tidore, not very far distant from it, and from thence to obtain a passage in one of the Chinese junks which, on their way to Bantam, called at that island. Towards evening they had neared the large island, and they soon ran down it close to the beach. Philip's eyes wandered in every direction to ascertain whether anything on the shore indicated the presence of Amin's raft, but he could perceive nothing of the kind, nor did he see any inhabitants. That they might not pass the object of their search during the night, they ran their raft on shore in a small cove, where the waters were quite smooth, and remained there until the next morning, when they again made sail and prosecuted their voyage. Krantz was steering with the long sweep they had fitted for the purpose, when he observed Philip, who had been for some time silent, take from his breast the relic which he wore, and gaze attentively upon it. "Is that your picture, Philip?" observed Krantz. "Alas, no, it is my destiny," replied Philip, answering without reflection. "Your destiny? What do you mean?" "Did I say my destiny? I hardly know what I said," replied Philip, replacing the relic in his bosom. "I rather think you said more than you intended," replied Krantz, "but at the same time something near the truth. I have often perceived you with that trinket in your hand, and I have not forgotten how anxious Shrifton was to obtain it, and the consequences of his attempt upon it. Is there not some secret, some mystery attached to it? Surely, if so, you must now sufficiently know me as your friend to feel me worthy of your confidence." "That you are, my friend Krantz. I feel my sincere and much valued friend, for we have shared much danger together, and that is sufficient to make us friends, that I could trust you, I believe, but I feel as if I dare not trust anyone. There is a mystery attached to this relic, for a relic it is, which as yet has been confided to my wife and holy men alone." "And if trusted to holy men, surely it may be trusted to sincere friendship, than which nothing is more holy." "But I have a presentiment that the knowledge of my secret would prove fatal to you. Why I feel such a presentiment I know not, but I feel it, Krantz, and I cannot afford to lose you, my valued friend." "You will not, then, make use of my friendship, it appears," replied Krantz. "I have risked my life with you before now, and I am not to be deterred from the duties of friendship by a childish foreboding on your part, the result of an agitated mind and a weakened body. Can anything be more absurd than to suppose that a secret confided to me can be pregnant with danger, unless it be, indeed, that my zeal to assist you may lead me into difficulties? I am not of a prying disposition, but we have been so long connected together, and are now so isolated from the rest of the world, that it appears to me it would be a solace to you, were you to confide in one whom you can trust what evidently has long preyed upon your mind. The consolation and advice of a friend, Philip, are not to be despised, and you will feel relieved if able to talk over with him a subject which evidently oppresses you. If, therefore, you value my friendship, let me share with you in your sorrows. There are few who have passed through life so quietly as not to recollect how much grief has been assuaged by confiding its cause to, and listening to, the counsels and consolations of some dear friend. It must not, therefore, appear surprising that, situated as he was, and oppressed with the loss of Amine, Philip should regard Krantz as one to whom he might venture to confide his important secret. He commenced his narrative with no injunctions, for he felt that if Krantz could not respect his secret for his secret's sake, or from good-will towards him, he was not likely to be bound by any promise. And as during the day the raft passed by the various small capes and headlands of the island, he poured into Krantz's ear the history which the reader is acquainted with. "Now you know all," said Philip, with a deep sigh, as the narrative was concluded. "What think you? Do you credit my strange tale, or do you imagine, as some well would, that it is a mere phantom of a disordered brain?" "That it is not so, Philip, I believe," replied Krantz, "for I, too, have had ocular proof of the correctness of a part of your history. Remember how often I have seen this phantom ship, and if your father is permitted to range over the seas, why should you not be selected and permitted to reverse his doom? I fully believe every word that you have told me, and since you have told me this, I can comprehend much that in your behaviour at times appeared unaccountable. There are many who would pity you, Philip, but I envy you." "Envy me?" cried Philip. "Yes, envy you, and gladly would I take the burden of your doom on my own shoulders were it only possible. Is it not a splendid thought that you are summoned to so great a purpose, that, instead of roaming through the world as we all do in pursuit of wealth, which possibly we may lose after years of cost and hardship, by the venture of a day, and which, at all events, we must leave behind us, you are selected to fulfill a great and glorious work, the work of angels, I may say, that of redeeming the soul of a father, suffering, indeed, for his human frailties, but not doomed to perish for eternity. You have indeed an object of pursuit worthy of all the hardships and dangers of a maritime life. If it ends in your death, what then? Where else end our futile cravings, our continual toil after nothing? We all must die, but how few, who indeed, besides yourself, was ever permitted before his death to ransom the soul of the author of his existence? Yes, Philip, I envy you. You think and speak like Amin. She, too, is of a wild and ardent soul that would mingle with the beings of the other world, and hold intelligence with disembodied spirits. She is right, replied Krantz. There are events in my life, or rather connected with my family, which have often fully convinced me that this is not only possible, but permitted. Your story has only corroborated what I already believed. Indeed, Krantz? Indeed, yes, but of that hereafter. The night is closing in. We must again put our little bark in safety for the night, and there is a cove which I think appears suited for the purpose. Before morning, a strong breeze right on shore had sprung up, and the surf became so high as to endanger the raft. To continue their course was impossible. They could only haul up their raft to prevent its being dashed to pieces by the force of the waves as the sea broke on the shore. Philip's thoughts were, as usual, upon Amin, and as he watched the tossing waters, as the sunbeams lightened up their crests, he exclaimed, "Ocean, hast thou my Amin? If so, give up thy dead. What is that?" continued he, pointing to a speck on the horizon. "The sail of a small craft of some description or another," replied Krantz, "and apparently coming down before the wind to shelter herself in the very nook we have selected." "You are right, it is the sail of a vessel of one of those piroguas, which skim over the seas. How she rises on the swell! She is full of men, apparently." The pirogua rapidly approached, and was soon close to the beach. The sail was lowered, and she was backed in through the surf. "Resistance is useless should they prove enemies," observed Philip. "We shall soon know our fate." The people in the pirogua took no notice of them until the craft had been hauled up and secured. 3 of them then advanced towards Philip and Krantz with spears in their hands, but evidently with no hostile intentions. One addressed them in Portuguese, asking them who they were. "We are Hollanders," replied Philip. "A part of the crew of the vessel which was wrecked?" inquired he. "Yes." "You have nothing to fear. You are enemies to the Portuguese, and so are we. We belong to the island of Ternate. Our king is at war with the Portuguese, who are villains. Where are your companions? On which island?" "They are all dead," replied Philip. "May I ask you whether you have fallen in with a woman who was adrift on a part of the raft by herself, or have you heard of her?" "We have heard that a woman was picked up on the beach to the southward and carried away by the Tidor people to the Portuguese settlement on the supposition that she was a Portuguese." "Then God be thanked, she is saved," cried Philip. "Merciful heaven, accept my thanks. To Tidor, you said?" "Yes. We are at war with the Portuguese. We cannot take you there." "No, but we shall meet again." The person who accosted them was evidently of some consequence. His dress was to a certain degree Mohammedan, but mixed up with Malay. He carried arms in his girdle and a spear in his hand. His turban was of printed chintz, and his deportment, like most persons of rank in that country, was courteous and dignified. "We are now returning to Ternate, and will take you with us. Our king will be pleased to receive any Hollanders. especially as you are enemies to the Portuguese dogs. I forgot to tell you that we have one of your companions with us in the boat. We picked him up at sea, much exhausted, but he is now doing well." "Who can it be?" observed Krantz. "It must be someone belonging to some other vessel." "No," replied Philip, shuddering. "It must be Schriften." "Then my eyes must behold him before I believe it," replied Krantz. "Then believe your eyes," replied Philip, pointing to the form of Schriften, who was now walking towards them.
"Mynheer Vanderdecken, glad to see you. Mynheer Krantz, I hope you are well. How lucky that we should all be saved.
The ocean has then indeed given up its dead, as I requested, thought Philip. In the meantime, Schriften, without making any reference to the way in which they had so unceremoniously parted company, addressed Krantz with apparent good humour and some slight tinge of sarcasm. It was some time before Krantz could rid himself of him. "What think you of him, Krantz?" "That he is a part of the whole, and has his destiny to fulfill as well as you. He has his part to play in this wondrous mystery, and will remain until it is finished. Think not of him. Recollect, your Amin is safe." "True," replied Philip. "The wretch is not worth a thought. We have now nothing to do but to embark with these people. Hereafter we may rid ourselves of him, and strive then to rejoin my dearest Amin." The end of Chapter 27. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 28 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. When Amin again came to her senses, she found herself lying on the leaves of the palmetto in a small hut. A hideous black child sat by her, brushing off the flies. Where was she? The raft had been tossed about for 2 days, during which Amin remained in a state of alternate delirium and stupor. Driven by the current and the gale, it had been thrown on shore on the eastern end of the coast of New Guinea. She had been discovered by some of the natives, who happened to be on the beach trafficking with some of the Tidori people. At first they hastened to rid her of her garments, although they perceived that she was not dead. But before they had left her as naked as themselves, a diamond of great value, which had been given to her by Philip, attracted the attention of one of the savages. Failing in his attempt to pull it off, he pulled out a rusty blunt knife, and was busily sawing at the finger when an old woman of authority interfered and bade him desist. The Tidori people, also, who were friends with the Portuguese, pointed out that to save one of that nation would ensure a reward. They stated, moreover, that they would, on their return, inform the people of the factory establishment that one of their countrywomen had been thrown on shore on a raft. To this Amin owed the care and attention that was paid to her, that part of New Guinea being somewhat civilized by occasional intercourse with the Tidori people, who came there to exchange European finery and trash for the more useful productions of the island. The papoose woman carried Amin into her hut, and there she lay for many days, wavering between life and death, carefully attended, but requiring little except the moistening of her parched lips with water and the brushing off of the mosquitoes and flies. When Amin opened her eyes, the little papoose ran out to acquaint the woman who followed her into the hut. She was of large size, very corpulent and unwieldy, with little covering on her body. Her hair, which was woolly in its texture, was partly parted, partly frizzled. A cloth round her waist, and a piece of faded yellow silk on her shoulders, was all her dress. A few silver rings on her fat fingers, and a necklace of mother-of-pearl, were her ornaments. Her teeth were jet black, from the use of the betel nut, and her whole appearance was such as to excite disgust in the breast of Amin. She addressed Amin, but her words were unintelligible, and the sufferer, exhausted with the slight effort she had made,
fell back into her former position and closed her eyes. But if the woman was disgusting, she was kind, and by her attention and care, Amin was able, in the course of 3 weeks, to crawl out of the hut and enjoy the evening breeze. The natives of the island would at times surround her, but they treated her with respect, from fear of the old woman. Their woolly hair was frizzled or plaited, sometimes powdered white with chunam. A few palmetto leaves round the waist and descending to the knee was their only attire. Rings through the nose and ears, and feathers of birds, particularly the bird of paradise, were their ornaments, but their language was wholly unintelligible. Amin felt grateful for life. She sat under the shade of the trees and watched the swift piroquas as they skimmed the blue sea which was expanded before her, but her thoughts were elsewhere. They were on Philip. One morning Amin came out of the hut with joy on her countenance, and took her usual seat under the trees. "Yes, mother, dearest mother, I thank thee. Thou hast appeared to me. Thou hast recalled to me thy arts, which I had forgotten, and had I but the means of conversing with these people, even now would I know where my Philip might be." For 2 months did Amin remain under the care of the Papoose woman. When the Teodori people returned, they had an order to bring the white woman, who had been cast on shore, to the factory, and repay those who had taken charge of her. They made signs to Amin, who had now quite recovered her beauty, that she was to go with them. Any change was preferable to staying where she was, and Amin followed them down to a piroqua, on which she was successfully fixed, and was soon darting through the water with her new companions, and, as they flew along the smooth seas, Amin thought of Philip's dream and the mermaid shell. By the evening they had arrived at the southern point of Galolo, where they landed for the night. The next day they gained the place of their destination, and Amin was led up to the Portuguese factory. That the curiosity of those who were stationed there was roused is not to be wondered at. The history given by the native of Amin's escape appeared so miraculous. From the commandant to the lowest servant, every one was waiting to receive her. The beauty of Amin, her perfect form, astonished them. The commandant addressed a long compliment to her in Portuguese, and was astonished that she did not make a suitable reply. But as Amin did not understand a word that he said, it would have been more surprising if she had. As Amin made signs that she could not understand the language, it was presumed that she was either English or Dutch, and an interpreter was sent for. She then explained that she was the wife of a Dutch captain, whose vessel had been wrecked, and that she did not know whether the crew had been saved or not. The Portuguese were very glad to hear that a Dutch vessel had been wrecked, and very glad that so lovely a creature as Amin had been saved. She was informed by the commandant that she was welcome, and that during her stay there everything should be done to make her comfortable, that in 3 months they expected a vessel from the Chinese seas proceeding to Goa, and that, if inclined, she should have a passage to Goa in that vessel, and from that city she would easily find other vessels to take her wherever she might please to go. She was then conducted to an apartment, and left with a little negress to attend upon her. The Portuguese commandant was a small, meagre, little man, dried up to a chip from long sojourning under a tropical sun. He had very large whiskers and a very long sword. These were the 2 most remarkable features in his person and dress. His attentions could not be misinterpreted, and Amin would have laughed at him had she not been fearful that she might be detained. In a few weeks, by due attention, she gained the Portuguese language so far as to ask for what she required, and before she quitted the island of Tidore, she could converse fluently. But her anxiety to leave and to ascertain what had become of Philip became greater every day, and at the expiration of the 3 months her eyes were continually bent to seaward, to catch the first glimpse of the vessel which was expected. At last it appeared, and as Amin watched the approach of the canvas from the west, the commandant fell on his knees, and declaring his passion, requested her not to think of departure, but to unite her fate with his. Amin was cautious in her reply, for she knew that she was in his power. She must first receive intelligence of her husband's death, which was not yet certain. She would proceed to Goa, and if she discovered that she was single, she would write to him. This answer, as it will be discovered, was the cause of great suffering to Philip. The commandant, fully assured that he could compass Philip's death, was satisfied, declared that, as soon as he had any positive intelligence, he would bring it to Goa himself, and made 1,000 protestations of truth and fidelity. Fool, thought Amin, as she watched the ship, which was now close to the anchorage. In half an hour the vessel had anchored, and the people had landed. Amin observed a priest with them as they walked up to the fort. She shuddered. She knew not why. When they arrived, she found herself in the presence of Father Matthias. The end of Chapter 28. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 29 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Both Amin and Father Matthias started and drew back with surprise at this unexpected meeting. Amin was the first to extend her hand. She had almost forgotten at the moment how they had parted, in the pleasure she experienced in meeting with a well-known face. Father Matthias coldly took her hand, and laying his own upon her head, said, "May God bless thee and forgive thee, my daughter, as I have long done." Then the recollection of what had passed rushed into Amin's mind, and she coloured deeply. Had Father Matthias forgiven her? The event would show. But this is certain, he now treated her as an old friend, listened with interest to her history of the wreck, and agreed with her upon the propriety of her accompanying him to Goa. In a few days the vessel sailed, and Amin quitted the factory and its enamoured commandant. They ran through the archipelago in safety, and were crossing the mouth of the Bay of Bengal without having had any interruption to fine weather. Father Matthias had returned to Lisbon when he quitted Turnico, and, tired of idleness, had again volunteered to proceed as a missionary to India. He had arrived at Formosa, and shortly after his arrival had received directions from his superior to return on important business to Goa, and thus it was that he fell in with Amin at Tidore. It would be difficult to analyze the feelings of Father Matthias towards Amin. They varied so often. At one moment he would call to mind the kindness shown to him by her and Philip, the regard he had for the husband, and the many good qualities which he acknowledged that she possessed. And now he would recollect the disgrace, the unmerited disgrace, he had suffered through her means, and he would then canvass whether she really did believe him an intruder in her chamber for other motives than those which actuated him, or whether she had taken advantage of his indiscretion. These accounts were nearly balanced in his mind. He could have forgiven all, if he had thought that Amin was a sincere convert to the Church. But his strong conviction that she was not only an unbeliever, but that she practised forbidden arts, turned the scale against her. He watched her narrowly, and when, in her conversation, she showed any religious feeling, his heart warmed towards her. But when, on the contrary, any words escaped her lips which seemed to show that she thought lightly of his creed, then the full tide of indignation and vengeance poured into his bosom. It was in crossing the Bay of Bengal, to pass round the southern Cape of Ceylon, that they first met with bad weather, and when the storm increased, the superstitious seamen lighted candles before the small image of the saint, which was shrined on deck. Amin observed it, and smiled with scorn. and as she did so, almost unwittingly, she perceived that the eye of Father Matthias was earnestly fixed upon her. "The papooses I have just left do no worse than worship their idols, and are termed idolaters," muttered Amin. "What then are these Christians?" "Would you not be better below?" said Father Matthias, coming over to Amin. "This is no time for women to be on deck. They would be better employed in offering up prayers for safety." "Nay, Father, I can pray better here. I like this conflict of the elements, and as I view, I bow down in admiration of the deity who rules the storm, who sends the winds forth in their wrath, or soothes them into peace." "It is well said, my child," replied Father Matthias, "but the Almighty is not only to be worshipped in his works, but in the closet with meditation, self-examination, and faith. Hast thou followed up the precepts which thou hast been taught? Hast thou reverenced the sublime mysteries which have been unfolded to thee?" "I have done my best, Father," replied Amin, turning away her head and watching the rolling wave. "Hast thou called upon the Holy Virgin and upon the saints, those intercessors for mortals erring like thyself?" Amin made no answer. She did not wish to irritate the priest, neither would she tell an untruth. "Answer me, child," continued the priest with severity. "Father," replied Amin, "I have appealed to God alone, the God of the Christians, the God of the whole universe." "Who believes not everything believes nothing, young woman. I thought as much. I saw thee smile with scorn just now. Why didst thou smile?" "At my own thoughts, good Father." "Say rather, at the true faith shown by others." Amin made no answer. "Thou art still an unbeliever and a heretic. Beware, young woman, beware." "Beware of what, good Father? Why should I beware? Are there not millions in these climes more unbelieving and more heretic, perhaps, than I? How many have you converted to your faith? What trouble, what toil, what dangers have you not undergone to propagate that creed? And why do you succeed so ill? Shall I tell you, Father? It is because the people have already had a creed of their own, a creed taught to them from their infancy, and acknowledged by all who live about them. Am I not in the same position? I was brought up in another creed, and can you expect that that can be dismissed and the prejudices of early years at once eradicated? I have thought much of what you have told me, have felt that much is true, that the tenets of your creed are godlike. Is not that much? And yet you are not content. You would have blind acknowledgment, blind obedience. I were then an unworthy convert. We shall soon be in port. Then teach me, and convince me if you will. I am ready to examine and confess, but on conviction only. Have patience, good Father, and the time may come when I may feel what now I do not, that yon bit of painted wood is a thing to bow down to and adore." Notwithstanding this taunt at the close of this speech, there was so much truth in the observations of Amin that Father Matthias felt their power. As the wife of a Catholic, he had been accustomed to view Amin as one who had backslided from the Church of Rome, not as one who had been brought up in another creed. He now recalled to mind that she had never yet been received into the Church, for Father Sayson had not considered her as in a proper state to be admitted, and had deferred her baptism until he was satisfied of her full belief. "You speak boldly, but you speak as you feel, my child," replied Father Matthias after a pause. "We will, when we arrive at Goa, talk over these things, and with the blessing of God the new faith shall be made manifest to you." "So be it," replied Amin. Little did the priest imagine that Amin's thoughts were at that moment upon a dream she had had at New Guinea, in which her mother appeared and revealed to her her magic arts, and that Amin was longing to arrive at Goa, that she might practise them. Every hour the gale increased, and the vessel laboured and leaked. The Portuguese sailors were frightened, and invoked their saints. Father Matthias and the other passengers gave themselves up for lost, for the pumps could not keep the vessel free, and their cheeks blanched as waves washed furiously over the vessel. They prayed and trembled. Father Matthias gave them absolution. Some cried like children, some tore their hair, some cursed, and cursed the saints they had but the day before invoked. But Amene stood unmoved, and as she heard them curse, she smiled in scorn. "My child," said Father Matthias, checking his tremulous voice, that he might not appear agitated before one whom he saw so calm and unmoved amidst the roaring of the elements. "My child, let not this hour of peril pass away. Before thou art summoned, let me receive thee into the bosom of our church, give thee pardon for thy sins, and certainty of bliss hereafter." "Good father, Amene is not to be frightened into belief, even if she feared the storm," replied she. "Nor will she credit your power to forgive her sins, merely because she says, in fear, that which in her calm reason she might reject. If ever fear could have subjected me, it was when I was alone upon the raft. That was indeed a trial of my strength of mind, the bare recollection of which is at this moment more dreadful than the storm now raging, and the death which may await us. There is a God on high in whose mercy I trust, in whose love I confide, to whose will I bow. Let him do his will. Die not, my child, in unbelief." "Father," replied Amene, pointing to the passengers and seamen who were on the deck crying and wailing, "these are Christians. These men have been promised by you but now the inheritance of perfect bliss. What is their faith that it does not give them strength to die like men? Why is it that a woman quails not, while they lie grovelling on the deck?" "Life is sweet, my child. They leave their wives, their children, and they dread hereafter. Who is prepared to die?" "I am," replied Amene. "I have no husband. At least I fear I have no husband. For me life has no sweets, yet one little hope remains, a straw to the sinking wretch. I fear not death, for I have naught to live for. Were Philip here, why then indeed. But he is gone before me, and now to follow him is all I ask." "He died in the faith, my child. If you would meet him, do the same." "He never died like these," replied Amene, looking with scorn at the passengers.
"Perhaps he lived not as they have lived," replied Father Matthias. "A good man dies in peace, and hath no fear."
"So die the good men of all creeds, father," replied Amene, "and in all creeds death is equally terrible to the wicked."
"I will pray for thee, my child,"
said Father Matthias, sinking on his knees.
"Many thanks. Thy prayers will be heard, even though offered for one like me,"
replied Amene, who, clinging to the man-ropes, made her way up to the ladder and gained the deck.
"Lost, Signora, lost!"
exclaimed the captain, wringing his hands as he crouched under the bulwark.
"No,"
replied Amene, who had gained the weather side and held on by a rope.
"Not lost this time." "How say you, Signora?"
replied the captain, looking with admiration at Amene's calm and composed countenance.
"How say you, Signora?"
"Something tells me, good captain, that you will not be lost if you exert yourself. Something tells it to me here." And Amene laid her hand to her heart. Amene had a conviction that the vessel would not be lost, for it had not escaped her observation that the storm was less violent, although, in their terror, this had been unnoticed by the sailors. The coolness of Amene, her beauty, perhaps the unusual sight of a woman so young, calm, and confiding, when all others were in despair, had its due effect upon the captain and seamen. Supposing her to be a Catholic, they imagined that she had had some warrant for her assertion, for credulity and superstition are close friends. They looked upon Amin with admiration and respect, recovered their energies, and applied to their duties. The pumps were again worked, the storm abated during the night, and the vessel was, as Amin had predicted, saved. The crew and passengers looked upon her almost as a saint, and talked of her to Father Matthias, who was sadly perplexed. The courage which she had displayed was extraordinary. Even when he trembled, she showed no sign of fear. He made no reply, but communed with his own mind, and the result was unfavourable to Amin. What had given her such coolness? What had given her the spirit of prophecy? Not the God of the Christians, for she was no believer. Who, then? And Father Matthias thought of her chamber at Ternus, and shook his head. The end of chapter 29. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 30 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. We must now again return to Philip and Krantz, who had a long conversation upon the strange reappearance of Schriften. All that they could agree upon was that he should be carefully watched, and that they should dispense with his company as soon as possible. Krantz had interrogated him as to his escape, and Schriften had informed him in his usual sneering manner that one of the sweeps of the raft had been allowed to get adrift during the scuffle, and that he had floated on it until he had gained a small island, that on seeing the Piroqua he had once more launched it and supported himself by it until he was perceived and picked up. As there was nothing impossible, although much of the improbable, in this account, Krantz asked no more questions. The next morning, the wind having abated, they launched the Piroqua and made sail for the island of Ternate. It was 4 days before they arrived, as every night they landed and hauled up their craft on a sandy beach. Philip's heart was relieved at the knowledge of Amin's safety, and he could have been happy at the prospect of again meeting her, had he not been so constantly fretted by the company of Schriften. There was something so strange, so contrary to human nature, that the little man, though diabolical as he appeared to be in his disposition, should never hint at or complain of Philip's attempts upon his life. Had he complained, had he accused Philip of murder, had he vowed vengeance and demanded justice on his return to the authorities, it had been different. But no, there he was, making his uncalled-for and impertinent observations with his eternal chuckle and sarcasm, as if he had not the least cause of anger or ill-will. As soon as they arrived at the principal port and town of Ternate, they were conducted to a large cabin, built of palmetto leaves and bamboo, and requested not to leave it until their arrival had been announced to the king. The peculiar courtesy and good breeding of these islanders was the constant theme of remark of Philip and Krantz. Their religion, as well as their dress, appeared to be a compound of the Mohammedan and Malayan. After a few hours they were summoned to attend the audience of the king, held in the open air. The king was seated under a portico, attended by a numerous concourse of priests and soldiers. There was much company, but little splendour. All who were about the king were robed in white, with white turbans, but he himself was without ornament. The first thing that struck Philip and Krantz when they were ushered into the presence of the king was the beautiful cleanliness which everywhere prevailed. Every dress was spotless and white as the sun could bleach it. Having followed the example of those who introduced them, and saluted the king after the Mohammedan custom, they were requested to be seated, and through the Portuguese interpreters, for the former communication of the islanders with the Portuguese, who had been driven from the place, made the Portuguese language well known by many. A few questions were put by the king, who bade them welcome, and then requested to know how they had been wrecked. Philip entered into a short detail, in which he stated that his wife had been separated from him, and was, he understood, in the hands of the Portuguese factory at Tidore. He requested to know if His Majesty could assist him in obtaining her release, or in going to join her. "It is well said," replied the king. "Let refreshments be brought in for the strangers, and the audience be broken up." In a few minutes there remained of all the court but 2 or 3 of the king's confidential friends and advisers, and a coalition of curries, fish, and a variety of other dishes was served up. After it was over, the king then said, "The Portuguese are dogs. They are our enemies. Will you assist us to fight them? We have large guns, but do not understand the use of them as well as you do. I will send a fleet against the Portuguese at Tidore, if you will assist me. Say, Highlanders, will you fight? You," addressing Philip, "will then recover your wife." "I will give an answer to you tomorrow," replied Philip. "I must consult with my friend. As I told you before, I was the captain of the ship, and this was my second in command. We will consult together." Shrifton, whom Philip had represented as a common seaman, had not been brought up into the presence of the king. "It is good," replied the king. "Tomorrow we will expect your reply." Philip and Krantz took their leave, and on their return to the cabin found that the king had sent them, as a present, 2 complete Mohammedan dresses with turbans. These were welcome, for their own garments were sadly tattered, and very unfit for exposure to the burning sun of those climes. Their peaked hats, too, collected the rays of heat, which were intolerable, and they gladly exchanged them for the white turban. Secreting their money in the Malayan sash which formed a part of the attire, they soon robed themselves in their native garments, the comfort of which was immediately acknowledged. After a long consultation, it was decided that they should accept the terms offered by the king, as this was the only feasible way by which Philip could hope to reobtain possession of Amin. Their consent was communicated to the king on the following day, and every preparation was made for the expedition. And now was to be beheld a scene of bustle and activity. Hundreds and hundreds of piroguas of every dimension, floating close to the beach, side by side, formed a raft extending nearly half a mile on the smooth water of the bay, teeming with men who were equipping them for the service. Some were fitting the sails, others were carpentering where required. The major portion were sharpening their swords and preparing the deadly poison of the pineapple for their creases. The beach was a scene of confusion. Water in jars, bags of rice, vegetables, salt fish, fowls in coops were everywhere strewed about among the armed natives, who were obeying the orders of the chiefs, who themselves walked up and down, dressed in their gayest apparel, and glittering in their arms and ornaments. The king had 6 long brass 4-pounders, a present from an Indian captain. These, with a proportionate quantity of shot and cartridges, were, under the direction of Philip and Krantz, fitted on some of the largest piroguas, and some of the natives were instructed how to use them. At first the king, who fully expected the reduction of the Portuguese fort, stated his determination to go in person, but in this he was overruled by his confidential advisers and by the request of Philip, who could not allow him to expose his valuable life. In 10 days all was ready, and the fleet, manned by 7,000 men, made sail for the island of Tidore. It was a beautiful sight to behold the blue rippling sea covered with nearly 600 of these picturesque craft, all under sail and darting through the water like dolphins in pursuit of prey, all crowded with natives, whose white dresses formed a lively contrast with the deep blue of the water. The large piroguas, in which were Philip and Krantz with the native commanders, were gaily decorated with streamers and pennons of all colours that flowed out and snapped with the fresh breeze. It appeared rather to be an expedition of mirth and merriment than one which was proceeding to bloodshed and slaughter. On the evening of the 2nd day they had made the island of Tidore, and run down to within a few miles of the Portuguese factory and fort. The natives of the country, who disliked, though they feared to disobey, the Portuguese, had quitted their huts near the beach and retired into the woods. The fleet, therefore,
anchored and lay near the beach without molestation during the night. The next morning Philip and Krantz proceeded to reconnoitre. The fort and factory of Tidore were built upon the same principle as almost all the Portuguese defences in those seas. An outer fortification consisting of a ditch with strong palisades embedded in masonry surrounded the factory and all the houses of the establishment. The gates of the outer wall were open all day for ingress and egress, and closed only at night. On the seaward side of this enclosure was what may be termed the citadel or real fortification. It was built of solid masonry with parapets, was surrounded by a deep ditch, and was only accessible by a drawbridge, mounted with cannon on every side. Its real strength, however, could not well be perceived, as it was hidden by the high palisading which surrounded the whole establishment. After a careful survey, Philip recommended that the large pirogues with the cannon should attack by sea, while the men of the small vessels should land and surround the fort, taking advantage of every shelter which was afforded them to cover themselves while they harassed the enemy with their matchlocks, arrows, and spears. This plan having been approved of, 150 pirogues made sail, the others were hauled on the beach, and the men belonging to them proceeded by land. But the Portuguese had been warned of their approach, and were fully prepared to receive them. The guns mounted to the seaward were of heavy calibre, and well served. The guns of the pirogues, though rendered as effectual as they could be under the direction of Philip, were small, and did little damage to the thick stone front of the fort. After an engagement of 4 hours, during which the Ternate people lost a great number of men, the pirogues, by the advice of Philip and Krantz, hauled off and returned to where the remainder of the fleet were stationed, and another council of war was held. The force which had surrounded the fort on the land side was, however, not withdrawn, as it cut off any supplies or assistance, and at the time occasionally brought down any of the Portuguese who might expose themselves, a point of no small importance, as Philip well knew, with a garrison so small as that in the fort. That they could not take the fort by means of their cannon was evident. On the seaside it was for them impregnable. Their efforts must now be directed to the land. Krantz, after the native chiefs had done speaking, advised that they should wait until dark, and then proceed to the attack in the following way. When the breeze set along shore, which it would do in the evening, he proposed that the men should prepare large bundles of dry palmetto and coconut leaves, that they should carry their bundles and stack them against the palisades to windward, and then set fire to them. They would thus burn down the palisades and gain an entrance into the outer fortification, after which they could ascertain in what manner they should next proceed. This advice was too judicious not to be followed. All the men who had not matchlocks were set to collect faggots. A large quantity of dry wood was soon got together, and before night they were ready for the second attack. The white dresses of the Ternates were laid aside, with nothing on them but their belts and scimitars and creeses, and blue underdrawers. They silently crept up to the palisades, there deposited their faggots, and then again returned, again to perform the same journey. As the breastwork of faggots increased, so did they more boldly walk up, until the pile was completed. They then, with a loud shout, fired it in several places. The flames mounted, the cannon of the fort roared, and many fell under the discharges of grape and hand grenade. But, stifled by the smoke which poured in volumes upon them, the people in the fort were soon compelled to quit the ramparts to avoid suffocation. The palisades were on fire, and the flames mounting in the air swept over and began to attack the factory and houses. No resistance was now offered, and the Ternates tore down the burning palisades and forced their way into the entrenchment, and with their scimitars and creeses put to death all who had been so unfortunate as not to take refuge in the citadel. These were chiefly native servants, whom the attack had surprised, and for whose lives the Portuguese seemed to care but little, for they paid no attention to their cries to lower the drawbridge, and admit them into the fort. The factory, built of stone, and all the other houses were on fire, and the island was lighted up for miles. The smoke had cleared away, and the defences of the fort were now plainly visible in the broad glare of the flames. "If we had scaling ladders," cried Philip, "the fort would be ours. There is not a soul on the ramparts." "True, true," replied Krantz. "But even as it is, the factory walls will provide an advantageous post for us after the fire is extinguished. If we occupy it, we can prevent them showing themselves while the ladders are constructing. Tomorrow night we may have them ready, and, having first smoked the fort with a few more faggots, we may afterwards mount the walls and carry the place." "That will do," replied Philip as he walked away. He then joined the native chiefs who were collected together outside of the entrenchment, and communicated to them his plans. When he had made known his views, and the chiefs had assented to them, Shrifton, who had come with the expedition unknown to Philip, made his appearance.
"That won't do. You'll never take that fort, Philip Vanderdecken,"
cried Shrifton. Hardly had he said the words when a tremendous explosion took place, and the air was filled with large stones, which flew and fell in every direction, killing and maiming hundreds. It was the factory which had blown up, for in its vaults there was a large quantity of gunpowder to which the fire had communicated.
"So ends that scheme, Mynheer Vanderdecken,"
screamed Shrifton.
"You'll never take that fort."
The loss of life and the confusion caused by this unexpected result occasioned a panic, and all the Ternate people fled down to the beach where their piroguas were lying. It was in vain that Philip and their chiefs attempted to rally them. Unaccustomed to the terrible effects of gunpowder in any large quantities, they believed that something supernatural had occurred, and many of them jumped into the piroguas and made sail, while the remainder were confused, trembling, and panting, all huddled together on the beach.
"You'd never take that fort, Mynheer Vanderdecken," screamed
the well-known voice. Philip raised his sword to cleave the little man in two, but he let it fall again. "I fear he tells an unwelcome truth," thought Philip, "but why should I take his life for that?" Some few of the Ternate chiefs still kept up their courage, but the major part were as much alarmed as their people. After some consultation, it was agreed that the army should remain where it was till the next morning, when they should finally decide what to do. When the day dawned, now that the Portuguese fort was no longer surrounded by the other buildings, they perceived that it was more formidable than they had first supposed. The ramparts were filled with men, and they were bringing cannon to bear on the Ternate forces. Philip had a consultation with Krantz, and both acknowledged that with the present panic nothing more could be done. The chiefs were of the same opinion, and orders were given for the return of the expedition. Indeed, the Ternate chiefs were fully satisfied with their success. They had destroyed the large fort, the factory, and all the Portuguese buildings. A small fortification only was uninjured. That was built of stone and inaccessible, and they knew that the report of what had been done would be taken and acknowledged by the king as a great victory. The order was therefore given for embarkation, and in 2 hours the whole fleet, after a loss of about 700 men, was again on its way to Ternate. Krantz and Philip this time embarked in the same pirogua, that they might have the pleasure of each other's conversation. They had not, however, sailed above 3 hours when it fell calm, and, towards the evening, there was every prospect of bad weather. When the breeze again sprung up, it was from an adverse quarter, but these vessels steer so close to the wind that this was disregarded. By midnight, however, the wind had increased to a gale, and before they were clear of the northeast headland of Tidore, it blew a hurricane, and many were washed off into the sea from the different craft, and those who could not swim sank and were drowned. The sails were lowered, and the vessels lay at the mercy of the wind and waves, every sea washing over them. The fleet was drifting fast on the shore, and before morning dawned, the vessel in which were Philip and Krantz was among the rollers on the beach off the northern end of the island. In a short time she was dashed to pieces, and every one had to look out for himself. Philip and Krantz laid hold of one fragment, and were supported by it till they gained the shore. Here they found about 30 more companions who had suffered the same fate as themselves. When the day dawned, they perceived that the major part of the fleet had weathered the point, and that those who had not would in all probability escape, as the wind had moderated. The Ternate people proposed that, as they were well armed, they should, as soon as the weather moderated, launch some of the craft belonging to the islanders and join the fleet, but Philip, who had been consulting with Krantz, considered this a good opportunity for ascertaining the fate of Amin. As the Portuguese could prove nothing against them, they could either deny that they had been among the assailants, or might plead that they had been forced to join them. At all risks, Philip was determined to remain, and Krantz agreed to share his fate, and seeming to agree with them, they allowed the Ternate people to walk to the Tidore piroguas, and while they were launching them, Philip and Krantz fell back into the jungle and disappeared. The Portuguese had perceived the wreck of their enemies, and, irritated by the loss they had sustained, they had ordered the people of the island to go out and capture all who were driven on shore. Now that they were no longer assailed, the Tidore people obeyed them, and very soon fell in with Philip and Krantz, who had quietly sat down under the shade of a large tree, waiting the issue. They were led away to the fort, where they arrived by nightfall. They were ushered into the presence of the commandant, the same little man who had made love to Amin, and as they were dressed in Mussulman's attire, he was about to order them to be hung, when Philip told him that they were Dutchmen, who had been wrecked and forced by the King of Ternate to join his expedition, that they had taken the earliest opportunity of escaping, as was very evident, since those who had been thrown on shore with them had got off in the island boats, while they chose to remain. Whereupon the little Portuguese commandant struck his sword firm down on the pavement of the ramparts, looked very big, and then ordered them to prison for further examination. The end of Chapter 30. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 31 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. As everyone descants upon the want of comfort in a prison, it is to be presumed that there are no very comfortable ones. Certainly that to which Philip and Krantz were ushered had anything rather than the air of an agreeable residence. It was under the fort, with a very small aperture looking towards the sea for light and air. It was very hot, and, moreover, destitute of all those little conveniences which add so much to one's happiness in modern houses and hotels. In fact, it consisted of 4 bare walls and a stone floor, and that was all. Philip, who wished to make some inquiries relative to Amin, addressed, in Portuguese, the soldier who brought them down. "My good friend, I beg your pardon." "I beg yours," replied the soldier, going out of the door and locking them in. Philip leant gloomily against the wall. Krantz, more mercurial, walked up and down 3 steps each way and turned. "Do you know what I am thinking of?" observed Krantz, after a pause in his walk. "It is very fortunate that," lowering his voice, "we have all our doubloons about us. If they don't search us, we may yet get away by bribing." "And I was thinking," rejoined Philip, "that I would sooner be here than in company with that wretch Schriften, whose sight is poison to me." I did not much admire the appearance of the commandant, but I suppose we shall know more tomorrow. Here they were interrupted by the turning of the key and the entrance of a soldier with a chatty of water and a large dish of boiled rice. He was not the man who had brought them to the dungeon, and Philip accosted him. "You have had hard work within these last 2 days?" "Yes, indeed, signor. The natives forced us to join the expedition, and we escaped." "So I heard you say, signor." "They lost nearly 1,000 men," said Krantz. "Holy St. Francis, I am glad of it. "They will be careful how they attack Portuguese in a hurry, I expect," rejoined Krantz.
"I think so," replied the soldier.
"Did you lose many men?" ventured Philip, perceiving that the man was loquacious.
"Not 10 of our own people. In the factory there were about 100 of the natives, with some women and children, but that is of no consequence."
"You had a young European woman here, I understand," said Philip with anxiety. "One who was wrecked in a vessel. Was she among those who were lost?"
"Young woman! Holy St. Francis! Yes, now I recollect. Why, the fact is—"
"Pedro!" called a voice from above. The man stopped, put his fingers to his lips, went out, and locked the door.
"God of heaven, give me patience," cried Philip, "but this is too trying."
"He will be down here again tomorrow morning," observed Krantz.
"Yes,
tomorrow morning. But what an endless time will suspense make of the intervening hours!" "I feel for you," replied Krantz, "but what can be done? The hours must pass, though suspense draws them out into interminable years. But I hear footsteps." Again the door was unlocked, and the first soldier made his appearance.
"Follow me, the commandant would speak with you."
This unexpected summons was cheerfully complied with by Philip and his companion. They walked up the narrow stone steps, and at last found themselves in a small room in the presence of the commandant, with whom our readers have been already made acquainted. He was lolling on a small sofa. His long sword lay on the table before him, and 2 young native women were fanning him, one at his head and the other at his feet.
"Where did you get those dresses?"
was the first interrogatory. "The natives, when they brought us prisoners from the island on which we had saved ourselves, took away our clothes and gave us these as a present from their king."
"And engaged you to serve in their fleet in the attack on this fort?"
"They forced us," replied Krantz,
"for as there was no war between our nations, we objected to this service,
notwithstanding which they put us on board to make the common people believe that they were assisted by Europeans."
"How am I to know the truth of this?"
"You have our word in the first place, and our escape from them in the second."
"You belong to a Dutch East Indiaman. Are you officers or common seamen?"
Krantz, who considered that they were less likely to be detained if they concealed their rank on board, gave Philip a slight touch with his finger as he replied, "We are inferior officers. I was third mate, and this man was pilot."
"And your captain, where is he?"
I cannot say whether he is alive or dead."
"Had you no woman on board?"
"Yes, the captain had his wife."
"What has become of her?"
"She is supposed to have perished on a portion of the raft which broke adrift."
"Ha!"
replied the commandant, who remained silent for some time. Philip looked at Krantz, as much to say, "Why all this subterfuge?" But Krantz gave him a sign to leave him to speak.
"You say you don't know whether your captain is alive or dead?"
"I do."
"Now, suppose I was to give you your liberty, would you have any objection to sign a paper stating his death and swearing to the truth of it?"
Philip stared at the commandant and then at Krantz. "I see no objection exactly, except that if it were sent home to Holland, we might get into trouble. May I ask, Signor Commandant, why you wish for such a paper?"
"No,"
roared the little man in a voice like thunder.
"I will give no reason, but that I wish it. That is enough. Take your choice, the dungeon or liberty, and a passage by the first vessel which calls."
"I don't doubt, in fact, I am sure he must be dead by this time," replied Krantz, drawing out the words in a musing manner. "Commandant, will you give us till tomorrow morning to make our calculations?"
"Yes, you may go."
"But not to the dungeon, Commandant," replied Krantz. "We are not prisoners, certainly, and if you wish us to do you a favour, surely you will not ill-treat us."
"By your own acknowledgment, you have taken up arms against the most Christian king. However, you may remain at liberty for the night. Tomorrow morning will decide whether or no you are prisoners."
Philip and Krantz thanked the little commandant for his kindness, and then hastened away to the ramparts. It was now dark, and the moon had not yet made her appearance. They sat there on the parapet, enjoying the breeze and feeling the delight of liberty, even after their short incarceration. But near to them soldiers were either standing or lying, and they spoke but in whispers. What could he mean by requiring us to give a certificate of the captain's death? And why did you answer as you did?
Philip Vanderdecken, that I have often thought of the fate of your beautiful wife, you may imagine. And when I heard that she was brought here, I then trembled for her. What must she appear, lovely as she is, when placed in comparison with the women of this country? And that little commandant, is he not the very person who would be taken with her charms? I denied our condition, because I thought he would be more likely to allow us our liberty as humble individuals than as captain and first mate, particularly as he suspects that we led on the Ternate people to the attack. And when he asked for a certificate of your death, I immediately imagined that he wanted it in order to induce Amin to marry him. But where is she, is the question. If we could only find out that soldier, we might gain some information.
Depend upon it, she is here, replied Philip, clenching his hands.
I am inclined to think so, said Krantz. That she is alive, I feel assured.
The conversation was continued until the moon rose and threw her beams over the tumbling waters. Philip and Krantz turned their faces towards the sea and leant over the battlements in silence. After some time their reveries were disturbed by a person coming up to them with a
"Buenas noches, senor."
Krantz immediately recognized the Portuguese soldier whose conversation with him had been interrupted.
"Good night, my friend. We thank heaven that you have no longer to turn the key upon us." "Yes, I'm surprised," replied the soldier in a low tone. "Our commandant is fond of exercising his power. He rules here without appeal, that I can tell you."
"He is not within hearing of us now," replied Krantz. "It is a lovely spot this to live in. How long have you been in this country?"
"Now 13 years, senor, and I'm tired of it. I have a wife and children in Oporto. That is, I had, but whether they are alive or not, who can tell?"
"Do you not expect to return and see them?"
"Return, senor? No Portuguese soldier like me ever returns. We are enlisted for 5 years, and we lay our bones here."
"That is hard indeed."
"Hard, senor," replied the soldier in a low whisper. "It is cruel and treacherous. I have often thought of putting the muzzle of my arquebus to my head, but while there's life, there's hope."
"I pity you, my good fellow," rejoined Krantz. "Look you, I have 2 gold pieces left. Take one. You may be able to send it home to your poor wife." "And here is one of mine too, my good fellow," added Philip, putting another in his hand.
"Now may all the saints preserve you, senors," replied the soldier, "for it is the first act of kindness shown to me for many years. Not that my wife and children have much chance of ever receiving it."
"You were speaking about a young European woman when we were in the dungeon," observed Krantz after a pause.
"Yes, senor, she was a very beautiful creature. Our commandant was very much in love with her."
"Where is she now?"
"She went away to Goa, in company with a priest who knew her, Father Matthias, a good old man. He gave me absolution when he was here."
"Father Matthias!" exclaimed Philip, but a touch from Krantz checked him.
"You say the commandant loved her?" "Oh, yes. The little man was quite mad about her, and had it not been for the arrival of Father Matthias, he would never have let her go. That I'm sure of, although she was another man's wife."
"Sailed for Goa, you said?"
"Yes, in a ship which called here. She must have been very glad to have got away, for our little commandant persecuted her all day long, and she evidently was grieving for her husband. Do you know, senors, if her husband is alive?"
"No, we do not. We have heard nothing of him."
"Well, if he is, I hope he will not come here. For should the commandant have him in his power, it would be hard with him. He is a man who sticks at nothing. He is a brave little fellow, that cannot be denied. But to get possession of that lady, he would remove all obstacles at any risk, and a husband is a very serious one, senors." Well, signors, continued the soldier after a pause, I had better not be seen here too long. You may command me if you want anything. Recollect my name is Pedro. Good night to you, and 1,000 thanks. And the soldier walked away. We have made one friend at all events, said Krantz, and we have gained information of no little importance. Most important, replied Philip. Amine, then, has sailed for Goa with Father Matthias. I feel that she is safe, and in good hands. He is an excellent man, that Father Matthias. My mind is much relieved. Yes, but recollect you are in the power of your enemy. We must leave this place as quick as we can. Tomorrow we must sign the paper. It is of little consequence, as we shall probably be at Goa before it arrives, and even if we are not, the news of your death would not occasion Amine to marry this little withered piece of mortality. That I feel assured of, but it may cause her great suffering. Not worse than her present suspense, believe me, Philip. But it is useless canvassing the past. It must be done. I shall sign as Cornelius Richter, our third mate, you as Jacob Van Treat. Recollect that. Agreed, replied Philip, who then turned away, as if willing to be left to his own thoughts. Krantz perceived it, and laid down under the embrasure, and was soon fast asleep. The end of Chapter 31. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 32 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Tired out with the fatigue of the day before, Philip had laid himself down by Krantz and fallen asleep. Early the next morning he was awakened by the sound of the commandant's voice, and his long sword rattling as usual upon the pavement. He rose, and found the little man rating the soldiers, threatening some with the dungeon, others with extra duty. Krantz was also on his feet before the commandant had finished his morning's lecture. At last, perceiving them, in a stern voice he ordered them to follow him into his apartment. They did so, and the commandant, throwing himself upon his sofa, inquired whether they were ready to sign the required paper or go back to the dungeon. Krantz replied that they had been calculating chances, and that they were in consequence so perfectly convinced of the death of the captain that they were willing to sign any paper to that effect. At which reply the commandant immediately became very gracious, and, having called for materials, he wrote out the document, which was duly subscribed to by Krantz and Philip. As soon as they had signed it, and he had it in his possession, the little man was so pleased that he requested them to partake of his breakfast. During the repast he promised that they should leave the island by the first opportunity. Although Philip was taciturn, yet, as Krantz made himself very agreeable, the commandant invited them to dinner. Krantz, as they became more familiar, informed him that they had each a few pieces of gold, and wished to be allowed a room where they could keep their table. Whether it was the want of society or the desire of obtaining the gold, probably both, the commandant offered that they should join his table and pay their proportion of the expenses, a proposal which was gladly acceded to. The terms were arranged, and Krantz insisted on putting down the first week's payment in advance. From that moment the commandant was the best of friends with them, and did nothing but caress them whom he had so politely shoved into a dungeon below water. It was on the evening of the third day, as they were smoking their Manila cheroots, that Krantz, perceiving the commandant in a peculiarly good humour, ventured to ask him why he was so anxious for a certificate of the captain's death, and in reply was informed, much to the astonishment of Philip, that Amine had agreed to marry him upon his producing such a document. "Impossible!" cried Philip, starting from his seat. "Impossible, signor? And why impossible?" replied the commandant, curling his mustachios with his fingers, with a surprised and angry air. "I should have said impossible too," interrupted Krantz, who perceived the consequences of Philip's indiscretion. "For had you seen, commandant, how that woman doted upon her husband, how she fondled him, you would with us have said it was impossible that she could have transferred her affections so soon. But women are women, and soldiers have a great advantage over other people. Perhaps she has some excuse. Commandant, here's your health and success to you."
"It is exactly what I would have said," added Philip, acting upon Kranz's plan. "But she has a great excuse, Commandant, when I recollect her husband, and have you in my presence." Soothed with the flattery, the Commandant replied,
"Why, yes, they say military men are very successful with the fair sex. I presume it is because they look up to us for protection, and where can they be better assured of it than with a man who wears a sword at his thigh? Come, signors, we will drink her health. Here's to the beautiful Amine Vanderdecken."
"To the beautiful Amine Vanderdecken," cried Krantz, tossing off his wine.
"To the beautiful Amine Vanderdecken," followed Philip. "But, Commandant, are you not afraid to trust her at Goa, where there are so many enticements for a woman, so many allurements held out for her sex?"
"No, not in the least. I am convinced that she loves me. Nay, between ourselves, that she dotes upon me."
"Liar!" exclaimed Philip.
"How, signor? Is that addressed to me?"
cried the Commandant, seizing his sword which lay on the table.
"No, no," replied Philip, recovering himself. "It was addressed to her. I have heard her swear to her husband that she would exist for no other but him."
"Ah, is that all?"
replied the Commandant.
"My friend, you do not know women."
"No, nor is he very partial to them either," replied Krantz, who then leant over to the Commandant and whispered, "He is always so when you talk of women. He was cruelly jilted once, and hates the whole sex."
"Then we must be merciful to him,"
replied the little officer.
"Suppose we change the subject."
When they repaired to their own room, Krantz pointed out to Philip the necessity for his commanding his feelings, as otherwise they would again be immured in the dungeon. Philip acknowledged his rashness, but pointed out to Krantz that the circumstance of Amine having promised to marry the Commandant, if he procured certain intelligence of his death, was the cause of his irritation. "Can it be so? Is it possible that she can have been so false?" exclaimed Philip. Yet his anxiety to procure that document seems to warrant the truth of his assertion. "I think, Philip, that in all probability it is true," replied Krantz carelessly. "But of this you may be assured, that she has been placed in a situation of great peril, and has only done so to save herself for your sake. When you meet, depend upon it, she will fully prove to you that necessity had compelled her to deceive him in that way, and that if she had not done so, she would, by this time, have fallen a prey to his violence."
"It may be so," replied Philip gravely.
"It is so, Philip, my life upon it. Do not for a moment harbour a thought so injurious to one who lives but in your love." "Suspect that fond and devoted creature? I blush for you, Philip Vanderdecken."
"You are right, and I beg her pardon for allowing such feelings or thoughts to have for one moment overpowered me," responded Philip. "But it is a hard case for a husband, who loves as I do, to hear his wife's name bandied about, and her character assailed by a contemptible wretch like this Commandant."
"It is, I grant, but still I prefer even that to a dungeon," replied Krantz. "And so, good night." For 3 weeks they remained in the fort, every day becoming more intimate with the Commandant, who often communicated with Krantz, when Philip was not present, turning the conversation upon his love for Amine, and entering into a minute detail of all that had passed. Krantz perceived that he was right in his opinion, and that Amine had only been cajoling the Commandant that she might escape. But the time passed heavily away with Philip and Krantz, for no vessel made its appearance.
"When shall I see her again?"
soliloquized Philip one morning, as he lolled over the parapet in company with Krantz.
"See? Who?"
said the Commandant, who happened to be at his elbow. Philip turned round and stammered something unintelligible. "We were talking of his sister, Commandant," said Krantz, taking his arm and leading him away. "Do not mention the subject to my friend, for it is a very painful one, and forms one reason why he is so inimical to the sex. She was married to his intimate friend, and ran away from her husband. It was his only sister, and the disgrace broke his mother's heart, and has made him miserable. Take no notice of it, I beg." "No, no, certainly not. I don't wonder at it. The honour of one's family is a serious affair," replied the Commandant. "Poor young man, what with his sister's conduct, and the falsehood of his own intended, I don't wonder at his being so grave and silent. Is he of good family, Signor?" "One of the noblest in all Holland," replied Krantz. "He is heir to a large property, and independent by the fortune of his mother. But these two unfortunate events induced him to quit the States secretly, and he embarked for these countries that he might forget his grief." "One of the noblest families?" replied the Commandant. "Then he is under an assumed name. Jacob Van Treet is not his true name, of course." "Oh, no," replied Krantz, "that it is not, I assure you, but my lips are sealed on that point. Of course, except to a friend who can keep a secret, I will not ask it now. So he is really noble?" "One of the highest families in the country, possessing great wealth and influence, allied to the Spanish nobility by marriage." "Indeed," rejoined the Commandant, musing. "I dare say he knows many of the Portuguese as well." "No doubt of it. They are all more or less connected." "He must prove to you a most valuable friend, Signor Richter." "I consider myself provided for life as soon as we return home. He is of a very grateful, generous disposition, as he would prove to you, should you ever fall in with him again." "I have no doubt of it, and I can assure you that I am heartily tired of staying in this country. Here I shall remain probably for 2 years more before I am relieved, and then shall have to join my regiment at Goa, and not be able to obtain leave to return home without resigning my commission. But he is coming this way." After this conversation with Krantz, the alteration in the manner of the Portuguese Commandant, who had the highest respect for nobility, was most marked. He treated Philip with a respect which was observable to all in the fort, and which was, until Krantz had explained the cause, a source of astonishment to Philip himself. The Commandant often introduced the subject to Krantz, and sounded him as to whether his conduct towards Philip had been such as to have made a favourable impression, for the little man now hoped that, through such an influential channel, he might reap some benefit. Some days after this conversation, as they were all three seated at table, a corporal entered, and saluting the Commandant, informed him that a Dutch sailor had arrived at the fort, and wished to know whether he should be admitted. Both Philip and Krantz turned pale at this communication. They had a presentiment of evil, but they said nothing. The sailor was ordered in, and in a few minutes who should make his appearance but their tormentor, the one-eyed Schriften. On perceiving Philip and Krantz seated at the table, he immediately exclaimed,
"Oh, Captain Philip Vanderdecken, and my good friend, my dear Krantz, first mate of the good ship Utrecht. I am glad to meet you again."
"Captain Philip Vanderdecken?" roared the Commandant, as he sprung from his chair.
"Yes, that is my captain, Mynheer Philip Vanderdecken, and that is my first mate, Mynheer Krantz, both of the good ship Utrecht. We were wrecked together, were we not, Mynheer?"
"Sang de Vanderdecken, the husband. Corpo del diavolo! Is it possible?" cried the Commandant, panting for breath, as he seized his long sword with both hands and clenched it with fury. "What then? I have been deceived, cajoled, laughed at." Then, after a pause, the veins of his forehead distending so as almost to burst, he continued with a suppressed voice,
"Most noble sir, I thank you. But now it is my turn. What ho, there, corporal, men, here instantly, quick!"
Philip and Krantz felt convinced that all denial was useless. Philip folded his arms and made no reply. Krantz merely observed, A little reflection will prove to you, sir, that this indignation is not warranted. Not warranted? Rejoined the Commandant with a sneer. You have deceived me, but you are caught in your own trap. I have the paper signed which I shall not fail to make use of. You are dead, you know, Captain. I have your own hand to it, and your wife will be glad to believe it.
She has deceived you, Commandant, to get out of your power, nothing more, said Vanderdecken. She would spurn a contemptible, withered wretch like yourself, were she as free as the wind.
Go on, it will be my turn soon. Corporal, throw these two men into the dungeon. A sentry at the door until further orders. Away with them. Most noble sir, perhaps your influential friends in Holland and Spain will enable you to get out again.
Philip and Krantz were led away by the soldiers, who were very much surprised at this change of treatment. Shrifton followed them, and as they walked across the rampart to the stairs which led to their prison, Krantz, in his fury, burst from the soldiers and bestowed a kick upon Shrifton, which sent him several feet forward on his face.
That was a good one,
cried Shrifton, smiling and looking at Krantz as he regained his legs. There was an eye, however, which met theirs with an intelligent glance as they descended the stairs to the dungeon. It was that of the soldier Pedro. It told them that there was one friend upon whom they could rely, and who would spare no endeavour to assist them in their new difficulty. It was a consolation to them both, a ray of hope which cheered them as they once more descended the narrow steps and heard the heavy key turned which again secured them in their dungeon. The end of Chapter 32. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 33 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Thus are all our hopes wrecked, said Philip mournfully. What chance have we now of escaping from this little tyrant? Chances turn up, replied Krantz. At present the prospect is not very cheering. Let us hope for the best. I have an idea in my head which may probably be turned to some account, added Krantz, as soon as the little man's fury is over. Which is, that much as he likes your wife, there is something which he likes quite as well, money. Now, as we know where all the treasure is concealed, I think he may be tempted to offer us our liberty if we were to promise to put it into his possession. That is not impossible. Confound that little malignant wretch Shrifton. He certainly is not, as you say, of this world. He has been my persecutor through life, and appears to act from an impulse not his own. Then must he be part and portion of your destiny. I'm thinking whether our noble commandant intends to leave us without anything to eat or drink. I should not be surprised. That he will attempt my life I am convinced of, but not that he can take it. He may, however, add to its sufferings. As soon as the commandant had recovered from his fury, he ordered Shrifton in, to be examined more particularly, but after every search made for him, Shrifton was nowhere to be found. The sentry at the gate declared that he had not passed, and a new search was ordered, but in vain. Even the dungeons and galleries below were examined, but without success.
Can he be locked up with the other prisoners? Thought the commandant. Impossible. But I will go and see.
He descended and opened the door of the dungeon, looked in, and was about to return without speaking, when Krantz said, Well, Signor, this is kind treatment, after having lived so long and so amicably together, to throw us into prison merely because a fellow declares that we are not what we represented ourselves to be. Perhaps you will allow us a little water to drink. The commandant, confused by the extraordinary disappearance of Shrifton, hardly knew how to reply. He at last said, in a milder tone than was to be anticipated, I will order them to bring some, Signor. He then closed the door of the dungeon and disappeared. Strange, observed Philip. He appears more pacified already. In a few minutes the door was again opened, and Pedro came in with a chatty of water.
"He has disappeared like magic, signors, and is nowhere to be found. We have searched everywhere, but in vain."
"Who? The little old seaman?"
"Yes, he whom you kicked as you were led to prison. The people all say that it must have been a ghost. The sentry declares that he never left the fort, nor came near him. So, how he has got away is a riddle, which I perceive has frightened our commandant not a little."
Krantz gave a long whistle as he looked at Philip. "Are you to have charge of us, Pedro?"
"I hope so."
"Well, tell the commandant that when he is ready to listen to me, I have something of importance to communicate." Pedro went out.
"Now, Philip, I can frighten this little man into allowing us to go free, if you will consent to say that you are not the husband of Amene."
"That I cannot do, Krantz. I will not utter such a falsehood."
"I was afraid so, and yet it appears to me that we may avail ourselves of duplicity to meet cruelty and injustice. Unless you do as I propose, I hardly know how I can manage it. However, I will try what I can do."
"I will assist you in every way except disclaiming my wife. That I never will do."
"Well then, I will see if I can make up a story that will suit all parties. Let me think."
Krantz continued musing as he walked up and down, and was still occupied with his own thoughts when the door opened and the commandant made his appearance.
"You have something to impart to me, I understand. What is it?"
"First, sir, bring that little wretch down here and confront him with us."
"I see no occasion for that,"
replied the commandant. "What, sir, may you have to say?"
"Do you know who you have in your company when you speak to that one-eyed deformity? A Dutch sailor, I presume?"
"No, a spirit, a demon, who occasioned the loss of the vessel, and who brings misfortune wherever he appears."
"Holy Virgin, what do you tell me, Signor?"
"The fact, Signor Commandant. We are obliged to you for confining us here while he is in the fort, but beware for yourself."
"You are laughing at me."
"I am not. Bring him down here. This noble gentleman has power over him. I wonder, indeed, at his daring to stay while he is so near. He has on his heart that which will send him trembling away. Bring him down here, and you shall at once see him vanish with curses and screams."
"Heaven defend us!"
cried the commandant, terrified. "Send for him now, signor."
"He is gone, vanished, not to be found."
"I thought as much," replied Philip significantly.
"He is gone, vanished, you say? Then, Commandant, you will probably apologize to this noble gentleman for your treatment of him, and permit us to return to our former apartments. I will there explain to you this most strange and interesting history."
The commandant, more confused than ever, hardly knew how to act. At last he bowed to Philip and begged that he would consider himself at liberty. "And," continued he to Krantz,
"I shall be most happy at an immediate explanation of this affair, for everything appears so contradictory."
"And must, until it is explained. I will follow you into your own room, a courtesy you must not expect from my noble friend, who is not a little indignant at your treatment of him." The commandant went out, leaving the door open. Philip and Krantz followed, the former retiring to his own apartment, the latter bending his steps after the commandant to his sitting-room. The confusion which whirled in the brain of the commandant made him appear most ridiculous. He hardly knew whether to be imperative or civil, whether he was really speaking to the first mate of the vessel or to another party, or whether he had insulted a noble, or been cajoled by a captain of a vessel. He threw himself down on his sofa, and Krantz, taking his seat in a chair, stated as follows: "You have been partly deceived and partly not, Commandant. When we first came here, not knowing what treatment we might receive, we concealed our rank. Afterwards I made known to you the rank of my friend on shore, but did not think it was worth while to say anything about his situation on board of the vessel. The fact is
as you may well suppose of a person of his dignity. He was owner of the fine ship which was lost through the intervention of that one-eyed wretch, but of that by and by. Now for the story. About 10 years ago there was a great miser in Amsterdam. He lived in the most miserable way that a man could live in, wore nothing but rags, and having been formerly a seaman, his attire was generally of the description common to his class. He had one son, to whom he denied the necessities of life, and whom he treated most cruelly. After vain attempts to possess a portion of his father's wealth, the devil instigated the son to murder the old man, who was one day found dead in his bed. But, as there were no marks of violence which could be sworn to, although suspicion fell upon the son, the affair was hushed up, and the young man took possession of his father's wealth. It was fully expected that there would now be rioting and squandering on the part of the heir, as is usually the case, but, on the contrary, he never spent anything, but appeared to be as poor, even poorer, than he ever was. Instead of being gay and merry, he was, in appearance, the most miserable downcast person in the world, and he wandered about, seeking a crust of bread wherever he could find it. Some said that he had been inoculated by his father, and was as great a miser as his father had been. Others shook their heads and said that all was not right. At last, after pining away for 6 or 7 years, the young man died at an early age, without confession or absolution. In fact, he was found dead in his bed. Beside the bed there was a paper addressed to the authorities, in which he acknowledged that he had murdered his father for the sake of his wealth, and that when he went to take some of it for his expenses on the day afterwards, he found his father's spirit sitting on the bags of money, and menacing him with instant death if he touched one piece. He returned again and again, and found his father a sentinel as before. At last he gave up attempting to obtain it. His crime made him miserable, and he continued in possession without daring to expend 1/6 of all the money. He requested that, as his end was approaching, the money should be given to the church of his patron saint, wherever that church might be found. If there was not one, then that a church might be built and endowed. Upon investigation, it appeared that there was no such church in either Holland or the Low Countries, for you know that there are not many Catholics there, and they applied to the Catholic countries, Lisbon and Spain, but there again they were at fault, and it was discovered that the only church dedicated to that saint was one which had been erected by a Portuguese nobleman in the city of Goa in the East Indies. The Catholic bishop determined that the money should be sent to Goa, and, in consequence, it was embarked on board of my patron's vessel, to be delivered up to the first Portuguese authorities he might fall in with. Well, signor, the money, for better security, was put down into the captain's cabin, which, of course, was occupied by my noble friend, and when he went to bed the first night, he was surprised to perceive a little one-eyed old man sitting on the boxes. "Merciful Saviour!" exclaimed the commandant. "What, the very same little man who appeared here this day?" "The very same," replied Krantz. The commandant crossed himself, and Krantz proceeded. "My noble patron was, as you may imagine, rather alarmed, but he is very courageous in disposition, and he inquired of the old man who he was and how he had come on board. "I came on board with my own money," replied the spectre. "It is all my own, and I shall keep it. The church shall never have 1 stiver of it, if I can help it." Whereupon my patron pulled out a famous relic which he wears on his bosom, and held it towards him, at which the old man howled and screamed, and then most unwillingly disappeared. For 2 more nights the spectre was obstinate, but at the sight of the relic he invariably went off howling as if in great pain, every time that he went away, invariably crying out, "Lost! Lost!" and during the remainder of the voyage he did not trouble us any more. We thought, when our patron told us this, that he referred to the money being lost to him, but it appears he referred to the ship. Indeed, it was very inconsiderate to have taken the wealth of a parricide on board. We could not expect any good fortune with such a freight, and so it proved. When the ship was lost, our patron was very anxious to save the money. It was put on the raft, and when we landed, it was taken on shore and buried, that it might be restored and given to the church to which it had been bequeathed. But the men who buried it are all dead, and there is no one but my friend here, the patron, who knows the spot. I forgot to say that as soon as the money was landed on the island and buried, the spectre appeared as before, and seated himself over the spot where the money was interred. I think, if this had not been the case, the seaman would have taken possession of it. But by his appearance here this day, I presume he is tired, and has deserted his charge, or else has come here that the money might be sent for, though I cannot understand why.
Strange, very strange. So there is a large treasure buried in the sand?
There is.
I should think, by the spectre's coming here, that it has abandoned it.
Of course it has, or it would not be here.
What can you imagine to have been the cause of its coming?
Probably to announce its intention and request my friend to have the treasure sent for, but you know he was interrupted.
Very true, but he called your friend Vanderdecken.
It was the name which he took on board of the ship.
And it was the name of the lady.
Very true. He fell in with her at the Cape of Good Hope and brought her away with him.
Then she is his wife.
I must not answer that question. It is quite sufficient that he treats her as his wife.
Ah, indeed. But about this treasure, you say that no one knows where it is buried but the patron, as you call him.
No one.
Will you express my regret at what has passed, and tell him I will have the pleasure of seeing him tomorrow?
Certainly, Signor, replied Krantz, rising from his chair and wishing the commandant a good evening as he retired.
I was after one thing, and I have found another. A spectre, that must have been. But he must be a bold spectre that can frighten me from doubloons. Besides, I can call in the priests. Now, let me see. If I let this man go on condition that he reveals the site of the treasure to the authorities, that is, to me, why then, I need not lose the fair young woman. If I forward this paper to her, why then I gain her, but I must first get rid of him. Of the two I prefer, yes, the gold, but I cannot obtain both. At all events, let me obtain the money first. I want it more than the church does, but if I do get the money, these two men can expose me. I must get rid of them. Silence them forever, and then perhaps I may obtain the fair Amine also. Yes, their death will be necessary to secure either. That is, after I have the first in my possession. Let me think.
For some minutes the commandant walked up and down the room, reflecting upon the best method of proceeding.
He says it was a spectre, and he has told a plausible story, thought he. But I don't know, I have my doubts. They may be tricking me. Well, be it so. If the money is there, I will have it, and if not, I will have my revenge. Yes, I have it. Not only must they be removed, but by degrees all the others too who assist in bringing the treasure away. Then, but who's there? Pedro? Yes, Signor. How long have you been here? But as you spoke, Signor, I thought I heard you call. You may go, I want nothing.
Pedro departed, but he had been some time in the room, and had overheard the whole of the commandant's soliloquy. The end of Chapter 33. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 34 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. It was a bright morning when the Portuguese vessel on which Amin was on board entered into the bay and roadstead of Goa. Goa was then at its zenith, a proud, luxurious, superb, wealthy city, the capital of the East, a city of palaces whose viceroy reigned supreme. As they approached the river, the two mouths of which form the island upon which Goa is built, the passengers were all on deck, and the Portuguese captain, who had often been there, pointed out to Amin the most remarkable buildings. When they had passed the forts, they entered the river, the whole line of whose banks were covered with the country seats of the nobility and hidalgos. Splendid buildings, embosomed in groves of orange trees, whose perfume scented the air.
"There, Signora, is the country palace of the Viceroy,"
said the captain, pointing to a building which covered nearly 3 acres of ground. The ship sailed on until they arrived nearly abreast of the town, when Amin's eyes were directed to the lofty spires of the churches and other public edifices. For Amin had seen but little of cities during her life, as may be perceived when her history is recollected.
"That is the Jesuits' church with their establishment," said the captain, pointing to a magnificent pile. "In the church now opening upon us lay the canonized bones of the celebrated Saint Francisco, who sacrificed his life in his zeal for the propagation of the gospel in these countries." "I have heard of him from Father Matthias," replied Amin. "But what building is that?" "The Augustine convent, and the other, to the right, is the Dominican." "Splendid indeed," observed Amin. "The building you see now on the waterside is the Viceroy's palace. That to the right, again, is the convent of the barefooted Carmelites. Yon lofty spire is the Cathedral of St. Catherine, and that beautiful and light piece of architecture is the Church of Our Lady of Pity. You observed there a building with a dome rising behind the Viceroy's palace?" "I do," replied Amin. "That is the Holy Inquisition." Although Amin had heard Philip speak of the Inquisition, she knew little about its properties, but a sudden tremor passed through her frame as the name was mentioned, which she could not herself account for. "Now we open on the Viceroy's palace, and you perceive what a beautiful building it is," continued the captain. "That large pile, a little above it, is the custom house, abreast of which we shall come to an anchor. I must leave you now, Signora." A few minutes afterwards, the ship anchored opposite the custom house. The captain and passengers went on shore, with the exception of Amin, who remained in the vessel, while Father Matthias went in search of an eligible place of abode. The next morning the priest returned on board the ship, with the intelligence that he had obtained a reception for Amin in the Ursuline convent, the abbess of which establishment he was acquainted with, and before Amin went on shore he cautioned her that the lady abbess was a strict woman, and would be pleased if she conformed as much as possible to the rules of the convent, that this convent only received young persons of the highest and most wealthy families, and he trusted that she would be happy there. He also promised to call upon her and talk upon those subjects so dear to his heart and so necessary to her salvation. The earnestness and kindness with which the old man spoke melted Amin to tears, and the Holy Father quitted her side to go down and collect her baggage with a warmth of feeling towards her which he had seldom felt before, and with greater hopes than ever that his endeavours to convert her would not ultimately be thrown away. "He is a good man," thought Amin, as she descended, and Amin was right. Father Matthias was a good man, but, like all men, he was not perfect. A zealot in the cause of his religion, he would have cheerfully sacrificed his life as a martyr, but if opposed or thwarted in his views, he could then be cruel and unjust. Father Matthias had many reasons for placing Amin in the Ursuline convent. He felt bound to offer her that protection,
which he had so long received under her roof. He wished her to be under the surveillance of the abbess, for he could not help imagining, although he had no proof, that she was still essaying or practising forbidden arts. He did not state this to the abbess, as he felt it would be unjust to raise suspicions, but he represented Amine as one who would do honour to their faith, to which she was not yet quite converted. The very idea of effecting a conversion is to the tenants of a convent an object of surpassing interest, and the abbess was much better pleased to receive one who required her counsels and persuasions than a really pious Christian who would give her no trouble. Amine went on shore with Father Matthias. She refused the palanquin which had been prepared for her, and walked up to the convent. They landed between the custom-house and the Viceroy's palace, passed through to the large square behind it, and then went up the Strada Diretta, or Straight Street, which led up to the Church of Pity, near to which the convent is situated. This street is the finest on Goa, and is called Strada Diretta from the singular fact that almost all the streets in Goa are quadrants or segments of circles. Amine was astonished. The houses were of stone, lofty and massive. At each story was thrown out a balcony of marble, elaborately carved, and over each door were the arms of the nobility or hidalgos to whom the houses belonged. The square behind the palace and the wide streets were filled with living beings, elephants with gorgeous trappings, led or mounted horses in superb housings, palanquins carried by natives in splendid liveries, running footmen, syces, every variety of nation, from the proud Portuguese to the half-covered native, Mussulmans, Arabs, Hindus, Armenians, officers and soldiers in their uniforms, all crowded and thronged together. All was bustle and motion. Such was the wealth, the splendour, and luxury of the proud city of Goa, the Empress of the East at the time we are now describing. In half an hour they forced their way through the crowd, and arrived at the convent, where Amine was well received by the abbess, and, after a few minutes' conversation, Father Matthias took his leave, upon which the abbess immediately set about her task of conversion. The first thing she did was to order some dried sweetmeats. Not a bad beginning, as they were palatable, but as she happened to be very ignorant and unaccustomed to theological disputes, her subsequent arguments did not go down as well as the fruit. After a rambling discourse of about an hour, the old lady felt tired, and felt as if she had done wonders. Amine was then introduced to the nuns, most of whom were young, and all of good family. Her dormitory was shown to her, and expressing a wish to be alone, she was followed into her chamber by only 16 of them, which was about as many as the chamber could well hold. We must pass over the 2 months during which Amine remained in the convent. Father Matthias had taken every step to ascertain if her husband had been saved upon any of the islands which were under the Portuguese dominions, but could gain no information. Amine was soon weary of the convent. She was persecuted by the harangues of the old abbess, but more disgusted at the conduct and conversation of the nuns. They all had secrets to confide to her, secrets which had been confided to the whole convent before. Such secrets, such stories, so different from Amine's chaste ideas, such impurity of thought, that Amine was disgusted at them. But how could it be otherwise? The poor creatures had been taken from the world in the full bloom of youth, under a ripening sun, and had been immured in this unnatural manner to gratify the avarice and pride of their families. Its inmates being wholly composed of the best families, the rules of this convent were not so strict as others. Licenses were given, greater licenses were taken, and Amine, to her surprise, found that in this society, devoted to heaven, there were exhibited more of the bad passions of human nature than she had before met with. Constantly watched, never allowed a moment to herself. Her existence became unbearable, and after 3 months she requested Father Matthias would find her some other place of refuge, telling him frankly that her residence in that place was not very likely to assist her conversions to the tenets of his faith. Father Matthias fully comprehended her, but replied, "I have no means." "Here are means," replied Amin, taking the diamond ring from her finger. "This is worth 800 ducats in our country. Here I know not how much." Father Matthias took the ring. "I will call upon you tomorrow morning, and let you know what I have done. I shall acquaint the Lady Abbess that you are going to your husband, for it would not be safe to let her suppose that you have reasons for quitting the convent. I have heard what you state mentioned before, but have treated it as scandal. But you, I know, are incapable of falsehood." The next day Father Matthias returned, and had an interview with the abbess, who after a time sent for Amin, and told her that it was necessary that she should leave the convent. She consoled her as well as she could at leaving such a happy place, sent for some sweetmeats to make the parting less trying, gave her blessings, and made her over to Father Matthias, who, when they were alone, informed Amin that he had disposed of the ring for $1,800, and had procured apartments for her in the house of a widow lady, with whom she was to board. Taking leave of the nuns, Amin quitted the convent with Father Matthias, and was soon installed in her new apartments, in a house which formed part of a spacious square called the Terra di Sabeo. After the introduction to her hostess, Father Matthias left her. Amin found her apartments fronting the square airy and commodious. The landlady, who had escorted her to view them, not having left her, she inquired what large church that was on the other side of the square. "It is the Ascension," replied the lady. "The music is very fine there. We will go and hear it tomorrow, if you please. And that massive building in face of us? That is the Holy Inquisition," said the widow, crossing herself. Amin again started. She knew not why. "Is that your child?" said Amin, as a boy of about 12 years old entered the room. "Yes," replied the widow, "the only one that is left me. May God preserve him." The boy was handsome and intelligent, and Amin, for her own reasons, did everything she could to make friends with him, and was successful. The end of Chapter 34. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 35 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Amin had just returned from an afternoon's walk through the streets of Goa. She had made some purchases at different shops in the bazaar, and had brought them home under her mantilla. "Here, at last, thank heaven, I am alone and not watched," thought Amin, as she threw herself on the couch. "Philip, Philip, where are you?" exclaimed she. "I have now the means, and I soon will know." Little Pedro, the son of the widow, entered the room, ran up to Amin, and kissed her. "Tell me, Pedro, where is your mother?" "She has gone out to see her friends this evening, and we are alone. I will stay with you." "Do so, dearest. Tell me, Pedro, can you keep a secret?" "Yes, I will. Tell it me." "Nay, I have nothing to tell, but I wish to do something. I wish to make a play, and you shall see things in your hand."
"Oh, yes, show me. Do show me."
"If you promise not to tell."
"No, by the Holy Virgin I will not."
"Then you shall see." Amin lighted some charcoal in a chafing dish and put it at her feet. She then took a reed pen, some ink from a small bottle, and a pair of scissors, and wrote down several characters on a paper, singing, or rather chanting, words which were not intelligible to her young companion. Amin then threw frankincense and coriander seed into the chafing dish, which threw out a strong aromatic smoke, and desiring Pedro to sit down by her on a small stool,
She took the boy's right hand and held it in her own. She then drew upon the palm of his hand a square figure with characters on each side of it, and in the centre poured a small quantity of the ink, so as to form a black mirror of the size of half a crown. "Now, all is ready," said Amin. "Look, Pedro, what see you in the ink?"
"My own face,"
replied the boy. She threw more frankincense upon the chafing dish until the room was full of smoke, and then chanted, "Teshun, Torioshun, come down, come down. Be present, ye servants of these names. Remove the veil, and be correct." The characters she had drawn upon the paper she had divided with the scissors, and now, taking one of the pieces, she dropped it into the chafing dish, still holding the boy's hand. "Tell me now, Pedro, what do you see?"
"I see a man sweeping,"
replied Pedro, alarmed. "Fear not, Pedro, you shall see more. Has he done sweeping?"
"Yes, he has."
And Amin muttered words which were unintelligible, and threw into the chafing dish the other half of the paper with the characters she had written down. "Say, now, Pedro, Philip Vanderdecken, appear."
"Philip Vanderdecken, appear,"
responded the boy, trembling. "Tell me what thou seest, Pedro. Tell me true," said Amin, anxiously.
"I see a man lying down on the white sand. I don't like this play."
"Be not alarmed, Pedro. You shall have sweetmeats directly. Tell me what thou seest, how the man is dressed."
"He has a short coat. He has white trousers. He looks about him. He takes something out of his breast and kisses it."
"'Tis he! 'Tis he, and he lives! Heaven, I thank thee. Look again, boy."
"He gets up. I don't like this play. I am frightened, indeed I am."
"Fear not."
"Oh, yes, I am. I cannot,"
replied Pedro, falling on his knees.
"Pray, let me go."
Pedro had turned his hand and spilt the ink. The charm was broken, and Amin could learn no more. She soothed the boy with presents, made him repeat his promise that he would not tell, and postponed further search into fate until the boy should appear to have recovered from his terror and be willing to resume the ceremonies. "My Philip lives, mother, dear mother, I thank you." Amin did not allow Pedro to leave the room until he appeared to have quite recovered from his fright. For some days she did not say anything to him, except to remind him of his promise not to tell his mother or anyone else, and she loaded him with presents. One afternoon, when his mother was gone out, Pedro came in and asked Amin
whether they should not have the play over again.
Amin, who was anxious to know more, was glad of the boy's request, and soon had everything prepared. Again was her chamber filled with the smoke of the frankincense. Again was she muttering her incantations. The magic mirror was on the boy's hand, and once more had Pedro cried out,
"Philip Vanderdecken, appear!"
when the door burst open, and Father Matthias, the widow, and several other people made their appearance. Amin started up. Pedro screamed and ran to his mother.
"Then I was not mistaken at what I saw in the cottage at Ternus,"
cried Father Matthias, with his arms folded over his breast, and with looks of indignation.
"Accursed sorceress, you are detected."
Amin returned his gaze with scorn, and coolly replied, "I am not of your creed, you know it. Eavesdropping appears to be a portion of your religion. This is my chamber. It is not the first time I have had to request you to leave it. I do so now, you and those who have come in with you."
"Take up all those implements of sorcery first,"
said Father Matthias to his companions. The chafing dish and other articles used by Amin were taken away, and Father Matthias and the others quitting the room, Amin was left alone. Amin had a foreboding that she was lost. She knew that magic was a crime of the highest degree in Catholic countries, and that she had been detected in the very act. "Well, well," thought Amin, "it is my destiny, and I can brave the worst." To account for the appearance of Father Matthias and the witnesses, it must be observed that the little boy Pedro had, the day after Amin's first attempt, forgotten his promise, and narrated to his mother all that had passed. The widow, frightened at what the boy had told her, thought it right to go to Father Matthias and confide to him what her son had told her, as it was, in her opinion, sorcery. Father Matthias questioned Pedro closely, and convinced that such was the case, determined to have witnesses to confront Amin. He therefore proposed that the boy should appear to be willing to try again, and had instructed him for the purpose, having previously arranged that they should break in upon Amin as we have described. About half an hour afterwards, 2 men dressed in black gowns came into Amin's room, and requested that she would follow them, or that force would be used. Amin made no resistance. They crossed the square. The gate of a large building was opened. They desired her to walk in, and, in a few seconds, Amin found herself in one of the dungeons of the Inquisition. The end of Chapter 35. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 36 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Previous to continuing our narrative, it may be as well to give our readers some little insight into the nature, ceremonies, and regulations of the Inquisition, and in describing that of Goa, we may be said to describe all others with very trifling, if any, variation. The Santa Casa, or Inquisition of Goa, is situated on one side of a large square called the Terra de Sabeo. It is a massive, handsome pile of stone buildings with 3 doors in the front. The centre one is larger than the 2 lateral, and it is through the centre door that you go into the Hall of Judgment. The side doors lead to spacious and handsome apartments for the inquisitors and officers attached to the establishment. Behind these apartments are the cells and dungeons of the Inquisition. They are in 2 long galleries with double doors to each, and are about 10 feet square. There are about 200 of them. Some are much more comfortable than the others, as light and air are admitted into them. Others are wholly dark. In the galleries the keepers watch, and not a word or a sound can proceed from any cell without their being able to overhear it. The treatment of those confined is, as far as respects their food, very good. Great care is taken that the nourishment is of that nature that the prisoners may not suffer from the indigestion arising from want of exercise. Surgical attendance is also permitted them, but, unless on very particular occasions, no priests are allowed to enter. Any consolation to be derived from religion, even the office of confessor and extreme unction, in case of dissolution, are denied them. Should they die during their confinement, whether proved guilty or not of the crime of which they are accused, they are buried without any funeral ceremony, and tried afterwards. If then found guilty, their bones are disinterred, and the execution of their sentence is passed upon their remains. There are 2 inquisitors at Goa, one the Grand Inquisitor, and the other his second, who are invariably chosen from the order of St. Dominique. These 2 are assisted in their judgment and examinations by a large number selected from the religious orders, who are termed deputies of the Holy Office, but who only attend when summoned. They have other officers whose duty it is to examine all published books and ascertain if there is anything in their pages contrary to the holy religion. There is also a public accuser, a procurer of the Inquisition, and lawyers who are permitted to plead the case of the prisoners, but whose chief business and interest it is to obtain their secrets and betray them. What are termed familiars of the Inquisition are, in fact, nothing but this description of people. But this disgraceful office is taken upon themselves by the highest nobility, who think it an honour as well as a security to be enrolled among the familiars of the Inquisition, who are thus to be found dispersed throughout society, and every careless word or expression is certain to be repeated to the Holy Office. A summons to attend at the Inquisition is never opposed. If it were, the whole populace would rise and enforce it. Those who are confined in the dungeons of the Inquisition are kept separate. It is a very uncommon thing to put two together. It is only done when it is considered that the prolonged solitude of the dungeon has created such a depression of spirits as to endanger the life of the party. Perpetual silence is enjoyed and strictly kept. Those who wail or weep or even pray in their utter darkness are forced by blows to be quiet. The cries and shrieks of those who suffer from this chastisement or from the torture are carried along the whole length of the corridors, terrifying those who, in solitude and darkness, are anticipating the same fate. The first question put to a person arrested by the Inquisition is a demand. What is his property? He is desired to make an exact declaration of everything that he is worth, and swear to the truth of his assertions, being informed that, if there is any reservation on his part, although he may be at that time innocent of the charges produced against him, he will, by his concealment, have incurred the wrath of the Inquisition, and that, if discharged for the crime he is accused of, he will again be arrested for having taken a false oath to the Inquisition, that, if innocent, his property will be safe, and not interfered with. It is not without reason that this demand is made. If a person accused confesses his crime, he is, in most cases, eventually allowed to go free, but all his property becomes confiscated. By the rules of the Inquisition it is made to appear as if those condemned have the show of justice, for although 2 witnesses are sufficient to warrant the apprehension of any individual, 7 are necessary to convict him. But as the witnesses are never confronted with the prisoners, and torture is often applied to the witnesses, it is not difficult to obtain the number required. Many a life is falsely sworn away by the witness, that he may save his own. The chief crimes which are noticed by the Inquisition are those of sorcery, heresy, blasphemy, and what is called Judaism. To comprehend the meaning of this last crime, for which more people have suffered from the Inquisition than for any other, the reader must be informed that when Ferdinand and Isabella of Castile drove all the Jews out of Spain, they fled to Portugal, where they were received on the sole condition that they should embrace Christianity. This they consented, or appeared to consent, to do. But these converts were despised by the Portuguese people, who did not believe them to be sincere. They obtained the title of New Christians in contradistinction to that of Old Christians. After a time the two were occasionally intermingled in marriage, but when so, it was always a reproach to the old families, and descendants from these alliances were long termed by way of reproach as having a portion of the new Christians in them. The descendants of the old families thus intermingled not only lost caste, but, as the genealogy of every family was well known, they were looked upon with suspicion, and were always at the mercy of the Holy Office when denounced for Judaism, that is, for returning to the old Jewish practices of keeping the Passover and the other ceremonies enforced by Moses. Let us see how an accusation of this kind works in the hands of the Inquisition. A really sincere Catholic, descended from one of these unhappy families, is accused and arrested by the orders of the Inquisition. He is ordered to declare his property, which, convinced of his innocence and expecting soon to be released, he does without reservation. But hardly has the key of the dungeon turned upon him when all his effects are seized and sold by public auction, it being well understood that they never will be restored to him. After some months' confinement, he is called into the Hall of Justice, and asked if he knows why he is in prison. They advise him earnestly to confess, and to conceal nothing, as it is the only way by which he can obtain his liberty. He declares his ignorance, and being sent for several times, persists in it. The period of auto de fe, or Act of Faith, which takes place every 2 or 3 years, that is, the public execution of those who have been found guilty by the Inquisition, approaches. The public accuser then comes forward, stating that the prisoner has been accused by a number of witnesses of Judaism. They persuade him to acknowledge his guilt. He persists in his innocence. They then pass a sentence on him which they term convicto in votivo, which means found guilty, but will not confess his crime, and he is sentenced to be burnt at the approaching celebration. After this they follow him to his cell and exhort him to confess his guilt, and promise that if he does confess, he shall be pardoned. And these appeals are continued until the evening of the day before his execution. Terrified at the idea of a painful death, the wretch at last, to save his life, consents. He is called into the hall of judgment, confesses the crime that he has not committed, and imagines that he is now saved. Alas, no, he has entangled himself and cannot escape. You acknowledge that you have been guilty of observing the laws of Moses. These ceremonies cannot be performed alone. You cannot have eaten the Paschal lamb alone. Tell us immediately who were those who assisted at those ceremonies, or your life is still forfeited, and the stake is prepared for you. Thus has he accused himself without gaining anything, and if he wishes to save his life, he must accuse others, and who can be accused but his own friends and acquaintances? Nay, in all probability, his own relations, his brothers, sisters, wife, sons or daughters, for it is natural to suppose that in all such practices a man will trust only his own family. Whether a man confesses his guilt or dies asserting his innocence, his worldly property is in either case confiscated. But it is of great consequence to the Inquisition that he should confess, as his act of confession, with his signature annexed, is publicly read, and serves to prove to the world that the Inquisition is impartial and just, nay, more, even merciful, as it pardons those who have been proved to be guilty. At Goa, the accusations of sorcery and magic were much more frequent than at the Inquisitions at other places, arising from the customs and ceremonies of the Hindus being very much mixed up with absurd superstitions. These people, and the slaves from other parts, very often embraced Christianity to please their masters. But since, if they had been baptized, and were afterwards convicted of any crime, they were sentenced to punishment by fire, whereas, if they had not been baptized, they were only punished by whipping, imprisonment, or the galleys. Upon this ground alone, many refused to embrace Christianity. We have now detailed all that we consider, up to the present, necessary for the information of the reader. All that is omitted he will gather as we proceed with our history. The end of Chapter 36. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 37 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. A few hours after Amine had been in the dungeon, the jailers entered. Without speaking to her, they let down her soft silky hair and cut it close off. Amine, with her lip curled in contempt, and without resistance and expostulation, allowed them to do their work. They finished, and she was again left to her solitude. The next day the jailers entered her cell and ordered her to bare her feet and follow them. She looked at them, and they at her. "If you do not, we must," observed one of the men, who was moved by her youth and beauty. Amine did as she was desired, and was led into the Hall of Justice, where she found only the Grand Inquisitor and the Secretary. The Hall of Justice was a long room with lofty windows on each side, and also at the end opposite to the door through which she had been led in. In the centre, on a raised dais,
was a long table covered with a cloth of alternate blue and fawn-coloured stripes, and at the end opposite to where Amin was brought in was raised an enormous crucifix with a carved image of our Saviour. The jailer pointed to a small bench and intimated to Amin that she was to sit down. After a scrutiny of some moments, the secretary spoke.
"What is your name?"
"Amin Vanderdecken."
"Of what country?"
"My husband is of the Low Countries. I am from the East."
"What is your husband?"
"The captain of a Dutch Indiaman."
"How came you here?"
"His vessel was wrecked, and we were separated."
"Whom do you know here?"
"Father Matthias."
"What property have you?"
"None. It is my husband's."
"Where is it?"
"In the custody of Father Matthias."
"Are you aware why you are brought here?"
"How should I be?"
replied Amin evasively.
"Tell me, what am I accused of?"
"You must know whether you have done wrong or not. You had better confess all your conscience accuses you of."
"My conscience does not accuse me of doing wrong."
"Then you will confess nothing?"
"By your own showing, I have nothing to confess."
"You say you are from the East. Are you a Christian?"
"I reject your creed."
"You are married to a Catholic?"
"Yes, a true Catholic."
"Who married you?"
"Father Sason, a Catholic priest."
"Did you enter into the bosom of the Church? Did he venture to marry you without your being baptized?"
"Some ceremony did take place, which I consented to."
"It was baptism, was it not?"
"I believe it was so termed."
"And now you say that you reject the creed."
"Since I have witnessed the conduct of those who profess it, I do. At the time of my marriage, I was disposed towards it."
"What is the amount of your property in the Father Matthias's hands?"
"Some hundreds of dollars. He knows exactly."
The Grand Inquisitor rang a bell, the jailers entered, and Amin was led back to her dungeon.
"Why should they ask so often about my money?" mused Amin. "If they require it, they may take it. What is their power? What would they do with me? Well, a few days will decide."
A few days? No, Amin. Years, perhaps, would have passed without decision, but that in 4 months from the date of your incarceration, the auto da fe, which had not been celebrated for upwards of 3 years, was to take place, and there was not a sufficient number of those who were to undergo the last punishment to render the ceremony imposing. A few more were required for the stake, or you would not have escaped from those dungeons so soon. As it was, a month of anxiety and suspense, almost insupportable, had to be passed away before Amin was again summoned to the Hall of Justice. Amin, at the time we have specified, was again introduced to the Hall of Justice, and was again asked if she would confess. Irritated at her long confinement, and the injustice of the proceedings, she replied,
"I have told you once for all that I have nothing to confess. Do with me as you will, but be quick."
"Will torture oblige you to confess?"
"Try me," replied Amin firmly. "Try me, cruel men, and if you gain but one word from me, then call me craven. I am but a woman, but I dare you. I defy you."
It was seldom that such expressions fell upon the ears of her judges, and still more seldom that a countenance was lighted up with such determination. But the torture was never applied until after the accusation had been made and answered.
"We shall see," said the Grand Inquisitor. "Take her away."
Amin was led back to her cell. In the meantime, Father Matthias had had several conferences with the Inquisitor. Although in his wrath he had accused Amin, and had procured the necessary witnesses against her, he now felt uneasy and perplexed. His long residence with her, her invariable kindness till the time of his dismissal, his knowledge that she had never embraced the faith, her boldness and courage, nay, her beauty and youth, all worked strongly in her favour. His only object now was to persuade her to confess that she was wrong, induce her to embrace the faith, and save her. With this view he had obtained permission from the Holy Office to enter her dungeon and reason with her, a special favour which, for many reasons, they could not well refuse him. It was on the third day after her second examination that the bolts were removed at an unusual hour, and Father Matthias entered the cell, which was again barred, and he was left alone with Ameen.
My child,
exclaimed Father Matthias, with sorrow in his countenance.
Nay, Father, this is mockery. It is you who brought me here. Leave me.
I brought you here, 'tis true, but I would now remove you, if you will permit me, Ameen.
Most willingly I'll follow you.
Nay, there is much to talk over, much to be done. This is not a dungeon from which people can escape so easily.
Then tell me, what have you to say, and what is it must be done?
I will.
But stop. Before you say one word, answer me one question, as you hope for bliss. Have you heard aught of Philip?
Yes, I have. He is well.
And where is he?
He will soon be here.
God, I thank you. Shall I see him, Father?
That must depend upon yourself.
Upon myself? Then tell me quickly, what would they have me do?
Confess your sins, your crimes.
What sins? What crimes?
Have you not dealt with evil beings, invoked the spirits, and gained the assistance of those who are not of this world?
Ameen made no reply.
Answer me, do you not confess?
I do not confess to have done anything wrong.
This is useless. You are seen by me and others. What will avail your denial? Are you aware of the punishment which most surely awaits you if you do not confess and become a member of our church?
Why am I to become a member of your church? Do you, then, punish those who refuse?
No. Had you not already consented to receive baptism, you would not have been asked to become so. But having been baptized, you must now become a member, or be supposed to fall back into heresy.
I knew not the nature of your baptism at that time.
Granted, but you consented to it.
Be it so, but pray, what may be the punishment if I refuse?
You will be burnt alive at the stake. Nothing can save you. Hear me, Ameen Vanderdecken. When next summoned, you must confess all, and, asking pardon, request to be received into the church. Then will you be saved, and you will...
What?
Again be clasped in Philip's arms.
My Philip, you, indeed, press me hard. But, Father, if I confess, I am wrong, when I feel that I am not.
Feel that you are not?
Yes. I invoked my mother's assistance. She gave it me in a dream. Would a mother have assisted her daughter if it were wrong?
It was not your mother, but a fiend who took the likeness.
It was my mother. Again, you ask me to say that I believe that which I cannot.
That which you cannot. Ameen Vanderdecken, be not obstinate.
I am not obstinate, good father. Have you not offered me what is to me beyond all price, that I should again be in the arms of my husband? Can I degrade myself to a lie, not for life or liberty, or even for my Philip?
Ameen Vanderdecken, if you will confess your crime before you are accused, you will have done much. After your accusation has been made, it will be of little avail.
It will not be done either before or after, Father. What I have done, but a crime it is not to me and mine. With you it may be, but I am not of yours.
Recollect also that you peril your husband for having wedded with a sorceress. Forget not, tomorrow I will see you again.
My mind is troubled,
replied Ameen.
Leave me,
Father. It will be a kindness."
Father Matthias quitted the cell, pleased with the last words of Amine. The idea of her husband's danger seemed to have startled her. Amine threw herself down on the mattress in the corner of the cell and hid her face.
"Burnt alive!"
exclaimed she after a time, sitting up and passing her hands over her forehead.
"Burnt alive! And these are Christians? This, then, was the cruel death foretold by that creature Schriften. Foretold, yes, and therefore must be. It is my destiny. I cannot save myself. If I confess, then I confess that Philip is wedded to a sorceress, and he will be punished too. No, never, never. I can suffer. 'Tis cruel, 'tis horrible to think of, but 'twill soon be over. God of my fathers, give me strength against these wicked men, and enable me to bear all for my dear Philip's sake."
The next evening Father Matthias again made his appearance. He found Amine calm and collected. She refused to listen to his advice or follow his injunctions. His last observation that her husband would be in peril if she was found guilty of sorcery had steeled her heart, and she had determined that neither torture nor the stake should make her confess the act. The priest left the cell, sick at heart. He now felt miserable at the idea of Amine's perishing by so dreadful a death, accused himself of precipitation, and wished that he had never seen Amine, whose constancy and courage, although in error, excited his admiration and his pity. And then he thought of Philip, who had treated him so kindly. How could he meet him? And if he asked for his wife, what answer could he give? Another fortnight passed, when Amine was again summoned to the Hall of Judgment, and again asked if she confessed her crimes. Upon her refusal the accusations against her were read. She was accused by Father Matthias with practising forbidden arts, and the depositions of the boy Pedro and the other witness were read. In his zeal, Father Matthias also stated that he had found her guilty of the same practices at Ternus, and moreover that in the violent storm when all expected to perish, she had remained calm and courageous, and told the captain that they would be saved, which could only have been known by an undue spirit of prophecy given by evil spirits. Amine's lip curled in derision when she heard the last accusation. She was asked if she had any defence to make.
"What defence can be offered," replied she, "to such accusations as these? Witness the last. Because I was not so craven as the Christians, I am accused of sorcery. The old dotard! But I will expose him. Tell me, if one knows that sorcery is used and conceals or allows it, is he not a participator and equally guilty?"
"He is," replied the Inquisitor, anxiously awaiting the result.
"Then I denounce—"
And Amine was about to reveal that Philip's mission was known and not forbidden by Fathers Matthias and Sayson, when, recollecting that Philip would be implicated, she stopped.
"Denounce whom?"
inquired the Inquisitor.
"No one,"
replied Amine, folding her arms and drooping her head.
"Speak, woman."
Amine made no answer.
"The torture will make you speak." "Never," replied Amine. "Never. Torture me to death if you choose. I prefer it to a public execution."
The Inquisitor and the secretary consulted a short time. Convinced that Amine would adhere to her resolution, and requiring her for public execution, they abandoned the idea of the torture.
"Do you confess?"
inquired the Inquisitor.
"No,"
replied Amine firmly.
"Then take her away."
The night before the auto da fe, Father Matthias again entered the cell of Amine, but all his endeavours to convert her were useless.
"Tomorrow will end it all, Father," replied Amine. "Leave me. I would be alone."
The end of Chapter 37. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 38 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. We must now return to Philip and Krantz. When the latter retired from the presence of the Portuguese commandant, he communicated to Philip what had taken place, and the fabulous tale which he had invented to deceive the commandant. "I said that you alone knew where the treasure was concealed," continued Krantz, "that you might be sent for in all probability he will keep me as a hostage. But never mind that. I must take my chance. Do you contrive to escape somehow or another, and rejoin Amin." "Not so," replied Philip. "You must go with me, my friend. I feel that should I part with you, happiness would no longer be in store for me." "Nonsense, that is but an idle feeling. Besides, I will evade him somehow or another." "I will not show the treasure unless you go with me." "Well, you may try it, at all events." A low tap at the door was heard. Philip rose and opened it, for they had retired to rest, and Pedro came in. Looking carefully round him, and then shutting the door softly, he put his finger on his lips to enjoin them to silence. He then, in a whisper, told them what he had overheard. "Contrive, if possible, that I go with you," continued he. "I must leave you now. He still paces his room." And Pedro slipped out of the door and crawled stealthily along the ramparts. "The treacherous little rascal! But we will circumvent him, if possible," said Krantz, in a low tone. "Yes, Philip, you are right. We must both go, for you will require my assistance. I must persuade him to go himself. I'll think of it. So, Philip, good night." The next morning Philip and Krantz were summoned to breakfast. The commandant received them with smiles and urbanity. To Philip he was peculiarly courteous. As soon as the repast was over, he thus communicated to him his intentions and wishes. "Signor, I have been reflecting upon what your friend told me, and the appearance of the spectre yesterday, which created such confusion. It induced me to behave with a rashness for which I must now offer my most sincere apologies. The reflections which I have made, joined with the feelings of devotion which must be in the heart of every true Catholic, have determined me, with your assistance, to obtain this treasure dedicated to the Holy Church. It is my proposal that you should take a party of soldiers under your orders, proceed to the island on which it is deposited, and having obtained it, return here. I will detain any vessel which may in the meantime put into the roadstead, and you shall then be the bearers of the treasure and of my letters to Goa. This will give you an honourable introduction to the authorities, and enable you to pass away your time there in the most agreeable manner. You will also, Signor, be restored to your wife, whose charms had such an effect upon me, and for mention of whose name in the very unceremonious manner which I did, I must excuse myself upon the ground of total ignorance of who she was, or of her being in any way connected with your honourable person. If these measures suit you, Signor, I shall be most happy to give orders to that effect." "As a good Catholic myself," replied Philip, "I shall be most happy to point out the spot where the treasure is concealed, and restore it to the Church. Your apologies relative to my wife I accept with pleasure, being aware that your conduct proceeded from ignorance of her situation and rank. But I do not exactly see my way clear. You propose a party of soldiers. Will they obey me? Are they to be trusted? I shall have only myself and friend against them, and will they be obedient?" "No fear of that, Signor. They are well disciplined. There is not even occasion for your friend to go with you. I wish to retain him with me, to keep me company during your absence." "Nay, that I must object to," replied Philip. "I will not trust myself alone." "Perhaps I may be allowed to give an opinion on this subject," observed Krantz. "I see no reason if my friend goes accompanied with a party of soldiers only,
why I should not go with him, but I consider it would be unadvisable that he proceed in the way the Commandant proposes, either with or without me. You must recollect, Commandant, that it is no trifling sum which is to be carried away, that it will be open to view, and will meet the eyes of your men, that these men have been detained many years in this country, and are anxious to return home. When, therefore, they find themselves with only 2 strangers with them, away from your authority, and in possession of a large sum of money, will not the temptation be too strong? They will only have to run down the southern channel, gain the port of Bantam, and they will be safe, having obtained both freedom and wealth. To send, therefore, my friend and me, would be to send us to almost certain death. But if you were to go, Commandant, then the danger would no longer exist. Your presence and your authority would control them, and, whatever their wishes or thoughts might be, they would quail before the flash of your eye.
Very true, replied Philip. All this did not occur to me. Nor had it occurred to the Commandant, but when pointed out, the force of these suggestions immediately struck him, and long before Krantz had finished speaking, he had resolved to go himself.
Well, signors, replied he, I am always ready to accede to your wishes, and since you consider my presence necessary, and as I do not think there is any chance of another attack from the Ternate people just now, I will take upon myself the responsibility of leaving the fort for a few days under the charge of my lieutenant while we do this service to the Holy Mother Church. I have already sent for one of the native vessels, which are large and commodious, and will, with your permission, embark tomorrow. 2 vessels will be better, observed Krantz, in the first place in case of an accident, and next because we can embark all the treasure in one with ourselves, and put a portion of the soldiers in the other, so that we may be in greater force, in case of the sight of so much wealth stimulating them to insubordination. True, signor, we will have 2 vessels. Your advice is good.
Everything was thus satisfactorily arranged, with the exception of their wish that Pedro should accompany them on their expedition. They were debating how this should be brought on the Tapis, when the soldier came to them and stated that the Commandant had ordered him to be of the party, and that he was to offer his services to the 2 strangers. On the ensuing day everything was prepared. 10 soldiers and a corporal had been selected by the Commandant, and it required but little time to put into the vessels the provisions and other articles which were required. At daylight they embarked, the Commandant and Philip in one boat, Krantz with the corporal and Pedro in the other. The men, who had been kept in ignorance of the object of the expedition, were now made acquainted with it by Pedro, and a long whispering took place between them, much to the satisfaction of Krantz, who was aware that the mutiny would soon be excited, when it was understood that those who composed the expedition were to be sacrificed to the avarice of the Commandant. The weather being fine, they sailed on during the night, passed the island of Ternate at 10 leagues distance, and before morning were among the cluster of isles, the southernmost of which was the one on which the treasure had been buried. On the second night the vessels were beached upon a small island, and then, for the first time, a communication took place between the soldiers who had been in the boat with Pedro and Krantz, and those who had been embarked with the Commandant. Philip and Krantz had also an opportunity of communicating apart for a short time. When they made sail the next morning, Pedro spoke openly. He told Krantz that the soldiers in the boat had made up their minds, and that he had no doubt that the others would do so before night, although they had not decidedly agreed upon joining them in the morning when they had re-embarked, that they would dispatch the Commandant and then proceed to Batavia, and from thence obtain a passage home to Europe. Cannot you accomplish your end without murder?
Yes, we could, but not our revenge. You do not know the treatment which we have received from his hands, and sweet as the money will be to us, his death will be even sweeter. Besides, has he not determined to murder us all in some way or another? It is but justice. No, no, if there was no other knife ready, mine is. And so are all ours,
cried the other soldiers, putting their hands to their weapons. One more day's sail brought them within 20 miles of the island, for Philip knew his landmarks well. Again they landed, and all retired to rest, the commandant dreaming of wealth and revenge, while it was arranging that the digging up of the treasure which he coveted should be the signal for his death. Once more did they embark, and the commandant heeded not the dark and lowering faces with which he was surrounded. He was all gaiety and politeness. Swiftly did they skim over the dark blue sea, between the beautiful islands with which it was studded, and, before the sun was 3 hours high, Philip recognized the one sought after, and pointed out to the commandant the notched coconut tree, which served as a guide to the spot where the money had been concealed. They landed on the sandy beach, and the shovels were ordered to be brought on shore by the impatient little officer, who little thought that every moment of time gained was but so much time lost to him, and that while he was smiling and meditating treachery, that others could do the same. The party arrived under the tree. The shovels soon removed the light sand, and in a few minutes the treasure was exposed to view. Bag after bag was handed up, and the loose dollars collected into heaps. 2 of the soldiers had been sent to the vessels for sacks to put the loose dollars in, and the men had desisted from their labour. They laid aside their spades, looks were exchanged, and all were ready. The commandant turned round to call and to hasten the movements of the men who had been sent for the sacks, when 3 or 4 knives simultaneously pierced him through the back. He fell, and was expostulating, when they were again buried in his bosom, and he lay a corpse. Philip and Krantz remained silent spectators. The knives were drawn out, wiped, and replaced in their sheaths. "He has met his reward," said Krantz.
Yes,
exclaimed the Portuguese soldiers.
justice, nothing but justice. Signors, you shall have your share,
observed Pedro.
Shall they not, my men? Yes, yes.
Not $1, my good friends, replied Philip. Take all the money, and may you be happy. All we ask is your assistance to proceed on our way to where we are about to go. And now, before you divide your money, oblige me by burying the body of that unfortunate man. The soldiers obeyed. Resuming their shovels, they soon scooped out a shallow grave. The commandant's body was thrown in and covered up from sight. The end of Chapter 38. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 39 of The Phantom Ship by Frederick Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Scarcely had the soldiers performed their task and thrown down their shovels when they commenced an altercation. It appeared that this money was to be again the cause of slaughter and bloodshed. Philip and Krantz determined to sail immediately in one of the piroguas and leave them to settle their disputes as they pleased. He asked permission of the soldiers to take from the provisions and water, of which there was ample supply, a larger portion than was their share, stating that he and Krantz had a long voyage and would require it, and pointing out to them that there were plenty of coconuts for their support. The soldiers, who thought of nothing but their newly acquired wealth, allowed him to do as he pleased, and having hastily collected as many coconuts as they could to add to their stock of provisions, before noon Philip and Krantz had embarked and made sail in the pirogua, leaving the soldiers with their knives again drawn, and so busy in their angry altercation as to be heedless of their departure. "There will be the same scene over again, I expect," observed Krantz, as the vessel parted swiftly from the shore. "I have little doubt of it. Observe, even now they are at blows and stabs."
If I were to name that spot, it should be the Accursed Isle.
Would not any other be the same, with so much to inflame the passions of men? Assuredly, what a curse is gold."
"And what a blessing," replied Krantz. "I am sorry Pedro is left with them."
"It is their destiny," replied Philip, "so let's think no more of them. Now, what do you propose? With this vessel, small as she is, we may sail over these seas in safety, and we have, I imagine, provisions sufficient for more than a month."
"My idea is to run into the track of the vessels going to the westward, and obtain a passage to Goa, and if we do not meet with any, we can at all events proceed up the straits as far as Pulo Penang without risk. There we may safely remain until a vessel passes."
"I agree with you. It is our best, nay, our only place. Unless, indeed, we were to proceed to Cochin, where junks are always leaving for Goa."
"But that would be out of our way, and the junks cannot well pass us in the straits without their being seen by us."
They had no difficulty in steering their course. The islands by day and the clear stars by night were their compass. It is true that they did not follow the more direct track, but they followed the more secure, working up through the smooth waters and gaining to the nor'ard more than to the west. Many times they were chased by the Malay proas, which infested the islands, but the swiftness of their little pirogue was their security. Indeed, the chase was, generally speaking, abandoned as soon as the smallness of the vessel was made out by the pirates, who expected that little or no booty was to be gained. That Amin and Philip's mission was the constant theme of their discourse may easily be imagined. One morning, as they were sailing between the isles, with less wind than usual, Philip observed, "Krantz, you said that there were events in your own life, or connected with it, which would corroborate the mysterious tale I confided to you. Will you now tell me to what you referred?" "Certainly," replied Krantz. "I have often thought of doing so, but one circumstance or another has hitherto prevented me. This is, however, a fitting opportunity. Prepare, therefore, to listen to a strange story, quite as strange, perhaps, as your own. I take it for granted that you have heard people speak of the Harz Mountains," observed Krantz. "I have never heard people speak of them that I can recollect," replied Philip, "but I have read of them in some book, and of the strange things which have occurred there." "It is indeed a wild region," rejoined Krantz, "and many strange tales are told of it. But strange as they are, I have good reason for believing them to be true. I have told you, Philip, that I fully believe in your communion with the other world, that I credit the history of your father and the lawfulness of your mission, for that we are surrounded, impelled, and worked upon by beings different in their nature from ourselves. I have had full evidence, as you will acknowledge, when I state what has occurred in my own family. Why such malevolent beings as I am about to speak of should be permitted to interfere with us, and punish, I may say, comparatively unoffending mortals, is beyond my comprehension, but that they are so permitted is most certain." "The great principle of all evil fulfills his work of evil. Why, then, not the other minor spirits of the same class?" inquired Philip. "What matters it to us whether we are tried by and have to suffer from the enmity of our fellow mortals, or whether we are persecuted by beings more powerful and more malevolent than ourselves? We know that we have to work out our salvation, and that we shall be judged according to our strength. If, then, there be spirits who delight to oppress man, there surely must be, as Amin asserts, good spirits, whose delight is to do him service. Whether, then, we have to struggle against our passions only, or whether we have to struggle not only against our passions, but also the dire influence of unseen enemies, we ever struggle with the same odds in our favour, as the good are stronger than the evil which we combat. In either case we are on the vantage ground, whether, as in the first, we fight the good cause single-handed, or as in the second, although opposed, we have the host of heaven ranged on our side. Thus are the scales of divine justice evenly balanced, and man is still a free agent, as his own virtuous or vicious propensities must ever decide whether he shall gain or lose the victory.
Most true, replied Krantz. And now to my history. My father was not born or originally a resident in the Harz Mountains. He was the serf of an Hungarian nobleman of great possessions in Transylvania. But, although a serf, he was not by any means a poor or illiterate man. In fact, he was rich, and his intelligence and respectability were such that he had been raised by his lord to the stewardship. But whoever may happen to be born a serf must he remain, even though he become a wealthy man. Such was the condition of my father. My father had been married for about 5 years, and, by his marriage, had 3 children, my eldest brother César, myself Hermann, and a sister named Marcella. You know, Philip, that Latin is still the language spoken in that country, and that will account for our high-sounding names. My mother was a very beautiful woman, unfortunately more beautiful than virtuous. She was seen and admired by the lord of the soil. My father was sent away upon some mission, and during his absence my mother, flattered by the attentions and won by the assiduities of this nobleman, yielded to his wishes. It so happened that my father returned very unexpectedly and discovered the intrigue. The evidence of my mother's shame was positive. He surprised her in the company of her seducer. Carried away by the impetuosity of his feelings, he watched the opportunity of a meeting take place between them, and murdered both his wife and her seducer, conscious that, as a serf, not even the provocation which he had received would be allowed as a justification of his conduct. He hastily collected together what money he could lay his hands upon, and, as we were then in the depth of winter, he put his horses to the sleigh, and taking his children with him, he set off in the middle of the night, and was far away before the tragical circumstance had transpired. Aware that he would be pursued, and that he had no chance of escape if he remained in any portion of his native country, in which the authorities could lay hold of him, he continued his flight without intermission until he had buried himself in the intricacies and seclusion of the Harz Mountains. Of course, all that I have now told you I learned afterwards. My oldest recollections are knit to a rude yet comfortable cottage, in which I lived with my father, brother, and sister. It was on the confines of one of those vast forests which cover the northern part of Germany. Around it were a few acres of ground, which, during the summer months, my father cultivated, and which, though they yielded a doubtful harvest, were sufficient for our support. In the winter we remained much indoors, for, as my father followed the chase, we were left alone, and the wolves, during that season, incessantly prowled about. My father had purchased the cottage and land about it of one of the rude foresters who gained their livelihood partly by hunting and partly by burning charcoal for the purpose of smelting the ore from the neighbouring mines. It was distant about 2 miles from any other habitation. I can call to mind the whole landscape now, the tall pines which rose up on the mountain above us, and the wide expanse of forest beneath, on the topmost boughs and heads of whose trees we looked down from our cottage, as the mountain below us rapidly descended into the distant valley. In summer-time the prospect was beautiful, but during the severe winter a more desolate scene could not well be imagined. I said that in the winter my father occupied himself with the chase. Every day he left us, and often would he lock the door, that we might not leave the cottage. He had no one to assist him, or to take care of us. Indeed, it was not easy to find a female servant who would live in such a solitude. But could he have found one, my father would not have received her,
for he had imbibed a horror of the sex, as the difference of his conduct towards us, his 2 boys, and my poor little sister, Marcella, evidently proved. You may suppose we were sadly neglected. Indeed, we suffered much, for my father, fearful that we might come to some harm, would not allow us fuel when he left the cottage, and we were obliged, therefore, to creep under the heaps of bearskins, and there to keep ourselves as warm as we could until he returned in the evening, when a blazing fire was our delight. That my father chose this restless sort of life may appear strange, but the fact was that he could not remain quiet, whether from remorse for having committed murder, or from the misery consequent on his change of situation, or from both combined. He was never happy unless he was in a state of activity. Children, however, when left much to themselves, acquire a thoughtfulness not common to their age. So it was with us, and during the short cold days of winter we would sit silent, longing for the happy hours when the snow would melt, and the leaves burst out, and the birds begin their songs, and when we should again be set at liberty. Such was our peculiar and savage sort of life until my brother Cesar was 9, myself 7, and my sister 5 years old, when the circumstances occurred on which is based the extraordinary narrative which I am about to relate. One evening my father returned home rather later than usual. He had been unsuccessful, and, as the weather was very severe, and many feet of snow were upon the ground, he was not only very cold, but in a very bad humour. He had brought in wood, and we were all 3 of us gladly assisting each other in blowing on the embers to create the blaze, when he caught poor little Marcella by the arm and threw her aside. The child fell, struck her mouth, and bled very much. My brother ran to raise her up. Accustomed to ill usage and afraid of my father, she did not dare to cry, but looked up in his face very piteously. My father drew his stool nearer to the hearth, muttered something in abuse of women, and busied himself with the fire, which both my brother and I had deserted when our sister was so unkindly treated. A cheerful blaze was soon the result of his exertions, but we did not, as usual, crowd round it. Marcella, still bleeding, retired to a corner, and my brother and I took our seats beside her, while my father hung over the fire gloomily and alone. Such had been our position for about half an hour, when the howl of a wolf close under the window of the cottage fell on our ears. My father started up and seized his gun. The howl was repeated. He examined the priming, and then hastily left the cottage, shutting the door after him. We all waited, anxiously listening, for we thought that if he succeeded in shooting the wolf, he would return in a better humour, and although he was harsh to all of us, and particularly so to our little sister, still we loved our father, and loved to see him cheerful and happy, for what else had we to look up to? And I may here observe that perhaps there never were 3 children who were fonder of each other. We did not, like other children, fight and dispute together, and if, by chance, any disagreement did arise between my elder brother and me, little Marcella would run to us, and kissing us both, seal, through her entreaties, the peace between us. Marcella was a lovely, amiable child. I can recall her beautiful features even now. Alas, poor little Marcella! She is dead, then? Observed Philip. Dead? Yes, dead. But how did she die? But I must not anticipate, Philip. Let me tell my story. We waited for some time, but the report of the gun did not reach us, and my elder brother then said, "Our father has followed the wolf, and will not be back for some time. Marcella, let us wash the blood from your mouth, and then we will leave this corner and go to the fire and warm ourselves." We did so, and remained there until near midnight, every minute wondering, as it grew later, why our father did not return. We had no idea that he was in any danger, but we thought that he must have chased the wolf for a very long time. "I will look out and see if father is coming," said my brother Cesar, going to the door. "Take care," said Marcella. "The wolves must be about now, and we cannot kill them, brother." My brother opened the door very cautiously, and but a few inches. He peeped out. "I see nothing," said he, after a time, and once more he joined us at the fire. "We have had no supper," said I, for my father usually cooked the meat as soon as he came home, and during his absence we had nothing but the fragments of the preceding day. "And if our father comes home after his hunt, Cæsar," said Marcella, "he will be pleased to have some supper. Let us cook it for him and for ourselves." Cæsar climbed upon the stool and reached down some meat. I forget now whether it was venison or bear's meat, but we cut off the usual quantity and proceeded to dress it, as we used to do under our father's superintendence. We were all busied putting it into the platters before the fire, to await his coming, when we heard the sound of a horn. We listened. There was a noise outside, and a minute afterwards my father entered, ushering in a young female and a large dark man in a hunter's dress. Perhaps I had better now relate what was only known to me many years afterwards. When my father had left the cottage, he perceived a large white wolf about 30 yards from him. As soon as the animal saw my father, it retreated slowly, growling and snarling. My father followed. The animal did not run, but always kept at some distance, and my father did not like to fire until he was pretty certain that his ball would take effect. Thus they went on for some time, the wolf now leaving my father far behind, and then stopping, snarling defiance at him, and then again, on his approach, setting off at speed. Anxious to shoot the animal, for the white wolf is very rare, my father continued the pursuit for several hours, during which he continually ascended the mountain. You must know, Philip, that there are peculiar spots on those mountains, which are supposed, and, as my story will prove, truly supposed, to be inhabited by the evil influences. They are well known to the huntsmen, who invariably avoid them. Now one of these spots, an open space in the pine forest above us, had been pointed out to my father as dangerous on that account. But whether he disbelieved these wild stories, or whether, in his eager pursuit of the chase, he disregarded them, I know not. Certain, however, it is that he was decoyed by the white wolf to this open space, when the animal appeared to slacken her speed. My father approached, came close up to her, raised his gun to his shoulder, and was about to fire, when the wolf suddenly disappeared. He thought that the snow on the ground must have dazzled his sight, and he let down his gun to look for the beast, but she was gone. How she could have escaped over the clearance without his seeing her was beyond his comprehension. Mortified at the ill success of his chase, he was about to retrace his steps when he heard the distant sound of a horn. Astonishment at such a sound, at such an hour, in such a wilderness, made him forget for the moment his disappointment, and he remained riveted to the spot. In a minute the horn was blown a second time, and at no great distance. My father stood still and listened. A third time it was blown. I forget the term used to express it, but it was the signal which, my father well knew, implied that the party was lost in the woods. In a few minutes more my father beheld a man on horseback, with a female seated on the crupper, enter the cleared space and ride up to him. At first my father called to mind the strange stories which he had heard of the supernatural beings who were said to frequent these mountains, but the nearer approach of the parties satisfied him that they were mortals like himself. As soon as they came up to him, the man who guided the horse accosted him. "Friend hunter, you are out late. The better fortune for us. We have ridden far and are in fear of our lives, which are eagerly sought after. These mountains have enabled us to elude our pursuers. But if we find not shelter and refreshment, that will avail us little, as we must perish from hunger and the inclemency of the night. My daughter, who rides behind me, is now more dead than alive. Say, can you assist us in our difficulty?" "My cottage is some few miles distant," replied my father, "but I have little to offer you besides a shelter from the weather. To the little I have you are welcome. May I ask whence you come?" "Yes, friend, it is no secret now. We have escaped from Transylvania, where my daughter's honour and my life were equally in jeopardy. This information was quite enough to raise an interest in my father's heart. He remembered his own escape. He remembered the loss of his wife's honour, and the tragedy by which it was wound up. He immediately and warmly offered all the assistance which he could afford them. "There is no time to be lost, then, good sir," observed the horseman. "My daughter is chilled with the frost, and cannot hold out much longer against the severity of the weather." "Follow me," replied my father, leading the way towards his home. "I was lured away in pursuit of a large white wolf," observed my father. "It came to the very window of my hut, or I should not have been out at this time of night." "The creature passed by us just as we came out of the wood," said the female in a silvery tone. "I was nearly discharging my piece at it," observed the hunter, "but since it did us such good service, I am glad that I allowed it to escape." In about an hour and a half, during which my father walked at a rapid pace, the party arrived at the cottage, and, as I said before, came in. "We are in good time, apparently," observed the dark hunter, catching the smell of the roasted meat, as he walked to the fire and surveyed my brother and sister, and myself. "You have young cooks here, mynheer. I am glad that we shall not have to wait," replied my father. "Come, mistress, seat yourself by the fire. You require warmth after your cold ride." "And where can I put up my horse, mynheer?" observed the huntsman. "I will take care of him," replied my father, going out of the cottage door. The female must, however, be particularly described. She was young and apparently 20 years of age. She was dressed in a travelling dress, deeply bordered with white fur, and wore a cap of white ermine on her head. Her features were very beautiful. At least I thought so, and so my father has since declared. Her hair was flaxen, glossy and shining, and bright as a mirror, and her mouth, although somewhat large when it was open, showed the most brilliant teeth I have ever beheld. But there was something about her eyes, bright as they were, which made us children afraid. They were so restless, so furtive. I could not at that time tell why, but I felt as if there was cruelty in her eye, and when she beckoned us to come to her, we approached her with fear and trembling. Still, she was beautiful, very beautiful. She spoke kindly to my brother and myself, patted our heads and caressed us, but Marcella would not come near her. On the contrary, she slunk away and hid herself in the bed, and would not wait for the supper, which half an hour before she had been so anxious for. My father, having put the horse into a close shed, soon returned, and supper was placed on the table. When it was over, my father requested that the young lady would take possession of his bed, and he would remain at the fire, and sit up with her father. After some hesitation on her part, this arrangement was agreed to, and I and my brother crept into the other bed with Marcella, for we had as yet always slept together. But we could not sleep. There was something so unusual, not only in seeing strange people, but in having those people sleep at the cottage, that we were bewildered. As for poor little Marcella, she was quiet, but I perceived that she trembled during the whole night, and sometimes I thought that she was checking a sob. My father had brought out some spirits, which he rarely used, and he and the strange hunter remained drinking and talking before the fire. Our ears were ready to catch the slightest whisper, so much was our curiosity excited. "You said you came from Transylvania," observed my father. "Even so, mynheer," replied the hunter. "I was a serf to the noble house of Blank. My master would insist upon my surrendering up my fair girl to his wishes. It ended in my giving him a few inches of my hunting knife." "We are countrymen and brothers in misfortune," replied my father, taking the huntsman's hand and pressing it warmly. "Indeed. Are you, then, from that country?" "Yes, and I too have fled for my life, but mine is a melancholy tale." "Your name?" inquired the hunter. "Krantz." "What? Krantz of Blank? I have heard your tale. You need not renew your grief by repeating it now." "Welcome, most welcome, mynheer, and, I may say, my worthy kinsman. I am your second cousin, Wilfrid Barnsdorf,
cried the hunter, rising up and embracing my father. They filled their horn mugs to the brim and drank to one another after the German fashion. The conversation was then carried on in a low tone. All that we could collect from it was that our new relative and his daughter were to take up their abode in our cottage, at least for the present. In about an hour they both fell back in their chairs and appeared to sleep. "Marcella, dear, did you hear?" said my brother in a low tone. "Yes," replied Marcella in a whisper. "I heard all. Oh, brother, I cannot bear to look upon that woman. I feel so frightened." My brother made no reply, and shortly afterwards we were all three fast asleep. When we awoke the next morning, we found that the hunter's daughter had risen before us. I thought she looked more beautiful than ever. She came up to little Marcella and caressed her. The child burst into tears and sobbed as if her heart would break. But not to detain you with too long a story, the huntsman and his daughter were accommodated in the cottage. My father and he went out hunting daily, leaving Christina with us. She performed all the household duties, was very kind to us children, and gradually the dislike even of little Marcella wore away. But a great change took place in my father. He appeared to have conquered his aversion to the sex, and was most attentive to Christina. Often, after her father and we were in bed, he would sit up with her, conversing in a low tone by the fire. I ought to have mentioned that my father and the huntsman Wilfred slept in another portion of the cottage, and that the bed which he formerly occupied, and which was in the same room as ours, had been given up to the use of Christina. These visitors had been about 3 weeks at the cottage, when, one night, after we children had been sent to bed, a consultation was held. My father had asked Christina in marriage, and had obtained both her own consent and that of Wilfred. After this a conversation took place, which was, as nearly as I can recollect, as follows. "You may take my child, Mynheer Krantz, and my blessing with her, and I shall then leave you and seek some other habitation. It matters little where. Why not remain here, Wilfred? No, no, I am called elsewhere, let that suffice, and ask no more questions. You have my child. I thank you for her, and will duly value her, but there is one difficulty. I know what you would say. There is no priest here in this wild country. True, neither is there any law to bind. Still must some ceremony pass between you, to satisfy a father. Will you consent to marry her after my fashion? If so, I will marry you directly." "I will," replied my father. "Then take her by the hand. Now, Mynheer, swear?" "I swear," repeated my father, "by all the spirits of the Harz Mountains." "Nay, why not heaven?" interrupted my father. "Because it is not my humour," rejoined Wilfred. "If I prefer that oath, less binding perhaps than another, surely you will not thwart me." "Well, be it so then. Have your humour. Will you make me swear by that in which I do not believe? Yet many do so, who in outward appearance are Christians," rejoined Wilfred. "Say, will you be married, or shall I take my daughter away with me?" "Proceed," replied my father impatiently. "I swear by all the spirits of the Harz Mountains, by all their power for good or for evil, that I take Christina for my wedded wife, that I will ever protect her, cherish her, and love her, that my hand shall never be raised against her to harm her." My father repeated the words after Wilfred. "And if I fail in this my vow, may all the vengeance of the spirits fall upon me and upon my children. May they perish by the vulture, by the wolf, or other beasts of the forest. May their flesh be torn from their limbs, and their bones blanch in the wilderness. All this I swear." My father hesitated as he repeated the last words. Little Marcella could not restrain herself, and as my father repeated the last sentence she burst into tears. This sudden interruption appeared to discompose the party, particularly my father. He spoke harshly to the child, who controlled her sobs, burying her face under the bedclothes. Such was the second marriage of my father. The next morning the hunter Wilfred mounted his horse and rode away. My father resumed his bed, which was in the same room as ours, and things went on much as before the marriage, except that our new mother-in-law did not show any kindness towards us. Indeed, during my father's absence she would often beat us, particularly little Marcella, and her eyes would flash fire as she looked eagerly upon the fair and lovely child. One night my sister woke me and my brother. "What is the matter?" said César. "She has gone out," whispered Marcella. "Gone out?" "Yes, gone out at the door, in her night-clothes," replied the child. "I saw her get out of bed, look at my father to see if he slept, and then she went out at the door. What could induce her to leave her bed and all undressed to go out, in such bitter winter weather, with the snow deep on the ground, was to us incomprehensible. We lay awake, and in about an hour we heard the growl of a wolf close under the window." "There is a wolf," said César. "She will be torn to pieces." "Oh, no," cried Marcella. In a few minutes afterwards our mother-in-law appeared. She was in her nightdress, as Marcella had stated. She let down the latch of the door so as to make no noise, went to a pail of water and washed her face and hands, and then slipped into the bed where my father lay. We all three trembled. We hardly knew why, but we resolved to watch the next night. We did so, and not only on the ensuing night, but on many others, and always at about the same hour would our mother-in-law rise from her bed and leave the cottage, and after she was gone we invariably heard the growl of a wolf under our window, and always saw her, on her return, wash herself before she retired to bed. We observed also that she seldom sat down to meals, and that when she did, she appeared to eat with dislike. But when the meat was taken down to be prepared for dinner, she would often furtively put a raw piece into her mouth. My brother César was a courageous boy. He did not like to speak to my father until he knew more. He resolved that he would follow her out and ascertain what she did. Marcella and I endeavoured to dissuade him from this project, but he would not be controlled, and the very next night he lay down in his clothes, and as soon as our mother-in-law had left the cottage, he jumped up, took down my father's gun, and followed her. You may imagine in what state of suspense Marcella and I remained during his absence. After a few minutes we heard the report of a gun. It did not awaken my father, and we lay trembling with anxiety. In a minute afterwards we saw our mother-in-law enter the cottage. Her dress was bloody. I put my hand to Marcella's mouth to prevent her crying out, although I was myself in great alarm. Our mother-in-law approached my father's bed, looked to see if he was asleep, and then went to the chimney and blew up the embers into a blaze. "Who is there?" said my father, waking up. "Lie still, dearest," replied my mother-in-law. "It is only me. I have lighted the fire to warm some water. I am not quite well." My father turned round and was soon asleep, but we watched our mother-in-law. She changed her linen and threw the garments she had worn into the fire, and we then perceived that her right leg was bleeding profusely, as if from a gunshot wound. She bandaged it up, and then, dressing herself, remained before the fire until the break of day. Poor little Marcella, her heart beat quick as she pressed me to her side. So indeed did mine. Where was our brother, César? How did my mother-in-law receive the wound unless from his gun? At last my father rose, and then for the first time I spoke, saying, "Father, where is my brother César?" "Your brother?" exclaimed he. "Why, where can he be?" "Merciful heaven, I thought as I lay restless last night," observed our mother-in-law, "that I heard somebody open the latch door. And, dear me, husband, what has become of your gun?" My father cast his eyes up above the chimney, and perceived that his gun was missing. For a moment he looked perplexed. Then, seizing a broad axe, he went out of the cottage without saying another word. He did not remain away from us long. In a few minutes he returned, bearing in his arms the mangled body of my poor brother. He laid it down and covered up his face. My mother-in-law rose up and looked at the body, while Marcella and I threw ourselves by its side, wailing and sobbing bitterly. "Go to bed again, children," said she sharply. "Husband," continued she, "your boy must have taken the gun down to shoot a wolf, and the animal has been too powerful for him. Poor boy, he has paid dearly for his rashness." My father made no reply. I wished to speak, to tell all, but Marcella, who perceived my intention, held me by the arm and looked at me so imploringly that I desisted. My father, therefore, was left in his error, but Marcella and I, although we could not comprehend it, were conscious that our mother-in-law was in some way connected with my brother's death. That day my father went out and dug a grave, and when he had laid the body in the earth, he piled up stones over it, so that the wolves should not be able to dig it up. The shock of this catastrophe was to my poor father very severe. For several days he never went to the chase, although at times he would utter bitter anathemas and vengeance against the wolves. But during this time of mourning on his part, my mother-in-law's nocturnal wanderings continued with the same regularity as before. At last my father took down his gun to repair to the forest, but he soon returned and appeared much annoyed. Would you believe it, Christina, that the wolves, perdition to the whole race, have actually contrived to dig up the body of my poor boy, and now there is nothing left of him but his bones? Indeed, replied my mother-in-law. Marcella looked at me, and I saw in her intelligent eye all she would have uttered. A wolf growls under our window every night, father, said I. Aye, indeed. Why did you not tell me, boy? Wake me the next time you hear it. I saw my mother-in-law turn away. Her eyes flashed fire, and she gnashed her teeth. My father went out again, and covered up with a larger pile of stones the little remnants of my poor brother, which the wolves had spared. Such was the first act of the tragedy. The spring now came on. The snow disappeared, and we were permitted to leave the cottage, but never would I quit for one moment my dear little sister, to whom, since the death of my brother, I was more ardently attached than ever. Indeed, I was afraid to leave her alone with my mother-in-law, who appeared to have a particular pleasure in ill-treating the child. My father was now employed upon his little farm, and I was able to render him some assistance. Marcella used to sit by us while we were at work, leaving my mother-in-law alone in the cottage. I ought to observe that, as the spring advanced, so did my mother-in-law decrease her nocturnal rambles, and that we never heard the growl of the wolf under the window after I had spoken of it to my father. One day, when my father and I were in the field, Marcella being with us, my mother-in-law came out, saying that she was going into the forest to collect some herbs my father wanted, and that Marcella must go to the cottage and watch the dinner. Marcella went, and my mother-in-law soon disappeared in the forest, taking a direction quite contrary to that in which the cottage stood, and leaving my father and I, as it were, between her and Marcella. About an hour afterwards we were startled by shrieks from the cottage, evidently the shrieks of little Marcella. Marcella has burnt herself, father, said I, throwing down my spade. My father threw down his, and we both hastened to the cottage. Before we could gain the door, out darted a large white wolf, which fled with the utmost celerity. My father had no weapon. He rushed into the cottage, and there saw poor little Marcella expiring. Her body was dreadfully mangled, and the blood pouring from it had formed a large pool on the cottage floor. My father's first intention had been to seize his gun and pursue, but he was checked by this horrid spectacle. He knelt down by his dying child and burst into tears. Marcella could just look kindly on us for a few seconds, and then her eyes were closed in death. My father and I were still hanging over my poor sister's body when my mother-in-law came in. At the dreadful sight she expressed much concern, but she did not appear to recoil from the sight of blood, as most women do. "Poor child," said she, "it must have been that great white wolf which passed me just now, and frightened me so. She's quite dead, Krantz." I know it, cried my father in agony. I thought my father would never recover from the effects of this second tragedy. He mourned bitterly over the body of his sweet child,
and for several days would not consign it to its grave, although frequently requested by my mother-in-law to do so. At last he yielded, and dug a grave for her close by that of my poor brother, and took every precaution that the wolves should not violate her remains. I was now really miserable, as I lay alone in the bed which I had formerly shared with my brother and sister. I could not help thinking that my mother-in-law was implicated in both their deaths, although I could not account for the manner, but I no longer felt afraid of her. My little heart was full of hatred and revenge. The night after my sister had been buried, as I lay awake, I perceived my mother-in-law get up and go out of the cottage. I waited some time, then dressed myself, and looked out through the door, which I half opened. The moon shone bright, and I could see the spot where my brother and my sister had been buried. And what was my horror when I perceived my mother-in-law busily removing the stones from Marcella's grave. She was in her white nightdress, and the moon shone full upon her. She was digging with her hands, and throwing away the stones behind her with all the ferocity of a wild beast. It was some time before I could collect my senses, and decide what I should do. At last I perceived that she had arrived at the body, and raised it up to the side of the grave. I could bear it no longer. I ran to my father and woke him. "Father, father," cried I, "dress yourself and get your gun." "What?" cried my father. "The wolves are there, are they?" He jumped out of bed, threw on his clothes, and in his anxiety did not appear to perceive the absence of his wife. As soon as he was ready, I opened the door. He went out, and I followed him. Imagine his horror when, unprepared as he was for such a sight, he beheld, as he advanced towards the grave, not a wolf, but his wife, in her nightdress, on her hands and knees, crouching by the body of my sister, and tearing off large pieces of the flesh, and devouring them with all the avidity of a wolf. She was too busy to be aware of our approach. My father dropped his gun. His hair stood on end. So did mine. He breathed heavily, and then his breath for a time stopped. I picked up the gun and put it into his hand. Suddenly he appeared as if concentrated rage had restored him to double vigour. He levelled his piece, fired, and with a loud shriek down fell the wretch whom he had fostered in his bosom. "God of heaven!" cried my father, sinking down upon the earth in a swoon as soon as he had discharged his gun. I remained some time by his side before he recovered. "Where am I?" said he. "What has happened? Oh, yes, I recollect now. Heaven forgive me." He rose, and we walked up to the grave. What again was our astonishment and horror to find that instead of the dead body of my mother-in-law, as we expected, there was, lying over the remains of my poor sister, a large white she-wolf. "The white wolf!" exclaimed my father. "The white wolf which decoyed me into the forest. I see it all now. I have dealt with the spirits of the Hartz Mountains." For some time my father remained in silence and deep thought. He then carefully lifted up the body of my sister, replaced it in the grave, and covered it over as before, having struck the head of the dead animal with the heel of his boot, and raving like a madman. He walked back to the cottage, shut the door, and threw himself on the bed. I did the same, for I was in a stupor of amazement. Early in the morning we were both roused by a loud knocking at the door, and in rushed the hunter, Wilfred. "My daughter, man, my daughter, where is my daughter?" cried he in a rage. "Where the wretch the fiend should be, I trust," replied my father, starting up and displaying equal choler. "Where she should be, in hell. Leave this cottage, or you may fare worse." "Ha, ha," replied the hunter. "Would you harm a potent spirit of the Hartz Mountains, poor mortal, who must needs wed a werewolf? Out, demon, I defy thee and thy power. Yet shall you feel it. Remember your oath, your solemn oath, never to raise your hand against her to harm her." "I made no compact with evil spirits. You did, and if you failed in your vow, you were to meet the vengeance of the spirits. Your children were to perish by the vulture, the wolf. Out, out, demon, and their bones blanch in the wilderness. Ha, ha!" My father, frantic with rage, seized his axe, and raised it over Wilfred's head to strike. "All this I swear," continued the huntsman mockingly. The axe descended, but it passed through the form of the hunter, and my father lost his balance and fell heavily on the floor. "Mortal," said the hunter, striding over my father's body, "we have the power over those only who have committed murder. You have been guilty of a double murder. You shall pay the penalty attached to your marriage vow. 2 of your children are gone. The 3rd is yet to follow, and follow them he will, for your oath is registered. Go, it were a kindness to kill thee. Your punishment is that you live." With these words the spirit disappeared. My father rose from the floor, embraced me tenderly, and knelt down in prayer. The next morning he quitted the cottage for ever. He took me with him and bent his steps to Holland, where we safely arrived. He had some little money with him, but he had not been many days in Amsterdam before he was seized with a brain fever and died raving mad. I was put into the asylum, and afterwards was sent to sea before the mast. You know all my history. The question is whether I am to pay the penalty of my father's oath. I am myself perfectly convinced that in some way or another I shall. On the 22nd day the high land of the south of Sumatra was in view, as there were no vessels in sight. They resolved to keep their course through the straits and run for Pulo Penang, which they expected, as their vessel laid so close to the wind, to reach in 7 or 8 days. By constant exposure, Philip and Krantz were now so bronzed that with their long beards and Mussulman dresses they might easily have passed off for natives. They had steered during the whole of the days exposed to a burning sun. They had lain down and slept in the dew of night, but their health had not suffered. But for several days, since he had confided the history of his family to Philip, Krantz had become silent and melancholy. His usual flow of spirits had vanished, and Philip had often questioned him as to the cause. As they entered the straits, Philip talked of what they should do upon their arrival at Goa, when Krantz gravely replied, "For some days, Philip, I have had a presentiment that I shall never see that city." "You are out of health, Krantz," replied Philip. "No, I am in sound health, body and mind. I have endeavoured to shake off the presentiment, but in vain. There is a warning voice that continually tells me that I shall not be long with you. Philip, will you oblige me by making me content on one point? I have gold about my person which may be useful to you. Oblige me by taking it, and secure it on your own." "What nonsense, Krantz!" "It is no nonsense, Philip. Have you not had your warnings? Why should I not have mine? You know that I have little fear in my composition, and that I care not about death, but I feel the presentiment which I speak of more strongly every hour. It is some kind spirit who would warn me to prepare for another world. Be it so. I have lived long enough in this world to leave it without regret, although to part with you and Amine, the only two now dear to me, is painful, I acknowledge. May this not arise from over-exertion and fatigue, Krantz? Consider how much excitement you have laboured under within these last 4 months. Is that not enough to create a corresponding depression? Depend upon it, my dear friend, such is the fact. I wish it were, but I feel otherwise, and there is a feeling of gladness connected with the idea that I am to leave this world, arising from another presentiment, which equally occupies my mind." "Which is?" "I hardly can tell you, but Amine and you are connected with it. In my dreams I have seen you meet again, but it has appeared to me as if a portion of your trial was purposely shut from my sight in dark clouds, and I have asked, may I not see what is there concealed, and an invisible has answered, no, 'twould make you wretched. Before these trials take place you will be summoned away, and then I have thanked heaven and felt resigned. These are the imaginings of a disturbed brain, Krantz. That I am destined to suffering may be true, but why Amine should suffer, or why you, young, in full health and vigour, should not pass your days in peace and live to a good old age, there is no cause for believing. You will be better tomorrow."
"Perhaps so," replied Krantz. "But still you must yield to my whim, and take the gold. If I am wrong, and we do arrive safe, you know, Philip, you can let me have it back," observed Krantz with a faint smile. "But you forget our water is nearly out, and we must look out for a rill on the coast to obtain a fresh supply." "I was thinking of that when you commenced this unwelcome topic. We had better look out for the water before dark, and as soon as we have replenished our jars we will make sail again." At the time that this conversation took place they were on the eastern side of the strait, about 40 miles to the nor'ard. The interior of the coast was rocky and mountainous, but it slowly descended to low land of alternate forest and jungles, which continued to the beach. The country appeared to be uninhabited. Keeping close in to the shore, they discovered, after 2 hours' run, a fresh stream which burst in a cascade from the mountains and swept its devious course through the jungle until it poured its tribute into the waters of the strait. They ran close in to the mouth of the stream, lowered the sails, and pulled the Parocca against the current until they had advanced far enough to assure them that the water was quite fresh. The jars were soon filled, and they were again thinking of pushing off, when, enticed by the beauty of the spot, the coolness of the fresh water, and wearied with their long confinement on board of the Parocca, they proposed to bathe, a luxury hardly to be appreciated by those who have not been in a similar situation. They threw off their Mussulman dresses and plunged into the stream, where they remained for some time. Krantz was the first to get out. He complained of feeling chilled, and he walked on to the banks where their clothes had been laid. Philip also approached nearer to the beach, intending to follow him. "And now, Philip," said Krantz, "this will be a good opportunity for me to give you the money. I will open my sash and pour it out, and you can put it into your own before you put it on." Philip was standing in the water, which was about level with his waist. "Well, Krantz," said he, "I suppose if it must be so, it must, but it appears to me an idea so ridiculous. However, you shall have your own way." Philip quitted the run, and sat down by Krantz, who was already busy in shaking the doubloons out of the folds of his sash. At last he said, "I believe, Philip, you have got them all. Now I feel satisfied." "What danger there can be to you, which I am not equally exposed to, I cannot conceive," replied Philip. "However—" Hardly had he said these words when there was a tremendous roar, a rush like a mighty wind through the air, a blow which threw him on his back, a loud cry, and a contention. Philip recovered himself, and perceived the naked form of Krantz carried off with the speed of an arrow by an enormous tiger through the jungle. He watched with distended eyeballs. In a few seconds the animal and Krantz had disappeared. "God of heaven, would that thou had spared me this!" cried Philip, throwing himself down in agony on his face. "Oh, Krantz, my friend, my brother, too sure was your presentiment. Merciful God, have pity, but thy will be done." And Philip burst into a flood of tears. For more than an hour did he remain fixed upon the spot, careless and indifferent to the danger by which he was surrounded. At last, somewhat recovered, he rose, dressed himself, and then again sat down, his eyes fixed upon the clothes of Krantz and the gold which still lay on the sand. "He would give me that gold. He foretold his doom. Yes, yes, it was his destiny, and it has been fulfilled. His bones will bleach in the wilderness, and the spirit hunter and his wolfish daughter are avenged." The shades of evening now set in, and the low growling of the beasts of the forest recalled Philip to a sense of his own danger. He thought of Ameen, and hastily making the clothes of Krantz and the doubloons into a package, he stepped into the Parocca with difficulty, shoved it off, and with a melancholy heart and in silence, hoisted the sail and pursued his course. "Yes, Ameen," thought Philip, as he watched the stars twinkling and coruscating. "Yes, you are right when you assert that the destinies of men are foreknown, and may by some be read.
My destiny is, alas, that I should be severed from all I value upon earth, and die friendless and alone. Then welcome, death, if such is to be the case. Welcome 1,000 welcomes. What a relief wilt thou be to me! What joy to find myself summoned to where the weary are at rest! I have my task to fulfill. God grant that it may soon be accomplished, and let not my life be embittered by any more trials such as this. Again did Philip weep, for Krantz had been his long-tried, valued friend, his partner in all his dangers and privations, from the period that they had met when the Dutch fleet attempted the passage round Cape Horn. After 7 days of painful watching and brooding over bitter thoughts, Philip arrived at Pulo Penang, where he found a vessel about to sail for the city to which he was destined. He ran his pirogue alongside of her, and found that she was a brig under the Portuguese flag. Having, however, but 2 Portuguese on board, the rest of the crew being natives. Representing himself as an Englishman in the Portuguese service, who had been wrecked, and offering to pay for his passage, he was willingly received, and in a few days the vessel sailed. Their voyage was prosperous. In 6 weeks they anchored in the roads of Goa. The next day they went up the river. The Portuguese captain informed Philip where he might obtain lodging, and passing him off as one of his crew, there was no difficulty raised as to his landing. Having located himself at his new lodging, Philip commenced some inquiries of his host relative to Amene, designating her merely as a young woman who had arrived there in a vessel some weeks before, but he could obtain no information concerning her. "Signor," said the host, "tomorrow is the grand auto da fe. We can do nothing until that is over. Afterwards I will put you in the way to find out what you wish. In the meantime, you can walk about the town. Tomorrow I will take you to where you can behold the grand procession, and then we will try what we can do to assist you in your search." Philip went out, procured a suit of clothes, removed his beard, and then walked about the town, looking up at every window to see if he could perceive Amene. At a corner of one of the streets he thought he recognized Father Matthias, and ran up to him, but the monk had drawn his cowl over his head, and when addressed by that name, made no reply. "I was deceived," thought Philip, "but I really thought it was him." And Philip was right. It was Father Matthias, who thus screened himself from Philip's recognition. Tired, at last he returned to his hotel, just before it was dark. The company there were numerous. Everybody for miles distant had come to Goa to witness the auto da fe, and everybody was discussing the ceremony. "I will see this grand procession," said Philip to himself, as he threw himself on his bed. "It will drive thought from me for a time, and God knows how painful my thoughts have now become. Amene, dear Amene, may angels guard thee." The end of chapter 39. Recording by Andy Sames.